Section 18 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Doom of the Griffiths, Part 2. It was the autumn after the birth of their boy. It had been a glorious summer, with bright, hot, sunny weather, and now the year was fading away, as seasonably, into mellow days, with mornings of silver mists and clear frosty nights. The blooming look of the time of flowers was past and gone, but instead there was even richer tints abroad in the sun-coloured leaves, the lichens, the gold-blossomed firs. If it was the time of fading, there was a glory in the decay. Nest, in her loving anxiety to surround her dwelling with every charm for her husband's sake, had turned gardener, and the little corners of the rude court before the house were filled with many a delicate mountain flower, transplanted more for its beauty than its rarity. The sweet briar-bush may even yet be seen, old and grey, which she and Owen planted a green slipling beneath the window of her little chamber. In those moments Owen forgot all besides the present, all the cares and griefs he had known in the past, and all that might await him of woe and death in the future. The boy, too, was as lovely a child as the fondest parent was ever blessed with, and crowed with delight, and clapped his little hands as his mother held him in her arms at the cottage door to watch his father's ascent up the rough path that led to Tiglas one bright autumnal morning. And when the three entered the house together, it was difficult to say which was the happiest. Owen carried his boy, and tossed and played with him, while Nest sought out some little article of work, and seated herself on the dresser beneath the window, where, now busily plying the needle, and then again looking at her husband, she eagerly told him the little pieces of domestic intelligence, the winning ways of the child, the result of yesterday's fishing, and such of the gossip of Penmorfa as came to the ears of the now retired Nest. She noticed that, when she mentioned any little circumstance which bore the slightest reference to Bodowan, her husband appeared chafed and uneasy, and at last avoided anything that might in the least remind him of home. In truth, he had been suffering much of late from the irritability of his father, shown in trifles to be sure, but not the less galling on that account. While they were thus talking and caressing each other and the child, a shadow darkened the room, and before they could catch a glimpse of the object that had occasioned it, it vanished, and Squire Griffiths lifted the door-latch and stood before them. He stood and looked, first on his son, so different in his buoyant expression of content and enjoyment, with his noble child in his arms, like a proud and happy father, as he was, from the depressed, moody young man he too often appeared at Bodowan. Then on Nest, poor, trembling, sickened Nest, who dropped her work, but yet durst not stir from her seat on the dresser, while she looked to her husband as if for protection from his father. The squire was silent, as he glared from one to the other, his features white with restrained passion. When he spoke, his words came out most distinct in their forced composure. It was to his son he addressed himself. "That woman! Who is she?" Owen hesitated one moment, then replied in a steady yet quiet voice, "Father, that woman is my wife." He would have added some apology for the long concealment of his marriage, have appealed to his father's forgiveness, but the foam flew from Squire Owen's lips as he burst forth with invective against Nest. "You have married her! It is as they told me, married Nest Pritchard Irbitten, and you stand there as if you had not disgraced yourself for ever and ever with your accursed wiving, and the fair harlot sits there in her mocking modesty, practising the miming airs that will become her state as future Lady of Badowen. But I will move heaven and earth before that false woman darkens the doors of my father's house as mistress. All this was said with such rapidity that Owen had no time for the words that thronged to his lips. "Father," he burst forth at length, "father, whosoever told you that Nest Pritchard was a harlot told you a lie as false as hell. Ay, a lie as false as hell," he added in a voice of thunder, while he advanced a step or two nearer to the squire. And then, in a lower tone, he said, "She is as pure as your own wife, nay, God help me, as the dear precious mother who brought me forth, and then left me with no refuge in a mother's heart, to struggle on through life alone. I tell you, Nest is as pure as that dear dead mother." Fool! Poor fool! At this moment the child, the little Owen, who had kept gazing from one angry countenance to the other, and with earnest look, trying to understand what had brought the fierce glare into the face where till now he had read nothing but love, in some way attracted the squire's attention, and increased his wrath. "Yes," he continued, "poor weak fool that you are, hugging the child of another as if it were your own offspring." Owen involuntarily caressed the affrighted child, and half smiled at the implication of his father's words. This the squire perceived, and raising his voice to a scream of rage, he went on, "I bid you, if you call yourself my son, to cast away that miserable, shameless woman's offspring. Cast it away this instant, this instant!" In his ungovernable rage, seeing that Owen was far from complying with his command, he snatched the poor infant from the loving arms that held it, and throwing it to its mother, left the house inarticulate with fury. Nest, who had been pale and still as marble during this terrible dialogue, looking on and listening as if fascinated by the words that smote her heart, opened her arms to receive and cherish her precious babe. But the boy was not destined to reach the white refuge of her breast. The furious action of the squire had been almost without aim, and the infant fell against the sharp edge of the dresser down on to the stone floor. Owen sprang up to take the child, but he lay so still, so motionless, that the awe of death came over the father, and he stooped down to gaze more closely. At that moment the upturned, filmy eyes rolled convulsively, a spasm passed along the body, and the lips, yet warm with kissing, quivered into everlasting rest. A word from her husband told Nest all. She slid down from her seat, and lay by her little son as corpse-like as he, unheeding of all the agonizing endearments and passionate adjurations of her husband. And that poor desolate husband and father, scarce one little quarter of an hour, and he had been so blessed in his consciousness of love, the bright promise of many years on his infant's face, and the new fresh soul beaming forth in its awakened intelligence. And there it was, the little clay image that would never more gladden up the sight of him, nor stretch forth to meet his embrace, whose inarticulate yet most eloquent cooings might haunt him in his dreams, but would never more be heard in waking life again. And by the dead babe, almost as utterly insensate, the poor mother had fallen in a merciful faint, the slandered, heart-pierced Nest. Owen struggled against the sickness that came over him, and busied himself in vain attempts at her restoration. It was now near noonday, and Ellis Pritchard came home, little dreaming of the sight that awaited him. But, though stunned, he was able to take more effectual measures for his poor daughter's recovery than Owen had done. By and by she showed symptoms of returning sense, and was placed in her own little bed in a darkened room, where, without ever waking to complete consciousness, she fell asleep. Then it was that her husband, suffocated by pressure of miserable thought, gently drew his hand from her tightened clasp, and printing one long soft kiss on her white waxen forehead, hastily stole out of the room and out of the house. Near the base of Moorgest, it might be 1/4 of a mile from Tiglath, was a little neglected solitary copse, wild and tangled with the trailing branches of the dog rose and the tendrils of the white bryony. Toward the middle of this thicket lay a deep crystal pool, a clear mirror for the blue heavens above, and round the margin floated the broad green leaves of the water-lily. And when the regal sun shone down in his noonday glory, the flowers arose from their cool depths to welcome and greet him. The copse was musical with many sounds, the warbling of birds rejoicing in its shades, the ceaseless hum of the insects that hovered over the pool, the chime of the distant waterfall, the occasional bleating of the sheep from the mountain top, were all blended into the delicious harmony of nature. It had been one of Owen's favourite resorts when he had been a lonely wanderer, a pilgrim in search of love in the years gone by, and thither he went, as if by instinct, when he left Tiglath, quelling the uprising agony till he should reach that little solitary spot. It was the time of day when a change in the aspect of the weather so frequently takes place, and the little pool was no longer the reflection of a blue and sunny sky. It sent back the dark and slaty clouds above, and every now and then a rough gust shook the painted autumn leaves from their branches, and all other music was lost in the sound of the wild winds piping down from the moorlands, which lay up and beyond the clefts in the mountain side. Presently the rain came on, and beat down in torrents. But Owen heeded it not. He sat on the dank ground, his face buried in his hands, and his whole strength, physical and mental, employed in quelling the rush of blood which rose and boiled and gurgled in his brain as if it would madden him. The phantom of his dead child rose ever before him, and seemed to cry aloud for vengeance. And when the poor young man thought upon the victim whom he required in his wild longings for revenge, he shuddered, for it was his father. Again and again he tried not to think, but still the circle of thought came round, eddying through his brain. At length he mastered his passions, and they were calm. Then he forced himself to arrange some plan for the future. He had not, in the passionate hurry of the moment, seen that his father had left the cottage before he was aware of the fatal accident that befell the child. Owen thought he had seen all, and once he planned to go to the squire and tell him of the anguish of heart he had wrought, and awe him, as it were, by the dignity of grief. But then again he durst not. He distrusted his self-control. The old prophecy rose up in its horror. He dreaded his doom. At last he determined to leave his father for ever, to take Nest to some distant country where she might forget her firstborn, and where he himself might gain a livelihood by his own exertions. But when he tried to descend to the various little arrangements which were involved in the execution of this plan, he remembered that all his money, and in this respect Squire Griffiths was no niggard, was locked up in his escritoire at Bodowan. In vain he tried to do away with this matter-of-fact difficulty. Go to Bodowan he must, and his only hope, nay, his determination, was to avoid his father. He rose and took a by-path to Bodowan. The house looked even more gloomy and desolate than usual in the heavy downpouring rain. Yet Owen gazed on it with something of regret, for sorrowful as his days in it had been, he was about to leave it for many, many years, if not for ever. He entered by a side door, opening into a passage that led to his own room, where he kept his books, his guns, his fishing tackle, his writing materials, etc. Here he hurriedly began to select the few articles he intended to take, for besides the dread of interruption, he was feverishly anxious to travel far that very night, if only Nest was capable of performing the journey. As he was thus employed, he tried to conjecture what his father's feelings would be on finding that his once-loved son was gone away for ever. Would he then awaken to regret for the conduct which had driven him from home, and bitterly think on the loving and caressing boy who had haunted his footsteps in former days? Or, alas, would he only feel that an obstacle to his daily happiness, to his contentment with his wife, and his strange doting affection for her child, was taken away? Would they make merry over the heir's departure? Then he thought of Nest, the young childless mother, whose heart had not yet realized her fullness of desolation. Poor Nest, so loving as she was, so devoted to her child, how should he console her? He pictured her away in a strange land, pining for her native mountains, and refusing to be comforted because her child was not. Even this thought of the homesickness that might possibly beset Nest hardly made him hesitate in his determination. So strongly had the idea taken possession of him, that only by putting miles and leagues between him and his father could he avert the doom which seemed blending itself with the very purposes of his life, as long as he stayed in proximity with the slayer of his child. He had now nearly completed his hasty work of preparation, and was full of tender thoughts of his wife, when the door opened, and the elfish Robert peered in search of some of his brother's possessions. On seeing Owen he hesitated, but then came boldly forward, and laid his hand on Owen's arm, saying, "Nesta irbitten, how is Nest irbitten?" He looked maliciously into Owen's face to mark the effect of his words, but was terrified at the expression he read there. He started off and ran to the door, while Owen tried to check himself, saying continually, "He is but a child. He does not understand the meaning of what he says. He is but a child." Still Robert, now in fancied security, kept calling out his insulting words, and Owen's hand was on his gun, grasping it as if to restrain his rising fury. But when Robert passed on daringly to mocking words relating to the poor dead child, Owen could bear it no longer, and before the boy was well aware, Owen was fiercely holding him in an iron clasp in one hand, while he struck him hard with the other. In a minute he checked himself. He paused, relaxed his grasp, and to his horror he saw Robert sink to the ground. In fact, the lad was half stunned, half frightened, and thought it best to assume insensibility. Owen, miserable Owen, seeing him lie there prostrate, was bitterly repentant, and would have dragged him to the carved settle, and done all he could to restore him to his senses. But at this instant the squire came in. Probably when the household at Bodowan rose that morning, there was but one among them, ignorant of the heir's relation to Nest Pritchard and her child. For secret as he had tried to make his visits to Tiglas, they had been too frequent not to be noticed, and Nest's altered conduct, no longer frequenting dances and merry-makings, was a strong corroborative circumstance. But Mrs. Griffiths' influence reigned paramount, if unacknowledged, at Badown, and till she sanctioned the disclosure, none would dare to tell the squire. Now, however, the time drew near when it suited her to make her husband aware of the connection his son had formed. So, with many tears and much seeming reluctance, she broke the intelligence to him, taking good care, at the same time, to inform him of the light character Nest had borne. Nor did she confine this evil reputation to her conduct before her marriage, but insinuated that even to this day she was a woman of the grove and brake, for centuries the Welsh term of opprobrium for the loosest female characters. Squire Griffiths easily tracked Owen to Tiglas, and without any aim but the gratification of his furious anger, followed him to upbraid, as we have seen. But he left the cottage even more enraged against his son than he had entered it, and returned home to hear the evil suggestions of the stepmother. He had heard a slight scuffle, in which he caught the tones of Robert's voice as he passed along the hall, and an instant afterwards he saw the apparently lifeless body of his little favourite dragged along by the culprit Owen, the marks of strong passion yet visible on his face. Not loud, but bitter and deep were the evil words which the father bestowed on the son. And as Owen stood proudly and sullenly silent, disdaining all exculpation of himself in the presence of one who had wrought him so much graver, so fatal an injury, Robert's mother entered the room. At sight of her natural emotion, the wrath of the squire was redoubled, and his wild suspicions that this violence of Owen's to Robert was a premeditated act appeared like the proven truth through the mists of rage. He summoned domestics as if to guard his own and his wife's life from the attempts of his son, and the servants stood wondering around, now gazing at Mrs. Griffiths, alternately scolding and sobbing, while she tried to restore the lad from his really bruised and half unconscious state. Now at the fierce and angry squire, and now at the sad and silent Owen. And he was hardly aware of their looks of wonder and terror. His father's words fell on a deadened ear. For before his eyes there rose a pale dead babe, and in that lady's violent sounds of grief he heard the wailing of a more sad, more hopeless mother. For by this time the lad Robert had opened his eyes, and though evidently suffering a good deal from the effects of Owen's blows, was fully conscious of all that was passing around him. Had Owen been left to his own nature, his heart would have worked itself to doubly love the boy whom he had injured. But he was stubborn from injustice, and hardened by suffering. He refused to vindicate himself. He made no effort to resist the imprisonment the squire had decreed, until a surgeon's opinion of the real extent of Robert's injuries was made known. It was not until the door was locked and barred, as if upon some wild and furious beast, that the recollection of poor Nest, without his comforting presence, came into his mind. Oh, thought he, how she would be wearying, pining for his tender sympathy, if, indeed, she had recovered the shock of mind sufficiently to be sensible of consolation. What would she think of his absence? Could she imagine he believed his father's words, and had left her, in this her sore trouble and bereavement? The thought maddened him, and he looked around for some mode of escape. He had been confined in a small unfurnished room on the first floor, wainscoted and carved all round, with a massy door, calculated to resist the attempts of a dozen strong men, even had he afterwards been able to escape from the house unseen, unheard. The window was placed, as common in old Welsh houses, over the fireplace, with the branching chimneys on either hand, forming a sort of projection on the outside. By this outlet his escape was easy, even had he been less determined and desperate than he was. And when he had descended, with a little care, a little winding, he might elude all observation and pursue his original intention of going to Tiglas. The storm had abated, and watery sunbeams were gilding the bay, as Owen descended from the window, and, stealing along in the broad afternoon shadows, made his way to the little plateau of green turf in the garden at the top of a steep precipitous rock, down the abrupt face of which he had often dropped, by means of a well-secured rope, into the small sailing-boat, his father's present, alas, in days gone by, which lay moored in the deep sea water below. He had always kept his boat there, because it was the nearest available spot to the house. But before he could reach the place, unless, indeed, he crossed a broad sun-lighted piece of ground in full view of the windows on that side of the house, and without the shadow of a single sheltering tree or shrub, he had to skirt round a rude semicircle of underwood, which would have been considered as a shrubbery, had any one taken pains with it. Step by step he stealthily moved along, hearing voices now, again seeing his father and stepmother in no distant walk, the squire evidently caressing and consoling his wife, who seemed to be urging some point with great vehemence, again forced to crouch down to avoid being seen by the cook returning from the rude kitchen garden with a handful of herbs. This was the way the doomed heir of Bodowan left his ancestral house for ever, and hoped to leave behind him his doom. At length he reached the plateau. He breathed more freely. He stooped to discover the hidden coil of rope, kept safe and dry in a hole under a great round flat piece of rock. His head was bent down. He did not see his father approach, nor did he hear his footstep for the rush of blood to his head in the stooping effort of lifting the stone. The squire had grappled with him before he rose up again, before he fully knew whose hands detained him now when his liberty of person and action seemed secure. He made a vigorous struggle to free himself. He wrestled with his father for a moment. He pushed him hard, and drove him on to the great displaced stone, all unsteady in its balance. Down went the squire, down into the deep waters below. Down after him went Owen, half consciously, half unconsciously, partly compelled by the sudden cessation of any opposing body, partly from a vehement, irrepressible impulse to rescue his father. But he had instinctively chosen a safer place in the deep sea-water pool than that into which his push had sent his father. The squire had hit his head with much violence against the side of the boat in his fall. It is, indeed, doubtful whether he was not killed before he ever sank into the sea. But Owen knew nothing save that the awful doom seemed even now present. He plunged down, he dived below the water in search of the body which had none of the elasticity of life to buoy it up. He saw his father in those depths. He clutched at him, he brought him up and cast him, a dead weight, into the boat, and, exhausted by the effort, he had begun himself to sink again before he instinctively strove to rise and climb into the rocking boat. There lay his father, with a deep dent in the side of his head, where the skull had been fractured by his fall, his face blackened by the arrested course of the blood. Owen felt his pulse, his heart. All was still. He called him by his name. "Father, father," he cried, "come back, come back! You never knew how I loved you, how I could love you still, if— O God!" And the thought of his little child rose before him. "Yes, father," he cried afresh. "You never knew how he fell, how he died. Oh, if I had but had patience to tell you, if you would have but borne with me and listened. And now it is over. Oh, father, father!" Whether she had heard his wild wailing voice, or whether it was only that she missed her husband and wanted him for some little every-day question, or, as was perhaps more likely, she had discovered Owen's escape and come to inform her husband of it, I do not know. But on the rock, right above his head, as it seemed, Owen heard his stepmother calling her husband. He was silent, and softly pushed the boat right under the rock till the sides grated against the stones, and the overhanging branches concealed him and it from all not on a level with the water. Wet as he was, he lay down by his dead father, the better to conceal himself, and, somehow, the action recalled those early days of childhood, the first in the squire's widowhood, when Owen had shared his father's bed, and used to waken him in the morning to hear one of the old Welsh legends. How long he lay thus, body chilled and brain hard-working through the heavy pressure of a reality as terrible as a nightmare, he never knew. But at length he roused himself up to think of Nest. Drawing out a great sail, he covered up the body of his father with it, where he lay in the bottom of the boat. Then with his numbed hands he took the oars and pulled out into the more open sea towards Crickaith. He skirted along the coast till he found a shadowed cleft in the dark rocks. To that point he rowed, and anchored his boat close inland. Then he mounted, staggering, half longing to fall into the dark waters and be at rest, half instinctively finding out the surest footrests on that precipitous face of rock, till he was high up, safe landed on the turfy summit. He ran off as if pursued, towards Penmorfa. He ran with maddened energy. Suddenly he paused, turned, ran again with the same speed, and threw himself prone on the summit, looking down into his boat with straining eyes to see if there had been any movement of life, any displacement of a fold of sailcloth. It was all quiet deep down below. But as he gazed, the shifting light gave the appearance of a slight movement. Owen ran to a lower part of the rock, stripped, plunged into the water, and swam to the boat. When there, all was still, awfully still. For a minute or two he dared not lift up the cloth. Then, reflecting that the same terror might beset him again of leaving his father unaided while yet a spark of life lingered, he removed the shrouding cover. The eyes looked into his with a dead stare. He closed the lids and bound up the jaw. Again he looked. This time he raised himself out of the water and kissed the brow. "It was my doom, father. It would have been better if I had died at my birth." Daylight was fading away, precious daylight. He swam back, dressed, and set off afresh for Penmorfa. When he opened the door of Tiglas, Ellis Pritchard looked at him reproachfully from his seat in the dark shadowed chimney corner. "You come at last," said he. "One of our kind, i.e. station, would not have left his wife to mourn by herself over her dead child, nor would one of our kind have let his father kill his own true son. I've a good mind to take her from you for ever." "I did not tell him," cried Nest, looking piteously at her husband. "He made me tell him part, and guessed the rest." She was nursing her babe on her knee, as if it was alive. Owen stood before Ellis Pritchard. "Be silent," said he quietly. "Neither words nor deeds, but what are decreed, can come to pass. I was set to do my work, this 100 years and more. The time waited for me, and the man waited for me. I have done what was foretold of me for generations." Ellis Pritchard knew the old tale of the prophecy, and believed in it in a dull, dead kind of way, but somehow never thought it would come to pass in his time. Now, however, he understood it all in a moment, though he mistook Owen's nature so much as to believe that the deed was intentionally done, out of revenge for the death of his boy, and viewing it in this light, Ellis thought it more than a just punishment for the cause of all the wild despairing sorrow he had seen his only child suffer during the hours of this long afternoon. He knew the law would not so regard it. Even the lax Welsh law of those days could not fail to examine into the death of a man of Squire Griffiths' standing. So the acute Ellis thought how he could conceal the culprit for a time. "Come," said he, "don't look so scared. It was your doom, not your fault." And he laid a hand on Owen's shoulder. "You're wet," said he suddenly. "Where have you been? Nest, your husband is dripping drooket wet. That's what makes him look so blue and wan." Nest softly laid her baby in its cradle. She was half stupefied with crying, and had not understood to what Owen alluded when he spoke of his doom being fulfilled, if indeed she had heard the words. Her touch thawed Owen's miserable heart. "Oh, Nest," said he, clasping her in his arms, "do you love me still? Can you love me, my own darling?" "Why not?" asked she, her eyes filling with tears. "I only love you more than ever, for you were my poor baby's father." "But Nest—" "Oh, tell her, Ellis, you know." "No need, no need," said Ellis. "She's had enough to think on. Bustle, my girl, and get out my Sunday clothes." "I don't understand," said Nest, putting her hand up to her head. "What is to tell, and why are you so wet? God help me for a poor crazed thing, for I cannot guess at the meaning of your words and your strange looks. I only know my baby is dead." And she burst into tears. "Come, Nest, go and fetch him a change, quick." And as she meekly obeyed, too languid to strive further to understand, Ellis said rapidly to Owen, in a low, hurried voice, "Are you meaning that the squire is dead? Speak low, lest she hear." "Well, well, no need to talk about how he died. It was sudden, I see, and we must all of us die, and he'll have to be buried. It's well the night is near, and I should not wonder now if you'd like to travel for a bit. It would do Nest a power of good, and then there's many a one goes out of his own house and never comes back again, and I trust he's not lying in his own house. And there's a stir for a bit, and a search, and a wonder, and by the air just steps in, as quiet as can be, and that's what you'll do, and bring Nest to Bedouin after all. Nay, child, better stockings nor those. Find the blue woollens I bought at Llanrwst fair. Only don't lose heart. It's done now, and can't be helped. It was the piece of work set you to do from the days of the Tudors, they say, and he deserved it. Look in yon cradle. So tell us where he is, and I'll take heart of grace, and see what can be done for him. But Owen sat wet and haggard, looking into the peat fire as if for visions of the past, and never heeding a word Ellis said. Nor did he move when Nest brought the armful of dry clothes. "Come, rouse up, man," said Ellis, growing impatient. But he neither spoke nor moved. "What is the matter, father?" asked Nest, bewildered. Ellis kept on watching Owen for a minute or two, till, on his daughter's repetition of the question, he said, "Ask him yourself, Nest." "Oh, husband, what is it?" said she, kneeling down and bringing her face to a level with his. "Don't you know?" said he, heavily. "You won't love me when you do know. And yet it was not my doing. It was my doom." "What does he mean, father?" asked Nest, looking up. But she caught a gesture from Ellis urging her to go on questioning her husband. "I will love you, husband, whatever has happened. Only let me know the worst." A pause, during which Nest and Ellis hung breathless. "My father is dead, Nest." Nest caught her breath with a sharp gasp. "God forgive him," said she, thinking on her babe. "God forgive me," said Owen. "You did not—" Nest stopped. "Yes, I did. Now you know it. It was my doom. How could I help it? The devil helped me. He placed the stone so that my father fell. I jumped into the water to save him. I did indeed, Nest. I was nearly drowned myself, but he was dead, dead, killed by the fall." "Then he is safe at the bottom of the sea?" said Ellis, with hungry eagerness. "No, he is not. He lies in my boat," said Owen, shivering a little, more at the thought of his last glimpse at his father's face than from cold. "Oh, husband, change your wet clothes," pleaded Nest, to whom the death of the old man was simply a horror with which she had nothing to do, while her husband's discomfort was a present trouble. While she helped him to take off the wet garments which he would never have had energy enough to remove of himself, Ellis was busy preparing food and mixing a great tumbler of spirits and hot water. He stood over the unfortunate young man and compelled him to eat and drink, and made Nest too taste some mouthfuls, all the while planning in his own mind how best to conceal what had been done, and who had done it, not altogether without a certain feeling of vulgar triumph in the reflection that Nest, as she stood there, carelessly dressed, dishevelled in her grief, was in reality the mistress of Badoan, than which Ellis Pritchard had never seen a grander house, though he believed such might exist. By dint of a few dexterous questions, he found out all he wanted to know from Owen, as he ate and drank. In fact, it was almost a relief to Owen to dilute the horror by talking about it. Before the meal was done, if meal it could be called, Ellis knew all he cared to know. "Now, Nest, on with your cloak and haps. Pack up what needs to go with you, for you and your husband must be half-way to Liverpool by to-morrow's morn. I'll take you past Rill Sands in my fishing-boat, with yours in tow, and once over the dangerous part, I'll return with my cargo of fish, and learn how much stir there is at Badoan. Once half hidden in Liverpool, no one will know where you are, and you may stay quiet till your time comes for returning." "I will never come home again," said Owen doggedly. "The place is accursed." "Hoot! Be guided by me, man. Why, it was but an accident after all, and we'll land at the Holy Island, at the Point of Llyn. There is an old cousin of mine, the parson, there, for the Pritchards have known better days, squire, and we'll bury him there." "It was but an accident, man. Hold up your head. You and Nest will come home yet, and fill Bunowen with children, and I'll live to see it." "Never," said Owen. "I am the last male of my race, and the son has murdered his father." Nest came in laden and cloaked. Ellis was for hurrying them off. The fire was extinguished, the door was locked. "Here, Nest, my darling, let me take your bundle, while I guide you down the steps." But her husband bent his head, and spoke never a word. Nest gave her father the bundle, already loaded with such things as he himself had seen fit to take, but clasped another softly and tightly. "No one shall help me with this," said she, in a low voice. Her father did not understand her. Her husband did, and placed his strong helping arm around her waist, and blessed her. "We will all go together, Nest," said he. "But where?" And he looked at the storm-tossed clouds coming up from windward. "It is a dirty night," said Ellis, turning his head round to speak to his companions at last. "But never fear, we'll weather it." And he made for the place where his vessel was moored. Then he stopped and thought a moment. "Stay here," said he, addressing his companions. "I may meet folk, and I shall, maybe, have to hear and to speak. You wait here till I come back for you." So they sat down, close together, in a corner of the path. "Let me look at him, Nest," said Owen. She took her little dead son out from under her shawl. They looked at his waxen face long and tenderly, kissed it, and covered it up reverently and softly. "Nest," said Owen at last, "I feel as though my father's spirit had been near us, and as if it had bent over our poor little one. A strange chilly air met me as I stooped over him. I could fancy the spirit of our pure, blameless child guiding my father's safe over the paths of the sky to the gates of heaven, and escaping those accursed dogs of hell that were darting up from the north in pursuit of souls not 5 minutes since." "Don't talk so, Owen," said Nest, curling up to him in the darkness of the copse. "Who knows what may be listening?" The pair were silent, in a kind of nameless terror, till they heard Ellis Pritchard's loud whisper, "Where are ye? Come along, soft and steady. There were folk about even now, and the squire is missed, and madame in a fright." They went swiftly down to the little harbour, and embarked on board Ellis's boat. The sea heaved and rocked even there. The torn clouds went hurrying overhead in a wild, tumultuous manner. They put out into the bay, still in silence, except when some word of command was spoken by Ellis, who took the management of the vessel. They made for the rocky shore where Owen's boat had been moored. It was not there. It had broken loose and disappeared. Owen sat down and covered his face. This last event, so simple and natural in itself, struck on his excited and superstitious mind in an extraordinary manner. He had hoped for a certain reconciliation, so to say, by laying his father and his child both in one grave. But now it appeared to him as if there was to be no forgiveness, as if his father revolted even in death against any such peaceful union. Ellis took a practical view of the case. If the squire's body was found drifting about in a boat known to belong to his son, it would create terrible suspicion as to the manner of his death. At one time in the evening, Ellis had thought of persuading Owen to let him bury the squire in the sailor's grave, or, in other words, to sew him up in a spare sail, and, weighting it well, sink it for ever. He had not broached the subject from a certain fear of Owen's passionate repugnance to the plan. Otherwise, if he had consented, they might have returned to Penmorfa, and passively awaited the course of events, secure of Owen's succession to Budowan sooner or later. Or if Owen was too much overwhelmed by what had happened, Ellis would have advised him to go away for a short time, and return when the buzz and the talk was over. Now it was different. It was absolutely necessary that they should leave the country for a time. Through those stormy waters they must plough their way that very night. Ellis had no fear, would have had no fear at any rate, with Owen as he had been a week, a day ago, but with Owen wild, despairing, helpless, fate pursued, what could he do? They sailed into the tossing darkness, and were never more seen of men. The house of Budowan has sunk into damp, dark ruins, and the Saxon stranger holds the lands of the Griffiths. You cannot think how kindly Mrs. Dawson thanked Miss Duncan for writing and reading this story. She shook my poor pale governess so tenderly by the hand that the tears came into her eyes, and the colour into her cheeks. I thought you had been so kind. I liked hearing about Lady Ludlow. I fancied, perhaps, I could do something to give a little pleasure, were the half-finished sentences Miss Duncan stammered out. I am sure it was the wish to earn similar kind words from Mrs. Dawson that made Mrs. Preston try and rummage through her memory to see if she could not recollect some fact or event or history which might interest Mrs. Dawson and the little party that gathered round her sofa. Mrs. Preston it was who told us the following tale. Half a lifetime ago. End of The Doom of the Griffiths, Section 18. Section 19 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Half a Lifetime Ago, Part 1. Half a lifetime ago, there lived in one of the Westmoreland dales a single woman, of the name of Susan Dixon. She was owner of the small farmhouse where she resided, and of some 30 or 40 acres of land by which it was surrounded. She had also an hereditary right to a sheep-walk extending to the wild fells that overhang Bleer Tarn. In the language of the country, she was a stateswoman. Her house is yet to be seen on the Oxenfell road, between Skelworth and Coniston. You go along a moorland track made by the carts that occasionally came for turf from the Oxenfell. A brook babbles and brattles by the wayside, giving you a sense of companionship which relieves the deep solitude in which this way is usually traversed. Some miles on this side of Coniston there is a farmstead, a grey stone house, and a square of farm buildings surrounding a green space of rough turf, in the midst of which stands a mighty funereal umbrageous yew, making a solemn shadow, as of death, in the very heart and centre of the light and heat of the brightest summer day. On the side away from the house, this yard slopes down to a dark brown pool, which is supplied with fresh water from the overflowings of a stone cistern, into which some rivulet of the brook before mentioned continually and melodiously falls bubbling. The cattle drink out of this cistern. The household bring their pitchers and fill them with drinking water by a dilatory yet pretty process. The water-carrier brings with her a leaf of the hound's tongue fern, and inserting it in the crevice of the grey rock, makes a cool green spout for the sparkling stream. The house is no specimen at the present day of what it was in the lifetime of Susan Dixon. Then every small diamond pane in the windows glittered with cleanliness. You might have eaten off the floor. You could see yourself in the pewter plates and the polished oaken ormry or dresser of the state kitchen into which you entered. Few strangers penetrated further than this room. Once or twice, wandering tourists, attracted by the lonely picturesqueness of the situation and the exquisite cleanliness of the house itself, made their way into this house-place, and offered money enough, as they thought, to tempt the hostess to receive them as lodgers. They would give no trouble, they said. They would be out rambling or sketching all day long, would be perfectly content with a share of the food which she provided for herself, or would procure what they required from the Waterhead Inn at Coniston. But no liberal sum, no fair words, moved her from her stony manner or her monotonous tone of indifferent refusal. No persuasion could induce her to show any more of the house than the first room. No appearance of fatigue procured for the weary an invitation to sit down and rest, and if one more bold and less delicate did so without being asked, Susan stood by, cold and apparently deaf, or only replying by the briefest monosyllables, till the unwelcome visitor had departed. Yet those with whom she had dealings, in the way of selling her cattle or her farm produce, spoke of her as keen after a bargain, a hard one to have to do with, and she never spared herself exertion or fatigue, at market or in the field, to make the most of her produce. She led the haymakers with her swift, steady rake, and her noiseless evenness of motion. She was about among the earliest in the market, examining samples of oats, pricing them, and then turning with grim satisfaction to her own cleaner corn. She was served faithfully and long by those who were rather her fellow labourers than her servants. She was even and just in her dealings with them. If she was peculiar and silent, they knew her, and knew that she might be relied on. Some of them had known her from her childhood, and deep in their hearts was an unspoken, almost unconscious, pity for her, for they knew her story, though they never spoke of it. Yes, the time had been when that tall, gaunt, hard-featured, angular woman, who never smiled, and hardly ever spoke an unnecessary word, had been a fine-looking girl, bright-spirited and rosy, and when the hearth at the Yew Nook had been as bright as she, with family love and youthful hope and mirth. 50 or 51 years ago, William Dixon and his wife Margaret were alive, and Susan, their daughter, was about 18 years old, 10 years older than the only other child, a boy named after his father. William and Margaret Dixon were rather superior people, of a character belonging, as far as I have seen, exclusively to the class of Westmoreland and Cumberland statesmen, just, independent, upright, not much given to much speaking, kind-hearted, but not demonstrative, disliking change and new ways and new people, sensible and shrewd, each household self-contained, and its members having little curiosity as to their neighbours, with whom they rarely met for any social intercourse, save at the stated times of sheep-shearing and Christmas, having a certain kind of sober pleasure in amassing money, which occasionally made them miserable, as they call miserly people up in the north, in their old age, reading no light or ephemeral literature, but the grave, solid books brought around by the pedlars, such as the Paradise Lost and Regained, the Death of Abel, the Spiritual Quixote, and the Pilgrim's Progress, were to be found in nearly every house, the men occasionally going off laking, i.e. playing, i.e. drinking for days together, and having to be hunted up by anxious wives, who dared not leave their husbands to the chances of the wild precipitous roads, but walked miles and miles, lantern in hand, in the dead of night, to discover and guide the solemnly drunken husbands home, who had a dreadful headache the next day, and the day after that came forth as grave and sober and virtuous looking as if there were no such thing as malt and spirituous liquors in the world, and who were seldom reminded of their misdoings by their wives, to whom such occasional outbreaks were as things of course, when once the immediate anxiety produced by them was over. Such were, such are, the characteristics of a class now passing away from the face of the land, as their compeers, the yeomen, have done before them. Of such was William Dixon. He was a shrewd, clever farmer in his day and generation, when shrewdness was rather shown in the breeding and rearing of sheep and cattle than in the cultivation of land. Owing to this character of his, statesmen from a distance beyond Kendal or from Borrowdale, of greater wealth than he, would send their sons to be farm servants for a year or two with him, in order to learn some of his methods before setting up on land of their own. When Susan, his daughter, was about 17, one Michael Hurst was farm servant at Ewe Nook. He worked with the master, and lived with the family, and was in all respects treated as an equal, except in the field. His father was a wealthy statesman at Withburn, up beyond Grasmere, and through Michael's servitude the families had become acquainted, and the Dixons went over to the High Beck sheep shearing, and the Hursts came down by the Red Bank and the Lochrig Tarn, and across the Oxen Fell, when there was the Christmas-tide feasting at Ewe Nook. The fathers strolled around the fields together, examining cattle and sheep, and looked knowing over each other's horses. The mothers inspected the dairies and household arrangements, each openly admiring the plans of the other, but secretly preferring their own. Both fathers and mothers cast a glance from time to time at Michael and Susan, who were thinking of nothing less than farm or dairy, but whose unspoken attachment was, in all ways, so suitable and natural a thing that each parent rejoiced over it, although with characteristic reserve it was never spoken about, not even between husband and wife. Susan had been a strong, independent, healthy girl, a clever help to her mother, and a spirited companion to her father, more of a man in her, as he often said, than her delicate little brother ever would have. He was his mother's darling, although she loved Susan well. There was no positive engagement between Michael and Susan. I doubt whether even plain words of love had been spoken, when one winter-time Margaret Dixon was seized with inflammation consequent upon a neglected cold. She had always been strong and notable, and had been too busy to attend to the earliest symptoms of illness. It would go off, she said to the woman who helped in the kitchen, or if she did not feel better when they had got the hams and bacon out of hand, she would take some herb tea and nurse up a bit. But death could not wait till the hams and bacon were cured. He came on with rapid strides, and shooting arrows of portentous agony. Susan had never seen illness, never knew how much she loved her mother till now, when she felt a dreadful, instinctive certainty that she was losing her. Her mind was thronged with recollections of the many times she had slighted her mother's wishes. Her heart was full of the echoes of careless and angry replies that she had spoken. What would she not now give to have opportunities of service and obedience, and trials of her patience and love, for that dear mother who lay gasping in torture? And yet Susan had been a good girl and an affectionate daughter. The sharp pain went off, and delicious ease came on, yet still her mother sunk. In the midst of this languid peace she was dying. She motioned Susan to her bedside, for she could only whisper, and then, while the father was out of the room, she spoke as much to the eager, hungering eyes of her daughter, by the motion of her lips, as by the slow, feeble sounds of her voice. "Susan, lass, thou must not fret. It is God's will, and thou wilt have a deal to do. Keep father straight if thou canst, and if he goes out Ulverston ways, see that thou meet him before he gets to the old quarry. It's a dree bit for a man who has had a drop. As for Lil Will—" Here the poor woman's face began to work, and her fingers to move nervously, as they lay on the bed quilt. "Lil will miss me most of all. Father's often vexed with him because he's not a quick, strong lad. He is not, my poor Lil chap, and father thinks he's saucy because he cannot always stomach oat-cake and porridge. There's better than £3 in the old black teapot on the top shelf of the cupboard. Just keep a piece of loaf-bread by you, Susan dear, for Will to come to when he's not taken his breakfast. I have, maybe, spoilt him, but there'll be no one to spoil him now." She began to cry, a low, feeble cry, and covered up her face, that Susan might not see her. That dear face! Those precious moments while yet the eyes could look out with love and intelligence. Susan laid her head down close by her mother's ear. "Mother, I'll take tent of Will. Mother, do you hear? He shall not want aught I can give or get for him, least of all the kind words which you had ever ready for us both. Bless you, my own mother. Thou'lt promise me that, Susan, wilt thou? I can die easy if thou'lt take charge of him. But he's hardly like other folk. He tries father at times, though I think father'll be tender of him when I'm gone, for my sake. And, Susan, there's one thing more. I never spoke on it for fear of the bairn being called a tell-tale. But I just comforted him up. He vexes Michael at times, and Michael has struck him before now. I did not want to make a stir, but he's not strong, and a word from thee, Susan, will go a long way with Michael." Susan was as red now as she had been pale before. It was the first time that her influence over Michael had been openly acknowledged by a third person, and a flash of joy came athwart the solemn sadness of the moment. Her mother had spoken too much, and now came on the miserable faintness. She never spoke again coherently, but when her children and her husband stood by her bedside, she took Lil Will's hand and put it into Susan's, and looked at her with imploring eyes. Susan clasped her arms around Will, and leaned her head upon his curly little one, and vowed within herself to be as a mother to him. Henceforward she was all in all to her brother. She was a more spirited and amusing companion to him than his mother had been, from her greater activity, and perhaps also from her originality of character, which often prompted her to perform her habitual actions in some new and racy manner. She was tender to Little Will, when she was prompt and sharp with everybody else. With Michael most of all, for somehow the girl felt that, unprotected by her mother, she must keep up her own dignity, and not allow her lover to see how strong a hold he had upon her heart. He called her hard and cruel, and left her so, and she smiled softly to herself when his back was turned, to think how little he guessed how deeply he was loved. For Susan was merely comely and fine-looking. Michael was strikingly handsome, admired by all the girls for miles round, and quite enough of a country coxcomb to know it and plume himself accordingly. He was the second son of his father. The eldest would have High Beck Farm, of course, but there was a good penny in the Kendal Bank in store for Michael. When harvest was over, he went to Chapel Langdale to learn to dance, and at night, in his merry moods, he would do his steps on the flag floor of the yew-nook kitchen, to the secret admiration of Susan, who had never learnt dancing, but who flouted him perpetually, even while she admired, in accordance with the rule she seemed to have made for herself about keeping him at a distance so long as he lived under the same roof with her. One evening he sulked at some saucy remark of hers, he sitting in the chimney-corner with his arms on his knees, and his head bent forward, lazily gazing into the wood-fire on the hearth, and luxuriating in rest after a hard day's labour. She sitting among the geraniums on the long, low window-seat, trying to catch the last slanting rays of the autumnal light, to enable her to finish stitching a shirt-collar for Will, who lounged full length on the flags at the other side of the hearth to Michael, poking the burning wood from time to time with a long hazel stick to bring out the leap of glittering sparks. "And if you can dance a threesome reel, what good does it do ye?" asked Susan, looking askance at Michael, who had just been vaunting his proficiency. "Does it help you plough, or reap, or even climb the rocks to take a raven's nest? If I were a man, I'd be ashamed to give in to such softness." "If you were a man, you'd be glad to do anything which made the pretty girls stand round and admire." "As they do to you, eh? Ho, Michael, that would not be my way of being a man." "What would, then?" asked he, after a pause, during which he had expected in vain that she would go on with her sentence. No answer. "I should not like you as a man, Susie. You'd be too hard and headstrong." "Am I hard and headstrong?" asked she, with as indifferent a tone as she could assume, but which yet had a touch of pique in it. His quick ear detected the inflection. "No, Susie, you're wilful at times, and that's right enough. I don't like a girl without spirit. There's a mighty pretty girl come to the dancing class, but she's all milk and water. Her eyes never flash like yours when you're put out. Why, I can see them flame across the kitchen like a cat's in the dark. Now, if you were a man, I should feel queer before those looks of yours. As it is, I rather like them, because—" "Because what?" asked she, looking up and perceiving that he had stolen close up to her. "Because I can make all right in this way," said he, kissing her suddenly. "Can you?" said she, wrenching herself out of his grasp, and panting half with rage. "Take that, by way of proof that making right is none so easy." And she boxed his ear pretty sharply. He went back to his seat, discomfited and out of temper. She could no longer see to look, even if her face had not burnt and her eyes dazzled, but she did not choose to move her seat, so she still persevered her stooping attitude, and pretended to go on sewing. "Eleanor Hebthwaite may be milk and water," muttered he, "but—" "Confound thee, lad! What art doing?" exclaimed Michael, as a great piece of burning wood was cast into his face by an unlucky poke of Will's. "Thou great lounging clumsy chap, I'll teach thee better." And with one or two good round kicks he sent the lad whimpering away into the back kitchen. When he had a little recovered himself from his passion, he saw Susan standing before him, her face looking strange and almost ghastly by the reversed position of the shadows, arising from the firelight shining upward right under it. "I tell thee what, Michael," said she, "that lad's motherless, but not friendless." "His own father lathers him, and why should not I, when he's given me such a burn on my face?" said Michael, putting up his hand to his cheek, as if in pain. "His father's his father, and there is nought more to be said. But if he did burn thee, it was by accident, and not o' purpose, as thou kicked him. It's a mercy if his ribs are not broken. He howls loud enough, I'm sure. I might ha' kicked many a lad twice as hard, and they'd ne'er ha' said aught but damn ye. But yon lad must needs cry out like a stuck pig if one touches him," replied Michael sullenly. Susan went back to the window-seat, and looked absently out of the window at the drifting clouds for a minute or two, while her eyes filled with tears. Then she got up and made for the outer door, which led into the back kitchen. Before she reached it, however, she heard a low voice, whose music made her thrill, say, "Susan, Susan." Her heart melted within her, but it seemed like treachery to her poor boy, like faithlessness to her dead mother, to turn to her lover, while the tears which he had caused to flow were yet unwiped on Will's cheeks. So she seemed to take no heed, but passed into the darkness, and, guided by the sobs, she found her way to where Will sat crouched among disused tubs and churns. "Come out wi' me, lad." And they went into the orchard, where the fruit-trees were bare of leaves, but ghastly in their tattered covering of grey moss, and the soughing November wind came with long sweeps over the fells till it rattled among the crackling boughs, underneath which the brother and sister sat in the dark, he in her lap, and she hushing his head against her shoulder. "Thou shouldst not play with fire. It's a naughty trick. Thou'lt suffer for it in worse ways nor this before thou'st done, I'm afeard. I should ha' hit thee twice as lungious kicks as Mike, if I'd been in his place." "He didna hurt thee, I'm sure," she assumed, half as a question. "Yes, but he did. He turned me quite sick." And he let his head fall languidly down on his sister's breast. Come, lad," she said anxiously. "Be a man. It was not much that I saw. Why, when first the red cow came, she kicked me far harder for offering to milk her before her legs were tied. See thee, here's a peppermint drop, and I'll make thee a pasty to-night. Only don't give way so, for it hurts me sore to think that Michael has done thee any harm, my pretty." Willie roused himself up, and put back the wet and ruffled hair from his heated face, and he and Susan rose up, and hand in hand went towards the house, walking slowly and quietly, except for a kind of sob which Willie could not repress. Susan took him to the pump and washed his tear-stained face, till she thought she had obliterated all traces of the recent disturbance, arranging his curls for him, and then she kissed him tenderly, and let him in, hoping to find Michael in the kitchen, and make all straight between them. But the blaze had dropped down into darkness. The wood was a heap of grey ashes in which the sparks ran hither and thither. But, even in the groping darkness, Susan knew by the sinking at her heart that Michael was not there. She threw another brand on the hearth, and lighted the candle, and sat down to her work in silence. Willie cowered on his stool by the side of the fire, eyeing his sister from time to time, and sorry and oppressed, he knew not why, by the sight of her grave, almost stern face. No one came. They too were in the house alone. The old woman who helped Susan with the household work had gone out for the night to some friend's dwelling. William Dixon, the father, was up on the fells seeing after his sheep. Susan had no heart to prepare the evening meal. "Susie, darling, are you angry with me?" said Willie, in his little piping, gentle voice. he had stolen up to his sister's side. "I won't ever play with fire again, and I'll not cry if Michael does kick me. Only don't look so like dead mother. Don't, please don't," he exclaimed, hiding his face on her shoulder. "I'm not angry, Willie," said she. "Don't be feared on me. You want your supper, and you shall have it, and don't you be feared on Michael. He shall give reason for every hair of your head that he touches. He shall." When William Dixon came home, he found Susan and Willie sitting together, hand in hand, and apparently pretty cheerful. He bade them go to bed, for that he would sit up for Michael, and the next morning when Susan came down she found that Michael had started an hour before with the cart for Lyme. It was a long day's work. Susan knew it would be late, perhaps later than on the preceding night, before he returned, at any rate past her usual bedtime, and on no account would she stop up a minute beyond that hour in the kitchen, whatever she might do in her bedroom. Here she sat and watched till past midnight, and when she saw him coming up the brow with the carts, she knew full well, even in that faint moonlight, that his gait was the gait of man in liquor. But though she was annoyed and mortified to find in what way he had chosen to forget her, the fact did not disgust or shock her as it would have done many a girl, even at that day, who had not been brought up as Susan had, among a class who considered it no crime, but rather a mark of spirit in a man to get drunk occasionally. Nevertheless, she chose to hold herself very high all the next day, when Michael was, perforce, obliged to give up any attempt to do heavy work, and hung about the outbuildings and farm in a very disconsolate and sickly state. Willie had far more pity on him than Susan. Before evening, Willie and he were fast, and on his side ostentatious friends. Willie rode the horses down to the water. Willie helped him to chop wood. Susan sat gloomily at her work, hearing an indistinct but cheerful conversation going on in the shippen, while the cows were being milked. She almost felt irritated with her little brother, as if he were a traitor, and had gone over to the enemy in the very battle she was fighting in his cause. She was alone, with no one to speak to, while they prattled on, regardless if she were glad or sorry. Soon Willie burst in. "Susan, Susan, come with me. I've something so pretty to show you." "Round the corner of the barn. Run, run." He was dragging her along, half reluctant, half desirous of some change in that weary day. Round the corner of the barn, and caught hold of by Michael, who stood there awaiting her. "Oh, Willie," cried she, "you naughty boy, there is nothing pretty. What have you brought me here for? Let me go, I won't be held." "Only one word." "Nay, if you wish it so much, you may go," said Michael, suddenly loosing his hold as she struggled. But now she was free, she only drew off a step or two, murmuring something about Willie. "You are going, then?" said Michael, with seeming sadness. "You won't hear me say a word of what is in my heart?" "How can I tell whether it is what I should like to hear?" replied she, still drawing back. "That is just what I want you to tell me. I want you to hear it, and then to tell me whether you like it or not." "Well, you may speak," replied she, turning her back and beginning to plait the hem of her apron. He came close to her ear. "I'm sorry I hurt Willie the other night. He has forgiven me. Can you?" "You hurt him very badly," she replied, "but you are right to be sorry. I forgive you." "Stop, stop," said he, laying his hand upon her arm. "There is something more I've got to say. I want you to be my—" What is it they call it, Susan?" "I don't know," said she, half laughing, but trying to get away with all her might now, and she was a strong girl, but she could not manage it. "You do. What is it I want you to be?" "I tell you I don't know, and you had best be quiet, and just let me go in, or I shall think you're as bad now as you were last night." "And how did you know what I was last night? It was past 12 when I came home. Were you watching? Ah, Susan, be my wife, and you shall never have to watch for a drunken husband. If I were your husband, I would come straight home, and count every minute and hour till I saw your bonny face. Now you know what I want you to be. I ask you to be my wife. Will you, my own dear Susan?" She did not speak for some time. Then she only said, "Ask father." And now she was really off like a lapwing around the corner of the barn, and up in her own little room, crying with all her might, before the triumphant smile had left Michael's face where he stood. The "ask father" was a mere form to be gone through. Old Daniel Hurst and William Dixon had talked over what they could respectively give their children long before this, and that was the parental way of arranging such matters. When the probable amount of worldly gear that he could give his child had been named by each father, the young folk, as they said, might take their own time in coming to the point which the old men, with the prescience of experience, saw that they were drifting to. No need to hurry them, for they were both young, and Michael, though active enough, was too thoughtless, old Daniel said, to be trusted with the entire management of a farm. Meanwhile his father would look about him, and see after all the farms that were to be let. Michael had a shrewd notion of this preliminary understanding between the fathers, and so felt less daunted than he might otherwise have done at making the application for Susan's hand. It was all right. There was not an obstacle, only a deal of good advice, which the lover thought might have as well been spared, and which it must be confessed he did not much attend to, although he assented to every part of it. Then Susan was called downstairs, and slowly came dropping into view down the steps which led from the two family apartments into the house-place. She tried to look composed and quiet, but it could not be done. She stood side by side with her lover, with her head drooping, her cheeks burning, not daring to look up or move, while her father made the newly betrothed a somewhat formal address, in which he gave his consent, and many a piece of worldly wisdom beside. Susan listened as well as she could for the beating of her heart, but when her father solemnly and sadly referred to his own lost wife, she could keep from sobbing no longer, but throwing her apron over her face, she sat down on the bench by the dresser, and fairly gave way to pent-up tears. Oh, how strangely sweet to be comforted as she was comforted, by tender caress and many a low-whispered promise of love. Her father sat by the fire, thinking of the days that were gone. Willie was still out of doors, but Susan and Michael felt no one's presence or absence. They only knew they were together as betrothed husband and wife. In a week or two they were formally told of the arrangements to be made in their favour. A small farm in the neighbourhood happened to fall vacant, and Michael's father offered to take it for him, and be responsible for the rent for the first year, while William Dixon was to contribute a certain amount of stock, and both fathers were to help towards the furnishing of the house. Susan received all this information in a quiet, indifferent way. She did not much care for any of these preparations, which were to hurry her through the happy hours. She cared least of all for the money amount of dowry and of substance. It jarred on her to be made the confidant of occasional slight repinings of Michael's, as one by one his future father-in-law set aside a beast or a pig for Susan's portion, which were not always the best animals of their kind upon the farm. But he also complained of his own father's stinginess, which somewhat, though not much, alleviated Susan's dislike to being awakened out of her pure dream of love to the consideration of worldly wealth. But in the midst of all this bustle, Willie moped and pined. He had the same chord of delicacy running through his mind that made his body feeble and weak. He kept out of the way, and was apparently occupied in whittling and carving uncouth heads on hazel sticks in an outhouse. But he positively avoided Michael, and shrunk away even from Susan. She was too much occupied to notice this at first. Michael pointed it out to her, saying with a laugh, "Look at Willie. He might be a cast-off lover and jealous of me. He looks so dark and downcast at me." Michael spoke this jest out loud, and Willie burst into tears and ran out of the house. "Let me go, said Susan, for her lover's arm was round her waist. "I must go to him if he's fretting. I promised mother I would." She pulled herself away, and went in search of the boy. She sought in byre and barn, through the orchard, where indeed in this leafless winter time there was no great concealment, up into the room where the wool was usually stored in the late summer, and at last she found him sitting at bay, like some hunted creature, up behind the woodstack. "What are ye gone for, lad, and me seeking you everywhere?" asked she, breathless. "I did not know you would seek me. I've been away many a time, and no one has cared to seek me," said he, crying afresh. "Nonsense," replied Susan. "Don't be so foolish, ye little good-for-naught." But she crept up to him in the hole he had made underneath the great brown sheaves of wood, and squeezed herself down by him. "What for should folk seek after you, when you get away from them whenever you can?" asked she. "They don't want me to stay. Nobody wants me. If I go with father, he says I hinder more than I help. You used to like to have me with you, but now you've taken up with Michael, and you'd rather I was away, and I can just bide away, but I cannot stand Michael jeering at me. He's got you to love him, and that might serve him." "But I love you too, dearly, lad," said she, putting her arm round his neck. "Which on us do you like best?" said he wistfully, after a little pause, putting her arm away so that he might look in her face, and see if she spoke truth. She went very red. "You should not ask such questions. They are not fit for you to ask, nor for me to answer." "But mother bade you love me," said he plaintively, "and so I do, and so I ever will do. Lover nor husband shall come betwixt thee and me, lad, ne'er a one of them. That I promise thee, as I promised mother before, in the sight of God, and with her hearkening now, if ever she can hearken to earthly word again. Only I cannot abide to have thee fretting, just because my heart is large enough for two. And thou'lt love me always?" "Always and ever, and the more thou'lt love Michael," said she, dropping her voice. "I'll try," said the boy, sighing, for he remembered many a harsh word and blow of which his sister knew nothing. She would have risen up to go away, but he held her tight, for here and now she was all his own, and he did not know when such a time might come again. So the two sat crouched up and silent, till they heard the horn blowing at the field gate, which was the summons home to any wanderers belonging to the farm, and at this hour of the evening signified that supper was ready. Then the two went in. Section 20 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Half a Lifetime Ago, Part 2. Susan and Michael were to be married in April. He had already gone to take possession of his new farm, 3 or 4 miles away from New Nook, but that is neighbouring, according to the acceptation of the word in that thinly populated district, when Michael Dixon fell ill. He came home one evening, complaining of headache and pains in his limbs, but seemed to loathe the posset which Susan prepared for him, the treacle posset, which was the homely country remedy against an incipient cold. He took to his bed with a sensation of exceeding weariness, and an odd, unusual, looking back to the days of his youth, when he was a lad living with his parents, in this very house. The next morning he had forgotten all his life since then, and did not know his own children, crying like a newly weaned baby for his mother to come and soothe away his terrible pain. The doctor from Coniston said it was the typhus fever, and warned Susan of its infectious character, and shook his head over his patient. There were no friends near to come and share her anxiety, only good, kind old Peggy, who was faithfulness itself, and 1 or 2 labourers' wives who would fain have helped her, had not their hands been tied by their responsibility to their own families. But somehow Susan neither feared nor flagged. As for fear, indeed she had no time to give way to it, for every energy of both body and mind was required. Besides, the young have had too little experience of the danger of infection to dread it much. She did indeed wish, from time to time, that Michael had been at home to have taken Willie over to his father's at High Beck, but then again the lad was docile and useful to her, and his fectlessness in many things might make him harshly treated by strangers. So, perhaps, it was as well that Michael was away at Appleby Fair, or even beyond that, gone into Yorkshire after horses. Her father grew worse, and the doctor insisted on sending over a nurse from Coniston. Not a professed nurse, Coniston could not have supported such a one, but a widow who was ready to go where the doctor sent her for the sake of the payment. When she came, Susan suddenly gave way. She was felled by the fever herself, and lay unconscious for long weeks. Her consciousness returned to her one spring afternoon. Early spring, April, her wedding month. There was a little fire burning in the small corner grate, and the flickering of the blaze was enough for her to notice in her weak state. She felt that there was some one sitting on the window side of her bed, behind the curtain, but she did not care to know who it was. It was even too great a trouble for her languid mind to consider who it was likely to be. She would rather shut her eyes and melt off again into the gentle luxury of sleep. The next time she wakened, the Coniston nurse perceived her movement, and made her a cup of tea, which she drank with eager relish, but still they did not speak. And once more Susan lay motionless, not asleep, but strangely, pleasantly conscious of all the small chamber and household sounds, the fall of a cinder on the hearth, the fitful singing of the half-empty kettle, the cattle tramping out to the field again after they had been milked, the aged step on the creaking stair, old Peggy's, as she knew. It came to her door, it stopped. The person outside listened for a moment, and then lifted the wooden latch, and looked in. The watcher by the bedside arose and went to her. Susan would have been glad to see Peggy's face once more, but was far too weak to turn, so she lay and listened. "How is she?" whispered one trembling, aged voice. Better, replied the other. She's been awake and had a cup of tea. She'll do now. Has she asked after him? Hush. No, she has not spoken a word. Poor lass, poor lass. The door was shut. A weak feeling of sorrow and self-pity came over Susan. What was wrong? Whom had she loved? And dawning, slowly rose the sun of her former life, and all particulars were made distinct to her. She felt that some sorrow was coming to her, and cried over it before she knew what it was, or had strength enough to ask. In the dead of night, and she had never slept again, she softly called to the watcher, and asked, "Who?" "Who what?" replied the woman, with a conscious affright, ill-veiled by a poor assumption of ease. "Lie still. There's a darling, and go to sleep. Sleep's better for you than all the doctor's stuff." "Who?" repeated Susan. "Something is wrong. Who?" "Oh dear," said the woman, "there's nothing wrong. Willie has taken the turn, and is doing nicely." "Father?" "Well, he's all right now," she answered, looking another way, as if seeking for something. "Then it's Michael. Oh me, oh me!" She set up a succession of weak, plaintive, hysterical cries before the nurse could pacify her, by declaring that Michael had been at the house not 3 hours before to ask after her, and looked as well and as hearty as ever man did. "And you heard of no harm to him since?" inquired Susan. "Bless the lass! No, for sure. I ne'er heard his name named since I saw him go out of the yard as stout a man as ever trod shoe-leather." It was well, as the nurse said afterwards to Peggy, that Susan had been so easily pacified by the equivocating answer in respect to her father. If she had pressed the questions home in his case, as she did in Michael's, she would have learnt that he was dead, and buried more than a month before. It was well, too, that in a weak state of convalescence, which lasted long after this first day of consciousness, her perceptions were not sharp enough to observe the sad change that had taken place in Willie. His bodily strength returned. His appetite was something enormous, but his eyes wandered continually. His regard could not be arrested. His speech became slow, impeded, and incoherent. People began to say that the fever had taken away the little wit Willie Dixon had ever possessed, and that they feared that he would end in being a natural, as they called an idiot in the Dales. The habitual affection and obedience to Susan lasted longer than any other feeling that the boy had had previous to his illness, and perhaps this made her be the last to perceive what every one else had long anticipated. She felt the awakening rude when it did come. It was in this wise. One June evening she sat out of doors under the yew tree knitting. She was pale still from her recent illness, and her languor, joined to the fact of her black dress, made her look more than usually interesting. She was no longer the buoyant, self-sufficient Susan, equal to every occasion. The men were bringing in the cows to be milked, and Michael was about in the yard, giving orders and directions with somewhat of the air of a master, for the farm belonged of right to Willie, and Susan had succeeded to the guardianship of her brother. Michael and she were to be married as soon as she was strong enough, so, perhaps, his authoritative manner was justified, but the labourers did not like it, although they said little. They remembered him a stripling on the farm, knowing far less than they did, and often glad to shelter his ignorance of all agricultural matters behind their superior knowledge. They would have taken orders from Susan with far more willingness, nay, Willie himself might have commanded them, and from the old hereditary feeling towards the owners of land, they would have obeyed him with far greater cordiality then than they now showed to Michael. But Susan was tired with even 3 rounds of knitting, and seemed not to notice or to care how things went on around her. And Willie, poor Willie, there he stood lounging against the door-sill, enormously grown and developed to be sure, but with restless eyes and ever open mouth, and every now and then setting up a strange kind of howling cry, and then smiling vacantly to himself at the sound he had made. As the 2 old labourers passed him, they looked at each other ominously and shook their heads. "Willie, darling," said Susan, "don't make that noise. It makes my head ache." She spoke feebly, and Willie did not seem to hear. At any rate, he continued his howl from time to time. "Hold thy noise, wilt thou?" said Michael, roughly, as he passed near him, and threatening him with his fist. Susan's back was turned to the pair. The expression of Willie's face changed from vacancy to fear, and he came shambling up to Susan, and put her arm round him, and, as if protected by that shelter, he began making faces at Michael. Susan saw what was going on, and, as if now first struck by the strangeness of her brother's manner, she looked anxiously at Michael for an explanation. Michael was irritated at Willie's defiance of him, and did not mince the matter. "It's just that the fever has left him silly. He never was as wise as other folk, and now I doubt if he will ever get right." Susan did not speak, but she went very pale, and her lip quivered. She looked long and wistfully at Willie's face, as he watched the motion of the ducks in the great stable pool. He laughed softly to himself every now and then. "Willie likes to see the ducks go overhead," said Susan, instinctively adopting the form of speech she would have used to a young child. "Willie, boo! Willie, boo!" he replied, clapping his hands and avoiding her eye. "Speak properly, Willie," said Susan, making a strong effort at self-control, and trying to arrest his attention. "You know who I am. Tell me my name." She grasped his arm almost painfully tight to make him attend. Now he looked at her, and for an instant a gleam of recognition quivered over his face, but the exertion was evidently painful, and he began to cry at the vainness of the effort to recall her name. He hid his face upon her shoulder with the old affectionate trick of manner. She put him gently away, and went into the house, into her own little bedroom. She locked the door, and did not reply at all to Michael's calls for her, hardly spoke to old Peggy, who tried to tempt her out to receive some homely sympathy, and through the open casement there Section 21 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Half a Lifetime Ago, Part 3. After the stun of the blow came the realization of the consequences. Susan would sit for hours trying patiently to recall and piece together fragments of recollection and consciousness in her brother's mind. She would let him go and pursue some senseless bit of play, and wait until she could catch his eye or his attention again, when she would resume her self-imposed task. Michael complained that she never had a word for him or a minute of time to spend with him now, but she only said she must try, while there was yet a chance, to bring back her brother's lost wits. As for marriage in this state of uncertainty, she had no heart to think of it. Then Michael stormed, and absented himself for 2 or 3 days, but it was of no use. When he came back, he saw that she had been crying till her eyes were all swollen up, and he gathered from Peggy's scoldings, which she did not spare him, that Susan had eaten nothing since he went away, but she was as inflexible as ever. Not just yet, only not just yet, and don't say again that I do not love you, said she, suddenly hiding herself in his arms. And so matters went on through August. The crop of oats was gathered in. The wheat-field was not ready as yet, when one fine day Michael drove up in a borrowed shandry, and offered to take Willie a ride. His manner, when Susan asked him where he was going to, was rather confused, but the answer was straight and clear enough. He had business in Ambleside. He would never lose sight of the lad, and have him back safe and sound before dark. So Susan let him go. Before night they were home again, Willie in high delight at a little rattling paper windmill that Michael had bought for him in the street, and striving to imitate this new sound with perpetual buzzings. Michael, too, looked pleased. Susan knew the look, although afterwards she remembered that he had tried to veil it from her, and had assumed a grave appearance of sorrow whenever he caught her eye. He put up his horse, for, although he had 3 miles further to go, the moon was up, the bonny harvest moon, and he did not care how late he had to drive on such a road by such a light. After the supper which Susan had prepared for the travellers was over, Peggy went upstairs to see Willie safe in bed, for he had to have the same care taken of him that a little child of 4 years old requires. Michael drew near to Susan. "Susan," said he, "I took Will to see Dr. Preston at Kendal. He's the first doctor in the county. I thought it were better for us, for you, to know at once what chance there were for him." "Well," said Susan, looking eagerly up. She saw the same strange glance of satisfaction, the same instant change to apparent regret and pain. "What did he say?" she said. "Speak, can't you?" "He said he would never get better of his weakness." "Never?" "No, never. It's a long word, and hard to bear, and there's worse to come, dearest. The doctor thinks he will get badder from year to year, and he said, if he was us, he would send him off in time to Lancaster Asylum. They've ways there, both of keeping such people in order and making them happy. I only tell you what he said," continued he, seeing the gathering storm in her face. "There was no harm in his saying it," she replied, with great self-constraint, forcing herself to speak coldly instead of angrily. "Folk is welcome to their opinions." They sat silent for a minute or two, her breast heaving with suppressed feeling. "He's counted a very clever man," said Michael at length. "He may be. He's none of my clever men, nor am I going to be guided by him, whatever he may think. And I don't thank them that went and took my poor lad to have such harsh notions formed about him. If I'd been there, I could have called out the sense that is in him. Well, I'll not say more to-night, Susan. You're not taking it rightly, and I'd best be gone, and leave you to think it over. I'll not deny they are hard words to hear, but there's sense in them, as I take it, and I reckon you'll have to come to 'em. Anyhow, it's a bad way of thanking me for my pains, and I don't take it well in you, Susan," said he, getting up, as if offended. "Michael, I'm beside myself with sorrow. Don't blame me if I speak sharp. He and me is the only ones, you see, and mother did so charge me to have a care of him. And this is what he's come to, poor little chap." She began to cry, and Michael to comfort her with caresses. "Don't," said she. "It's no use trying to make me forget poor Willie is a natural. I could hate myself for being happy with you, even for just a little minute. Go away, and leave me to face it out. And you'll think it over, Susan, and remember what the doctor says?" "I can't forget it," said she. She meant she could not forget what the doctor had said about the hopelessness of her brother's case. Michael had referred to the plan of sending Willie away to an asylum, or madhouse, as they were called in that day and place. The idea had been gathering force in Michael's mind for some time. He had talked it over with his father, and secretly rejoiced over the possession of the farm and land, which would then be his, in fact, if not in law, by right of his wife. He had always considered the good penny her father could give her in his catalogue of Susan's charms and attractions, but of late he had grown to esteem her as the heiress of Hugh Nook. He too should have land like his brother, land to possess, to cultivate, to make profit from, to bequeath. For some time he had wondered that Susan had been so much absorbed in Willie's present, that she had never seemed to look forward to his future state. Michael had long felt the boy to be a trouble, but of late he had absolutely loathed him. His gibbering, his uncouth gestures, his loose, shambling gait, all irritated Michael inexpressibly. He did not come near the Hugh Nook for a couple of days. He thought that he would leave her time to become anxious to see him and reconciled to his plan. They were strange, lonely days to Susan. They were the first she had spent face to face with the sorrows that had turned her from a girl into a woman, for hitherto Michael had never let 24 hours pass by without coming to see her since she had had the fever. Now that he was absent, it seemed as though some cause of irritation was removed from Will, who was much more gentle and tractable than he had been for many weeks. Susan thought that she observed him making efforts at her bidding, and there was something piteous in the way in which he crept up to her and looked wistfully in her face, as if asking her to restore him the faculties that he felt to be wanting. "I never will let thee go, lad, never. There's no knowing where they would take thee to, or what they would do with thee. As it says in the Bible, naught but death shall part thee and me." The countryside was full, in those days, of stories of the brutal treatment offered to the insane, stories that were, in fact, but too well founded, and the truth of one of which would only have been a sufficient reason for the strong prejudice existing against all such places. Each succeeding hour that Susan passed alone, or with the poor affectionate lad for her sole companion, served to deepen her solemn resolution never to part with him. So when Michael came, he was annoyed and surprised by the calm way in which she spoke, as if following Dr. Preston's advice was utterly and entirely out of the question. He had expected nothing less than a consent, reluctant it might be, but still a consent, and he was extremely irritated. He could have repressed his anger, but he chose rather to give way to it, thinking that he could thus best work on Susan's affection so as to gain his point. But somehow he overreached himself, and now he was astonished in his turn at the passion of indignation that she burst into. "Thou wilt not bide in the same house with him, sayest thou? There's no need for thy biding, as far as I can tell. There's solemn reason why I should bide with my own flesh and blood, and keep to the word I pledged my mother on her death-bed. But as for thee, there's no tie that I know on to keep thee from going to America or Botany Bay this very night, if that were thy inclination. I will have no more of your threats to make me send my bairn away. If thou marry me, thou'll help me take charge of Willie. If thou doesn't choose to marry me on those terms, why, I can snap my fingers at thee, never fear. I'm not so far gone in love as that. But I will not have thee, if thou say'st it in such a hectoring way that Willie must go out of the house, and the house his own too, before thou'lt set foot in it. Willie bides here, and I bide with him. Thou hast maybe spoken a word too much, said Michael, pale with rage. If I am free, as thou sayest, to go to Canada or Botany Bay, I reckon I'm free to live where I like, and that will not be with a natural who may turn into a madman some day, for aught I know. Choose between him and me, Susie, for I swear to thee thou shan't have both. I have chosen, said Susan, now perfectly composed and still. Whatever comes of it, I bide with Willie. Very well, said Michael, trying to assume an equal composure of manner. Then I'll wish you a very good night. He went out of the house door, half expecting to be called back again, but instead he heard a hasty step inside, and a bolt drawn. Phew, said he to himself, I think I must leave my lady alone for a week or two, and give her time to come to her senses. She'll not find it so easy as she thinks to let me go. So he went past the kitchen window in nonchalant style, and was not seen again at Eunuch for some weeks. How did he pass the time? For the first day or two he was unusually cross with all things and people that came athwart him. Then wheat harvest began, and he was busy and exultant about his heavy crop. Then a man came from a distance to bid for the lease of his farm, which by his father's advice had been offered for sale, as he himself was so soon likely to remove to Eunuch. He had so little idea that Susan really would remain firm to her determination, that he at once began to haggle with the man who came after his farm, showed him the crop just got in, and managed skilfully enough to make a good bargain for himself. Of course the bargain had to be sealed at the public house, and the companions he met with there soon became friends enough to tempt him into Langdale, where again he met with Eleanor Hebthwaite. How did Susan pass the time? For the first day or so she was too angry and offended to cry. She went about her household duties in a quick, sharp, jerking, yet absent way, shrinking one moment from Will, overwhelming him with remorseful caresses the next. The third day of Michael's absence she had the relief of a good fit of crying, and after that she grew softer and more tender. She felt how harshly she had spoken to him, and remembered how angry she had been. She made excuses for him. It was no wonder, she said to herself, that he had been vexed with her, and no wonder he would not give in, when she had never tried to speak gently or to reason with him. She was to blame, and she would tell him so, and tell him once again all that her mother had bade her be to Willie, and all the horrible stories she had heard about the madhouses, and he would be on her side at once. And so she watched for his coming, intending to apologize as soon as ever she saw him. She hurried over her household work, in order to sit quietly at her sewing, and hear the first distant sound of his well-known step or whistle. But even the sound of her flying needle seemed too loud. Perhaps she was losing an exquisite instant of anticipation. So she stopped sewing, and looked longingly out through the geranium leaves, in order that her eye might catch the first stir of the branches in the woody path by which he generally came. Now and then a bird might spring out of the covert, otherwise the leaves were heavily still in the sultry weather of early autumn. Then she would take up her sewing, and with a spasm of resolution she would determine that a certain task should be fulfilled before she would again allow herself the poignant luxury of expectation. Sick at heart was she when the evening closed in, and the chances of that day diminished. Yet she stayed up longer than usual, thinking that if he were coming, if he were only passing along the distant road, the sight of a light in the window might encourage him to make his appearance, even at that late hour, while seeing the house all darkened and shut up might quench any such intention. Very sick and weary at heart she went to bed, too desolate and despairing to cry or make any moan. But in the morning hope came afresh. Another day, another chance, and so it went on for weeks. Peggy understood her young mistress's sorrow full well, and respected it by her silence on the subject. Willie seemed happier now that the irritation of Michael's presence was removed, for the poor idiot had a sort of antipathy to Michael, which was a kind of heart's echo to the repugnance in which the latter held him. Altogether, just at this time, Willie was the happiest of the three. As Susan went into Coniston to sell her butter one Saturday, some inconsiderate person told her that she had seen Michael Hurst the night before. I said inconsiderate, but I might rather have said unobservant, for any one who had spent half an hour in Susan Dixon's company might have seen that she disliked having any reference made to the subjects nearest her heart, were they joyous or grievous. Now she went a little paler than usual, and she had never recovered her colour since she had had the fever, and tried to keep silence. But an irrepressible pang forced out the question. Where? At Thomas Applethwaite's in Langdale. They had a kind of harvest home, and he were there among the young folk, and very thick with Nelly Hebthwaite, old Thomas's niece. Thou'lt have to look after him a bit, Susan. She neither smiled nor sighed. The neighbour who had been speaking to her was struck with the grey stillness of her face. Susan herself felt how well her self-command was obeyed by every little muscle, and said to herself in her Spartan manner, I can bear it without either wincing or blanching. She went home early, at a tearing, passionate pace, trampling and breaking through all obstacles of briar or bush. Willie was moping in her absence, hanging listlessly on the farmyard gate to watch for her. When he saw her, he set up one of his strange inarticulate cries, of which she was now learning the meaning, and came towards her with his loose galloping run, head and limbs all shaking and wagging with pleasant excitement. Suddenly she turned from him and burst into tears. She sat down on a stone by the wayside, not 100 yards from home, and buried her face in her hands, and gave way to a passion of pent-up sorrow. So terrible and full of agony were her low cries, that the idiot stood by her aghast and silent. All his joy gone for the time, but not, like her joy, turned into ashes. Some thought struck him. Yes, the sight of her woe made him think, great as the exertion was. He ran and stumbled and shambled home, buzzing with his lips all the time. She never missed him. He came back in a trice, bringing with him his cherished paper windmill, bought on that fatal day when Michael had taken him into Kendal to have his doom of perpetual idiocy pronounced. He thrust it into Susan's face, her hands, her lap, regardless of the injury his frail plaything thereby received. He leapt before her to think how he had cured all heart sorrow, buzzing louder than ever. Susan looked up at him, and that glance of her sad eyes sobered him. He began to whimper, he knew not why, and she, now comforter in her turn, tried to soothe him by twirling his windmill. But it was broken. It made no noise. It would not go round. This seemed to afflict Susan more than him. She tried to make it right, although she saw the task was hopeless, and while she did so, the tears rained down unheeded from her bent head on the paper toy. "It won't do," said she at last. "It will never do again." And somehow she took the accident and her words as omens of the love that was broken, and that she feared could never be pieced together more. She rose up and took Willy's hand, and the two went slowly into the house. To her surprise, Michael Hurst sat in the house-place. The house-place is a sort of better kitchen, where no cookery is done, but which is reserved for state occasions. Michael had gone in there because he was accompanied by his only sister, a woman older than himself, who was well married beyond Keswick, and who now came for the first time to make acquaintance with Susan. Michael had primed his sister with his wishes regarding Will, and the position in which he stood with Susan, and arriving at Eunoch in the absence of the latter, he had not scrupled to conduct his sister into the guest-room, as he held Mrs. Gale's worldly position in respect and admiration, and therefore wished her to be favourably impressed with all the signs of property which he was beginning to consider as Susan's greatest charms. He had secretly said to himself that if Eleanor Hebthwaite and Susan Dixon were equal in point of richness, he would sooner have Eleanor by far. He had begun to consider Susan as a termagant, and when he thought of his intercourse with her, recollections of her somewhat warm and hasty temper came far more readily to his mind than any remembrance of her generous, loving nature. And now she stood face to face with him, her eyes tear-swollen, her garments dusty, and here and there torn in consequence of her rapid progress through the bushy bypaths. She did not make a favourable impression on the well-clad Mrs. Gale, dressed in her best silk gown, and therefore unusually susceptible to the appearance of another. Nor were Susan's manners gracious or cordial. How could they be, when she remembered what had passed between Michael and herself the last time they met? For her penitence had faded away under the daily disappointment of these last weary weeks. But she was hospitable in substance. She bade Peggy hurry on the kettle, and busied herself among the teacups, thankful that the presence of Mrs. Gale as a stranger would prevent the immediate recurrence to the one subject which she felt must be present in Michael's mind as well as in her own. But Mrs. Gale was withheld by no such feelings of delicacy. She had come ready primed with the case, and had undertaken to bring the girl to reason. There was no time to be lost. It had been prearranged between the brother and sister that he was to stroll out into the farmyard before his sister introduced the subject. But she was so confident in the success of her arguments that she must needs have the triumph of a victory as soon as possible, and accordingly she brought a hailstorm of good reasons to bear upon Susan. Susan did not reply for a long time. She was so indignant at this intermeddling of a stranger in the deep family sorrow and shame. Mrs. Gale thought she was gaining the day, and urged her arguments more pitilessly. Even Michael winced for Susan, and wondered at her silence. He shrunk out of sight and into the shadow, hoping that his sister might prevail, but annoyed at the hard way in which she kept putting the case. Suddenly Susan turned round from the occupation she had pretended to be engaged in, and said to him in a low voice, which yet not only vibrated itself, but made its hearers thrill through all their obtuseness, "Michael Hurst, does your sister speak truth, think you?" Both women looked at him for his answer. Mrs. Gale without anxiety, for had she not said the very words they had spoken together before? Had she not used the very arguments that he himself had suggested? Susan, on the contrary, looked to his answer as settling her doom for life, and in the gloom of her eyes you might have read more despair than hope. He shuffled his position. He shuffled in his words. "What is it you ask? My sister has said many things." "I ask you," said Susan, trying to give a crystal clearness to both her expressions and her pronunciation, "if, knowing as you do how Will is afflicted, you will help me to take that charge of him which I promised my mother on her deathbed that I would do, and which means that I shall keep him always with me, and do all in my power to make his life happy. If you will do this, I will be your wife. If not, I remain unwed." "But he may get dangerous. He can be but a trouble. His being here is a pain to you, Susan, not a pleasure." "I ask you for either yes or no," said she, a little contempt at his evading her question mingling with her tone. He perceived it, and it nettled him. "And I have told you. I answered your question the last time I was here. I said I would ne'er keep house with an idiot. No more I will. So now you've gotten your answer." "I have," said Susan, and she sighed deeply. "Come now," said Mrs. Gale, encouraged by the sigh. "One would think you don't love Michael, Susan, to be so stubborn in yielding to what I am sure would be best for the lad." "Oh, she does not care for me," said Michael. "I don't believe she ever did." "Don't I? Haven't I?" asked Susan, her eyes blazing out fire. She left the room directly and sent Peggy in to make the tea, and catching at Will, who was lounging about in the kitchen, she went upstairs with him and bolted herself in, straining the boy to her heart, and keeping almost breathless, lest any noise she made might cause him to break out into the howls and sounds which she could not bear that those below should hear. A knock at the door. It was Peggy. "He wants for to see you, to wish you good-bye." "I cannot come." "Oh, Peggy, send them away." It was her only cry for sympathy, and the old servant understood it. She sent them away somehow, not politely, as I have been given to understand. "Good go with them," said Peggy, as she grimly watched their retreating figures. "We're rid of bad rubbish, anyhow." And she turned into the house, with the intention of making ready some refreshment for Susan, after her hard day at the market and her harder evening. But in the kitchen, to which she passed through the empty house-place, making a face of contemptuous dislike at the used teacups and fragments of her meal yet standing there, she found Susan, with her sleeves tucked up and her working apron on, busied in preparing to make clap bread, one of the hardest and hottest domestic tasks of a daleswoman. She looked up, and first met and then avoided Peggy's eye. It was too full of sympathy. Her own cheeks were flushed, and her own eyes were dry and burning. "Where's the board, Peggy? We need clap bread, and, I reckon, I've time to get through with it to-night." Her voice had a sharp, dry tone in it, and her motions a jerking angularity about them. Peggy said nothing, but fetched all that she needed. Susan beat her cakes thin with vehement force. As she stooped over them, regardless even of the task in which she seemed so much occupied, she was surprised by a touch on her mouth of something, what she did not see at first. It was a cup of tea, delicately sweetened and cooled and held to her lips, when exactly ready, by the faithful old woman. Susan held it off a hand's breadth, and looked into Peggy's eyes, while her own filled with the strange relief of tears. "Lass," said Peggy solemnly, "thou hast done well. It is not long to bide, and then the end will come." "But you are very old, Peggy," said Susan, quivering. "It is but a day sin' I were young," replied Peggy. But she stopped the conversation by again pushing the cup with gentle force to Susan's dry and thirsty lips. When she had drunken, she fell again to her labour, Peggy heating the hearth, and doing all that she knew would be required, but never speaking another word. Willie basked close to the fire, enjoying the animal luxury of warmth, for the autumn evenings were beginning to be chilly. It was 1 o'clock before they thought of going to bed on that memorable night. Section 22 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Half a Lifetime Ago, Part 4. The vehemence with which Susan Dixon threw herself into occupation could not last for ever. Times of languor and remembrance would come. Times when she recurred with a passionate yearning to bygone days, the recollection of which was so vivid and delicious that it seemed as though it were the reality, and the present bleak barrenness the dream. She smiled anew at the magical sweetness of some touch or tone which in memory she felt and heard, and drank the delicious cup of poison, although at the very time she knew what the consequences of racking pain would be. "This time last year," thought she, "we went nutting together. This very day last year, just such a day as to-day. Purple and gold were the lights on the hills, the leaves were just turning brown. Here and there on the sunny slopes the stubble fields looked tawny. Down in a cleft of yon purple slate rock the beck fell like a silver glancing thread, all just as it is to-day. And he climbed the slender swaying nut-trees, and bent the branches for me to gather, or made a passage through the hazel copses, from time to time claiming a toll. Who could have thought he loved me so little? Who? Or as the evening closed in, she would allow herself to imagine that she heard his coming step, just that she might recall the feeling of exquisite delight which had passed by without the due and passionate relish at the time. Then she would wonder how she could have had the strength, the cruel self-piercing strength, to say what she had done, to stab herself with that stern resolution of which the scar would remain till her dying day. It might have been right, but as she sickened she wished she had not instinctively chosen the right. How luxurious a life haunted by no stern sense of duty must be, and many led this kind of life. Why could not she? Oh, for 1 hour again of his sweet company! If he came now, she would agree to whatever he proposed. It was a fever of the mind. She passed through it, and came out healthy, if weak. She was capable once more of taking pleasure in following an unseen guide through briar and brake. She returned with tenfold affection to her protecting care of Willie. She acknowledged to herself that he was to be her all in life. She made him her constant companion, for his sake, as the real owner of Ewe Nook, and she as his steward and guardian. She began that course of careful saving, and that love of acquisition, which afterward gained for her the reputation of being miserly. She still thought that he might regain a scanty portion of sense, enough to require some simple pleasures and excitement which would cost money, and money should not be wanting. Peggy rather assisted her in the formation of her parsimonious habits than otherwise. Economy was the order of the district, and a certain degree of respectable avarice the characteristic of her age. Only Willie was never stinted nor hindered of anything that the two women thought could give him pleasure, for want of money. There was one gratification which Susan felt was needed for the restoration of her mind to its more healthy state, after she had passed through the whirling fever, when duty was as nothing, and anarchy reigned, a gratification that somehow was to be her last burst of unreasonableness, of which she knew and recognized pain as the sure consequence. She must see him once more, herself unseen. The week before the Christmas of this memorable year, she went out in the dusk of the early winter evening, wrapped close in shawl and cloak. She wore her dark shawl under her cloak, putting it over her head in lieu of a bonnet, for she knew that she might have to wait long in concealment. Then she tramped over the wet fell path, shut in by misty rain for miles and miles, till she came to the place where he was lodging, a farmhouse in Langdale, with a steep stony lane leading up to it. The lane was entered by a gate out of the main road, and by the gate were a few bushes, thorns, but of them the leaves had fallen, and they offered no concealment. An old wreck of a yew tree grew among them, however, and underneath that Susan cowered down, shrouding her face, of which the colour might betray her, with a corner of her shawl. Long did she wait. Cold and cramped she became, too damp and stiff to change her posture readily, and after all he might never come. But she would wait till daylight, if need were, and she pulled out a crust, with which she had providently supplied herself. The rain had ceased. A dull, still, brooding weather had succeeded. It was a night to hear distant sounds. She heard horses' hoofs striking and plashing in the stones and in the pools of the road at her back. 2 horses, not well ridden or even guided, as she could tell. Michael Hurst and a companion drew near, not tipsy, but not sober. They stopped at the gate to bid each other a maudlin farewell. Michael stooped forward to catch the latch with the hook of the stick which she carried. He dropped the stick, and it fell with one end close to Susan. Indeed, with the slightest change of posture, she could have opened the gate for him. He swore a great oath, and struck his horse with his closed fist, as if that animal had been to blame. Then he dismounted, opened the gate, and fumbled about for his stick. When he had found it, Susan had touched the other end. His first use of it was to flog his horse well. and she had much ado to avoid his kicks and plunges. Then, still swearing, he staggered up the lane, for it was evident he was not sober enough to remount. By daylight Susan was back at her daily labours at Yew Nook. When the spring came, Michael Hurst was married to Eleanor Hebthwaite. Others too were married, and christenings made their firesides merry and glad, or they travelled, and came back after long years with many wondrous tales. More rarely, perhaps, a dalesman changed his dwelling, but to all households more change came than to Yew Nook. There the seasons came round with monotonous sameness, or if they brought mutation, it was of a slow and decaying and depressing kind. Old Peggy died. Her silent sympathy, concealed under much roughness, was a loss to Susan Dixon. Susan was not yet 30 when this happened, but she looked a middle-aged, not to say an elderly woman. People affirmed that she had never recovered her complexion since that fever, a dozen years ago, which killed her father, and left Will Dixon an idiot. But besides her grey sallowness, the lines in her face were strong and deep and hard. The movements of her eyeballs were slow and heavy. The wrinkles at the corners of her mouth and eyes were planted firm and sure. Not an ounce of unnecessary flesh was there on her bones. Every muscle started strongly and ready for use. She needed all this bodily strength to a degree that no human creature, now Peggy was dead, knew of. For Willie had grown up large and strong in body, and in general docile enough in mind. But every now and then he became first moody and then violent. These paroxysms lasted but a day or two, and it was Susan's anxious care to keep their very existence hidden and unknown. It is true that occasional passers-by on that lonely road heard sounds at night of knocking about of furniture, blows and cries, as of some tearing demon within the solitary farmhouse. But these fits of violence usually occurred in the night, and whatever had been their consequence, Susan had tidied and readied up all signs of aught unusual before the morning. For above all she dreaded lest some one might find out in what danger and peril she occasionally was, and might assume a right to take away her brother from her care. The one idea of taking charge of him had deepened and deepened with the years. It was graven into her mind as the object for which she lived. The sacrifice she had made for this object only made it more precious to her. Besides, she separated the idea of the docile, affectionate, loutish, indolent Will, and kept it distinct from the terror which the demon that occasionally possessed him inspired her with. The one was her flesh and her blood, the child of her dead mother. The other was some fiend who came to torture and convulse the creature she so loved. She believed that she fought her brother's battle in holding down these tearing hands, in binding, whenever she could, those uplifted, restless arms, prompt and prone to do mischief. All the time she subdued him with her cunning or her strength, she spoke to him in pitying murmurs, or abused the third person, the fiendish enemy, in no unmeasured tones. Towards morning the paroxysm was exhausted, and he would fall asleep, perhaps only to waken with evil and renewed vigour. But when he was laid down, she would sally out to taste the fresh air, and to work off her wild sorrow in cries and mutterings to herself. The early labourers saw her gestures at a distance, and thought her as crazed as the idiot brother who made the neighbourhood a haunted place. But did any chance person call at Yew Nook later on in the day, He would find Susan Dixon cold, calm, collected, her manner curt, her wits keen. Once this fit of violence lasted longer than usual. Susan's strength, both of mind and body, was nearly worn out. She wrestled in prayer that somehow it might end before she too was driven mad, or worse, might be obliged to give up life's aim and consign Willie to a madhouse. From that moment of prayer, as she afterwards superstitiously thought, Willie calmed, and then he drooped, and then he sank, and last of all he died in reality from physical exhaustion. But he was so gentle and tender as he lay on his dying bed, that such strange childlike gleams of returning intelligence came over his face, long after the power to make his dull inarticulate sounds had departed, that Susan was attracted to him by a stronger tie than she had ever felt before. It was something to have even an idiot loving her with dumb, wistful, animal affection, something to have any creature looking at her with such beseeching eyes, imploring protection from the insidious enemy stealing on. And yet she knew that to him death was no enemy, but a true friend, restoring light and health to his poor clouded mind. It was to her that death was an enemy, to her the survivor. When Willie died, there was no one to love her. Worse doom still, there was no one left on earth for her to love. You now know why no wandering tourist could persuade her to receive him as a lodger, why no tired traveller could melt her heart to afford him rest and refreshment, why long habits of seclusion had given her a moroseness of manner, and how care for the interests of another had rendered her keen and miserly. Section 23 of Round the Sofa, by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. Half a Lifetime Ago, Part 5. In spite of Peggy's prophecy that Susan's life should not seem long, it did seem wearisome and endless, as the years slowly uncoiled their monotonous circles. To be sure, she might have made changes for herself, but she did not care to do it. It was, indeed, more than not caring, which merely implies a certain degree of vis inertiae, to be subdued before an object can be attained, and that the object itself does not seem to be of sufficient importance to call out the requisite energy. On the contrary, Susan exerted herself to avoid change and variety. She had a morbid dread of new faces, which originated in her desire to keep poor dead Willie's state a profound secret. She had a contempt for new customs, and, indeed, her old ways prospered so well under her active hand and vigilant eye that it was difficult to know how they could be improved upon. She was regularly present in Coniston Market, with the best butter and the earliest chickens of the season. Those were the common farm produce that every farmer's wife about had to sell. But Susan, after she had disposed of the more feminine articles, turned too on the man's side. A better judge of a horse or cow there was not in all the country round. Yorkshire itself might have attempted to jockey her, and would have failed. Her corn was sound and clean, her potatoes well preserved to the latest spring. People began to talk of the hoards of money Susan Dixon must have laid up somewhere, and one young ne'er-do-well of a farmer's son undertook to make love to the woman of 40, who looked 55 if a day. he made up to her by opening a gate on the road path home, as she was riding on a bare-backed horse, her purchase not an hour ago. She was off before him, refusing his civility, but the remounting was not so easy, and rather than fail, she did not choose to attempt it. She walked, and he walked alongside, improving his opportunity, which, as he vainly thought, had been consciously granted to him. As they drew near Yew Nook, he ventured on some expression of a wish to keep company with her. His words were vague and clumsily arranged. Susan turned round and coolly asked him to explain himself. He took courage, as he thought of her reputed wealth, and expressed his wishes this second time pretty plainly. To his surprise, the reply she made was in a series of smart strokes across his shoulders, administered through the medium of a supple hazel switch. "Take that," said she, almost breathless, "to teach thee how thou darest make a fool of an honest woman old enough to be thy mother. If thou comest a step nearer the house, there's a good horse-pool, and there's 2 stout fellows who'll like no better fun than ducking thee. Be off with thee." And she strode into her own premises, never looking round to see whether he obeyed her injunction or not. Sometimes 3 or 4 years would pass over without her hearing Michael Hurst's name mentioned. She used to wonder at such times whether he were dead or alive. She would sit for hours by the dying embers of her fire on a winter's evening, trying to recall the scenes of her youth, trying to bring up living pictures of the faces she had then known, Michael's most especially. She thought it was possible, so long had been the lapse of years, that she might now pass by him in the street unknowing and unknown. His outward form she might not recognize, but himself she would feel in the thrill of her whole being. He could not pass her unawares. What little she did hear about him all testified a downward tendency. He drank, not at stated times when there was no other work to be done, but continually, whether it was seed time or harvest. His children were all ill at the same time. Then one died, while the others recovered, but were poor, sickly things. No one dared to give Susan any direct intelligence of her former lover. Many avoided all mention of his name in her presence, but a few spoke out either in indifference to or in ignorance of those bygone days. Susan heard every word, every whisper, every sound that related to him, but her eye never changed, nor did a muscle of her face move. Late one November night she sat over her fire, not a human being besides herself in the house. None but she had ever slept there since Willie's death. The farm labourers had foddered the cattle and gone home hours before. There were crickets chirping all round the warm hearth-stones. There was the clock ticking with the peculiar beat Susan had known from her childhood, and which then and ever since she had oddly associated with the idea of a mother and child talking together, one loud tick and quick, a feeble, sharp one following. The day had been keen and piercingly cold. The whole lift of heaven seemed a dome of iron. Black and frost-bound was the earth under the cruel east wind. Now the wind had dropped, and as the darkness had gathered in, the weather-wise old labourers prophesied snow. The sounds in the air rose again, as Susan sat still and silent. They were of a different character to what they had been during the prevalence of the east wind. Then they had been shrill and piping, now they were like low distant growling, not unmusical, but strangely threatening. Susan went to the window and drew aside the little curtain. The whole world was white. The air was blinded with the swift and heavy fall of snow. At present it came down straight, But Susan knew those distant sounds in the hollows and gullies of the hills portended a driving wind and a more cruel storm. She thought of her sheep. Were they all folded? The new-born calf, was it bedded well? Before the drifts were formed too deep for her to pass in and out, and by the morning she judged that they would be 6 or 7 feet deep, she would go out and see after the comfort of her beasts. She took a lantern and tied a shawl over her head, and went out into the open air. She had tenderly provided for all her animals, and was returning, when, borne on the blast, as if some spirit cry, for it seemed to come rather down from the skies than from any creature standing on earth's level, she heard a voice of agony. She could not distinguish words. It seemed rather as if some bird of prey was being caught in the swirl of the icy wind, and torn and tortured by its violence. Again, up high above. Susan put down her lantern, and shouted loud in return. It was an instinct, for if the creature were not human, which she had doubted but a moment before, what good could her responding cry do? And her cry was seized on by the tyrannous wind, and borne farther away in the opposite direction to that from which the call of agony had proceeded. Again she listened. No sound. Then again it rang through space, and this time she was sure it was human. She turned into the house, and heaped turf and wood on the fire, which, careless of her own sensations, she had allowed to fade and almost die out. She put a new candle in her lantern. She changed her shawl for a Maud, and leaving the door on latch, she sallied out. Just at the moment when her ear first encountered the weird noises of the storm, on issuing forth into the open air, she thought she heard the words, "O God! O help!" They were a guide to her, if words they were, for they came straight from a rock not a quarter of a mile from Yew Nook, but only to be reached, on account of its precipitous character, by a roundabout path. Thither she steered, defying wind and snow, guided by here a thorn-tree, there an old doddered oak, which had not quite lost their identity under the whelming mask of snow. Now and then she stopped to listen, but never a word or sound heard she, till right from where the copsewood grew thick and tangled at the base of the rock round which she was winding, she heard a moan. Into the brake, all snow in appearance, almost a plain of snow looked on from the little eminence where she stood. She plunged, breaking down the bush, stumbling, bruising herself, fighting her way, her lantern held between her teeth, and she herself using head as well as hands to butt away a passage at whatever cost of bodily injury, as she climbed or staggered, owing to the unevenness of the snow-covered ground, where the briars and weeds of years were tangled and matted together. Her foot felt something strangely soft and yielding. She lowered her lantern. There lay a man, prone, on his face, nearly covered by the fast-falling flakes. He must have fallen from the rock above, as, not knowing of the circuitous path, he had tried to descend its steep, slippery face. Who could tell? It was no time for thinking. Susan lifted him up with her wiry strength. He gave no help, no sign of life, but for all that he might be alive. He was still warm. She tied her Maud round him. She fastened the lantern to her apron string. She held him tight, half carrying, half dragging. What did a few bruises signify to him, compared to dear life, to precious life? She got him through the brake, and down the path. There, for an instant, she stopped to take breath, but, as if stung by the Furies, she pushed on again with almost superhuman strength. Clasping him round the waist, and leaning his dead weight against the lintel of the door, she tried to undo the latch. But now, just at this moment, a trembling faintness came over her, and a fearful dread took possession of her, that here, on the very threshold of her home, she might be found dead and buried under the snow when the farm servants came in the morning. This terror stirred her up to one more effort. Then she and her companion were in the warmth of the quiet haven of that kitchen. She laid him on the settle, and sank to the floor by his side. How long she remained in this swoon she could not tell. Not very long, she judged by the fire, which was still red and sullenly glowing when she came to herself. She lighted the candle, and bent over her late burden to ascertain if indeed he were dead. She stood long gazing. The man lay dead. There could be no doubt about it. His filmy eyes glared at her unshut. But Susan was not one to be affrighted by the stony aspect of death. It was not that. It was the bitter, woeful recognition of Michael Hurst. She was convinced he was dead, but after a while she refused to believe in her conviction. She stripped off his wet outer garments with trembling, hurried hands. She brought a blanket down from her own bed. She made up the fire. She swathed him in fresh, warm wrappings, and laid him on the flags before the fire, sitting herself at his head, and holding it in her lap, while she tenderly wiped his loose, wet hair, curly still, although its colour had changed from nut-brown to iron-grey since she had seen it last. From time to time she bent over the face afresh, sick, and fain to believe that the flicker of the firelight was some slight convulsive motion. But the dim, staring eyes struck chill to her heart. At last she ceased her delicate, busy cares, but she still held the head softly, as if caressing it. She thought over all the possibilities and chances in the mingled yarn of their lives, that might by so slight a turn have ended far otherwise. If her mother's cold had been early tended, so that the responsibility as to her brother's weal or woe had not fallen upon her, if the fever had not taken such rough, cruel hold on Will, nay, if Mrs. Gale, that hard, worldly sister, had not accompanied him on his last visit to Yew Nook, his very last before this fatal stormy night, if she had heard his cry uttered by those pale, dead lips, with such wild, despairing agony, not yet 3 hours ago. Oh, if she had but heard it sooner, he might have been saved before that blind, false step had precipitated him down the rock. In going over this weary chain of unrealized possibilities, Susan learnt the force of Peggy's words. Life was short, looking back upon it. It seemed but yesterday since all the love of her being had been poured out and run to waste. The intervening years, the long monotonous years that had turned her into an old woman before her time, were but a dream. The labourers, coming in the dawn of the winter's day, were surprised to see the firelight through the low kitchen window. They knocked, and hearing a moaning answer, they entered, fearing that something had befallen their mistress. For all explanation they got these words: "It is Michael Hurst. He was belated, and fell down the Raven's Crag. Where does Eleanor, his wife, live?" How Michael Hurst got to Yew Nook, no one but Susan ever knew. They thought he had dragged himself there, with some sore internal bruise sapping away his minuted life. They could not have believed the superhuman exertion which had first sought him out, and then dragged him hither. Only Susan knew of that. She gave him into the charge of her servants, and went out and saddled her horse. Where the wind had drifted the snow on one side, and the road was clear and bare, she rode, and rode fast. Where the soft, deceitful heaps were massed up, she dismounted and led her steed, plunging in deep with fierce energy, the pain at her heart urging her onward with a sharp digging spur. The grey, solemn winter's noon was more night-like than the depth of summer's night. Dim purple brooded the low skies over the white earth, as Susan rode up to what had been Michael Hirst's abode while living. It was a small farmhouse, carelessly kept outside, slatternly tended within. The pretty Nelly Hebthwaite was pretty still. Her delicate face had never suffered from any long-enduring feeling. If anything, its expression was that of plaintive sorrow. But the soft, light hair had scarcely a tinge of grey. The wood-rose tint of complexion yet remained, if not so brilliant as in youth. The straight nose, the small mouth were untouched by time. Susan felt the contrast even at that moment. She knew that her own skin was weather-beaten, furrowed, brown, that her teeth were gone, and her hair grey and ragged, and yet she was not 2 years older than Nelly. She had not been, in youth, when she took account of these things. Nelly stood wondering at the strange enough horsewoman who stopped and panted at the door, holding her horse's bridle and refusing to enter. "Where is Michael Hirst?" asked Susan at last. "Well, I can't rightly say. He should have been at home last night, but he was off, seeing after a public-house to be let at Ulverston, for our farm does not answer, and we were thinking—" "He did not come home last night?" said Susan, cutting short the story, and half affirming, half questioning, by way of letting in a ray of the awful light before she let it full in its consuming wrath. "No, he'll be stopping somewhere out Ulverston ways. I'm sure we've need of him at home, for I've no one but little Tommy to help me tend the beasts. Things have not gone well with us, and we don't keep a servant now. But you're trembling all over, ma'am. You'd better come in and take something warm, while your horse rests. That's the stable door to your left." Susan took her horse there, loosened his girths, and rubbed him down with a wisp of straw. Then she looked about her for hay, but the place was bare of food, and smelt damp and unused. She went to the house, thankful for the respite, and got some clap bread, which she mashed up in a pailful of lukewarm water. Every moment was a respite, and yet every moment made her dread the more the task that lay before her. It would be longer than she thought at first. She took the saddle off and hung about her horse, which seemed somehow more like a friend than anything else in the world. She laid her cheek against its neck and rested there before returning to the house for the last time. Eleanor had brought down one of her own gowns, which hung on a chair against the fire, and had made her unknown visitor a cup of hot tea. Susan could hardly bear all these little attentions. They choked her, and yet she was so wet, so weak with fatigue and excitement, that she could neither resist by voice or by action. 2 children stood awkwardly about, puzzled at the scene, and even Eleanor began to wish for some explanation of who her strange visitor was. "You've maybe heard him speak of me. I'm called Susan Dixon." Nelly coloured, and avoided meeting Susan's eye. "I've heard other folk speak of you. He never named your name." This respectful silence came like balm to Susan, balm not felt or heeded at the time it was applied, but very grateful in its effects for all that. "He is at my house," continued Susan, determined not to stop or quaver in the operation, the pain which must be inflicted. "At your house? You, Nook?" questioned Eleanor, surprised. "How came he there?" half jealously. "Did he take shelter from the coming storm? Tell me, there is something. Tell me, woman." "He took no shelter. Would to God he had." "Oh, would to God, would to God!" shrieked out Eleanor, learning all from the woeful import of those dreary eyes. Her cries thrilled through the house. The children's piping wailings and passionate cries on "Daddy, Daddy," pierced into Susan's very marrow, but she remained as still and tearless as the great round face upon the clock. At last, in a lull of crying, she said, not exactly questioning, but as if partly to herself, "You loved him, then?" "Loved him? He was my husband. He was the father of 3 bonny bairns that lie dead in Grasmere churchyard. I wish you'd go, Susan Dixon, and let me weep without your watching me. I wish you'd never come near the place." Alas, alas, it would not have brought him to life. I would have laid down my own to save his. My life has been so very sad. No one would have cared if I had died. Alas, alas. The tone in which she said this was so utterly mournful and despairing that it awed Nelly into quiet for a time. But by and by she said, "I would not turn a dog out to do it harm, but the night is clear, and Tommy shall guide you to the Red Cow. But oh, I want to be alone. If you'll come back to-morrow, I'll be better, and I'll hear all, and thank you for every kindness you have shown him, and I do believe you've shown him kindness, though I don't know why." Susan moved heavily and strangely. She said something. Her words came thick and unintelligible. She had had a paralytic stroke since she had last spoken. She could not go even if she would, nor did Eleanor, when she became aware of the state of the case, wish her to leave. She had her laid on her own bed, and weeping silently all the while for her lost husband, she nursed Susan like a sister. She did not know what her guest's worldly position might be, and she might never be repaid, but she sold many a little trifle to purchase such small comforts as Susan needed. Susan, lying still and motionless, learnt much. It was not a severe stroke. It might be the forerunner of others yet to come, but at some distance of time. But for the present she recovered, and regained much of her former health. On her sick-bed she matured her plans. When she returned to Eunuch, she took Michael Hurst's widow and children with her to live there, and fill up the haunted hearth with living forms that should banish the ghosts. And so it fell out that the latter days of Susan Dixon's life were better than the former. When this narrative was finished, Mrs. Dawson called on our 2 gentlemen, Signor Sperano and Mr. Preston, and told them that they had hitherto been amused or interested, but that it was now their turn to amuse or interest. They looked at each other as if this application of hers took them by surprise, and seemed altogether as much abashed as well-grown men can ever be. Signor Sperano was the first to recover himself. After thinking a little, he said, "Your will, dear lady, is law. Next Monday evening I will bring you an old story which I found among the papers of the good old priest who first welcomed me to England. It was but a poor return for his generous kindness, but I had the opportunity of nursing him through the cholera, of which he died. He left me all that he had, no money, but his scanty furniture, his book of prayers, his crucifix and rosary, and his papers. How some of those papers came into his hands I know not. They had evidently been written many years before the venerable man was born, and I doubt whether he had ever examined the bundles which had come down to him from some old ancestor, or in some strange bequest. His life was too busy to leave any time for the gratification of mere curiosity. I, alas, have only had too much leisure. Next Monday, Signor Sperano read to us the story which I will Section 24 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Poor Clare, Part 1. December the 12th, 1747. My life has been strangely bound up with extraordinary incidents, some of which occurred before I had any connection with the principal actors in them, or, indeed, before I even knew of their existence. I suppose most old men are, like me, more given to looking back upon their own careers with a kind of fond interest and affectionate remembrance, than to watching the events, though these may have far more interest for the multitude, immediately passing before their eyes. If this should be the case with the generality of old people, how much more so with me? If I am to enter upon that strange story connected with poor Lucy, I must begin a long way back. I myself only came to the knowledge of her family history after I knew her. But to make the tale clear to any one else, I must arrange events in the order in which they occurred, not that in which I became acquainted with them. There is a great old hall in the north-east of Lancashire, in a part they call the Trough of Bolland, adjoining that other district named Craven. Starkey Manor House is rather like a number of rooms clustered around a grey, massive old keep than a regularly built hall. Indeed, I suppose that the house only consisted of the great tower in the centre, in the days when the Scots made their raids terrible as far south as this, and that after the Stuarts came in, and there was a little more security of property in those parts, the Starkeys of that time added the lower building, which runs 2 stories high all round the base of the keep. There has been a grand garden laid out in my days on the southern slope near the house, but when I first knew the place, the kitchen garden at the farm was the only piece of cultivated ground belonging to it. The deer used to come within sight of the drawing-room windows, and might have browsed quite close up to the house if they had not been too wild and shy. Starkey Manor House itself stood on a projection or peninsula of high land, jutting out from the abrupt hills that formed the sides of the Trough of Bolland. These hills were rocky and bleak enough towards their summit. Lower down they were clothed with tangled copsewood and green depths of fern, out of which a grey giant of an ancient forest tree would tower here and there, throwing up its ghastly white branches, as if in imprecation to the sky. These trees, they told me, were the remnants of that forest which existed in the days of the Heptarchy, and were even then noted as landmarks. No wonder that their upper and more exposed branches were leafless, and that the dead bark had peeled away from sapless old age. Not far from the house there were a few cottages, apparently of the same date as the keep, probably built for some retainers of the family, who sought shelter, they and their families and their small flocks and herds, at the hands of their feudal landlord. Some of them had pretty much fallen to decay. They were built in a strange fashion. Strong beams had been sunk firm in the ground at the requisite distance, and their other ends had been fastened together, 2 and 2, so as to form the shape of one of those rounded waggon-headed gipsy tents, only very much larger. The spaces between were filled with mud, stones, osiers, rubbish, mortar, anything to keep out the weather. The fires were made in the centre of these rude dwellings, a hole in the roof forming the only chimney. No Highland hut or Irish cabin could be of rougher construction. The owner of this property at the beginning of the present century was a Mr. Patrick Byrne Starkey. His family had kept to the old faith, and were staunch Roman Catholics, esteeming it even a sin to marry any one of Protestant descent, however willing he or she might have been to embrace the Romish religion. Mr. Patrick Starkey's father had been a follower of James II, and, during the disastrous Irish campaign of that monarch, had fallen in love with an Irish beauty, a Miss Byrne, as zealous for her religion and for the Stuarts as himself. He had returned to Ireland after his escape to France, and married her, bearing her back to the court at Saint-Germain. But some licence on the part of the disorderly gentlemen who surrounded King James in his exile had insulted his beautiful wife and disgusted him, so he removed from Saint-Germain to Antwerp, whence in a few years' time he quietly returned to Starkey Manor House, some of his Lancashire neighbours having lent their good offices to reconcile him to the powers that were. He was as firm a Roman Catholic as ever, and as staunch an advocate for the Stuarts and the divine right of kings, but his religion almost amounted to asceticism, and the conduct of those with whom he had been brought in such close contact at Saint-Germain would little bear the inspection of a stern moralist. So he gave his allegiance where he could not give his esteem, and learned to respect sincerely the upright and moral character of one whom he yet regarded as an usurper. King William's government had little need to fear such a one, so he returned, as I have said, with a sobered heart and impoverished fortunes, to his ancestral house, which had fallen sadly to ruin while the owner had been a courtier, a soldier, and an exile. The roads into the Trough of Bolland were little more than cart ruts. Indeed, the way up to the house lay along a ploughed field before you came to the deer park. Madame, as the country folk used to call Mrs. Starkey, rode on a pillion behind her husband, holding on to him with a light hand by his leather riding-belt. Little Master, he that was afterwards Squire Patrick Byrne Starkey, was held on to his pony by a serving-man. A woman past middle age walked, with a firm and strong step, by the cart that held much of the baggage, and high up on the mails and boxes sat a girl of dazzling beauty, perched lightly on the topmost trunk, and swaying herself fearlessly to and fro, as the cart rocked and shook in the heavy roads of late autumn. The girl wore the Antwerp file, or black Spanish mantle, over her head, and altogether her appearance was such that the old cottager who described the procession to me many years after said that all the country folk took her for a foreigner. Some dogs, and the boy who held them in charge, made up the company. They rode silently along, looking with grave, serious eyes at the people who came out of the scattered cottages to bow or curtsy to the real squire, come back at last, and gazed after the little procession with gaping wonder, not deadened by the sound of the foreign language, in which the few necessary words that passed among them were spoken. One lad, called from his staring by the squire to come and help about the cart, accompanied them to the manor-house. He said that when the lady had descended from her pillion, the middle-aged woman, whom I have described as walking while the others rode, stepped quickly forward, and taking Madame Starkey, who was of a slight and delicate figure, in her arms, she lifted her over the threshold, and set her down in her husband's house, at the same time uttering a passionate and outlandish blessing. The squire stood by, smiling gravely at first, but when the words of blessing were pronounced, he took off his fine feathered hat and bent his head. the girl with the black mantle stepped onward into the shadow of the dark hall, and kissed the lady's hand, and that was all the lad could tell to the group that gathered round him on his return, eager to hear everything, and to know how much the squire had given him for his services. From all I could gather, the manor house, at the time of the squire's return, was in the most dilapidated state. The stout grey walls remained firm and entire, but the inner chambers had been used for all kinds of purposes. The great withdrawing-room had been a barn, the state tapestry chamber had held wool, and so on. But by and by they were cleared out, and if the squire had no money to spend on new furniture, he and his wife had the knack of making the best of the old. He was no despicable joiner. She had a kind of grace in whatever she did, and imparted an air of elegant picturesqueness on whatever she touched. Besides, they had brought many rare things from the Continent. Perhaps I should say rather, things that were rare in that part of England, carvings and crosses and beautiful pictures. And then again, wood was plentiful in the trough of Bolland, and great log fires danced and glittered in all the dark old rooms, and gave a look of home and comfort to everything. Why do I tell you all this? I have little to do with the squire and Madame Starkey, and yet I dwell upon them as if I were unwilling to come to the real people with whom my life was so strangely mixed up. Madame had been nursed in Ireland by the very woman who lifted her in her arms, and welcomed her to her husband's home in Lancashire. Excepting for the short period of her own married life, Bridget Fitzgerald had never left her nursling. Her marriage to one above her in rank had been unhappy. Her husband had died, and left her in even greater poverty than that in which she was when he had first met with her. She had one child, the beautiful daughter who came riding on the waggon-load of furniture that was brought to the manor-house. Madame Starkey had taken her again into her service when she became a widow. She and her daughter had followed the mistress in all her fortunes. They had lived at Saint-Germain and at Antwerp, and were now come to her home in Lancashire. As soon as Bridget had arrived there, the squire gave her a cottage of her own, and took more pains in furnishing it for her than he did in anything else out of his own house. It was only nominally her residence. She was constantly up at the great house. Indeed, it was but a short cut across the woods from her own home to the home of her nursling. Her daughter, Mary, in like manner moved from one house to the other at her own will. Madame loved both mother and child dearly. They had great influence over her, and through her over her husband. Whatever Bridget or Mary willed was sure to come to pass. They were not disliked, for though wild and passionate, they were also generous by nature. But the other servants were afraid of them, as being in secret the ruling spirits of the household. The squire had lost his interest in all secular things. Madame was gentle, affectionate, and yielding. Both husband and wife were tenderly attached to each other and to their boy, but they grew more and more to shun the trouble of decision on any point, and hence it was that Bridget could exert such despotic power. But if every one else yielded to her magic of a superior mind, her daughter not unfrequently rebelled. She and her mother were too much alike to agree. There were wild quarrels between them, and wilder reconciliations. There were times when, in the heat of passion, they could have stabbed each other. At all other times they both, Bridget especially, would have willingly laid down their lives for one another. Bridget's love for her child lay very deep. deeper than the daughter ever knew, or I should think she would never have wearied of home as she did, and prayed her mistress to obtain for her some situation, as waiting-maid, beyond the seas, in that more cheerful continental life, among the scenes of which so many of her happiest years had been spent. She thought, as youth thinks, that life would last for ever, and that 2 or 3 years were but a small portion of it to pass away from her mother, whose only child she was. Bridget thought differently, but was too proud ever to show what she felt. If her child wished to leave her, why, she should go. But people said that Bridget became 10 years older in the course of 2 months at this time. She took it that Mary wanted to leave her. The truth was that Mary wanted for a time to leave the place, and to seek some change, and would thankfully have taken her mother with her. Indeed, when Madame Starkey had gotten her a situation with some grand lady abroad, and the time drew near for her to go, it was Mary who clung to her mother with passionate embrace, and, with floods of tears, declared that she would never leave her. And it was Bridget who at last loosened her arms, and, grave and tearless herself, bade her keep her word and go forth into the wide world. Sobbing aloud and looking back continually, Mary went away. Bridget was still as death, scarcely drawing her breath, or closing her stony eyes, till at last she turned back into her cottage, and heaved a ponderous old settle against the door. There she sat, motionless, over the grey ashes of her extinguished fire, deaf to Madame's sweet voice, as she begged leave to enter and comfort her nurse. Deaf, stony, and motionless, she sat for more than 20 hours, till, for the 3rd time, Madame came across the snowy path from the great house, carrying with her a young spaniel, which had been Mary's pet up at the Hall, and which had not ceased all night long to seek for its absent mistress, and to whine and moan after her. With tears Madame told this story through the closed door, tears excited by the terrible look of anguish, so steady, so immovable, so the same to-day as it was yesterday, on her nurse's face. The little creature in her arms began to utter its piteous cry as it shivered with the cold. Bridget stirred, she moved, she listened. Again that long whine. She thought it was for her daughter, and what she had denied to her nursling and mistress, she granted to the dumb creature that Mary had cherished. She opened the door and took the dog from Madame's arms. Then Madame came in and kissed and comforted the old woman, who took but little notice of her or anything. And sending up Master Patrick to the hall for fire and food, the sweet young lady never left her nurse all that night. Next day the squire himself came down, carrying a beautiful foreign picture, Our Lady of the Holy Heart, the papists call it. It is a picture of the Virgin, her heart pierced with arrows, each arrow representing one of her great woes. That picture hung in Bridget's cottage when I first saw her. I have that picture now. Years went on. Mary was still abroad. Bridget was still and stern, instead of active and passionate. The little dog, Mignon, was indeed her darling. I have heard that she talked to it continually, although to most people she was so silent. The squire and Madame treated her with the greatest consideration, and well they might, for to them she was as devoted and faithful as ever. Mary wrote pretty often, and seemed satisfied with her life, but at length the letters ceased. I hardly know whether before or after a great and terrible sorrow came upon the house of the Starkeys. The squire sickened of a putrid fever, and Madame caught it in nursing him, and died. You may be sure Bridget let no other woman tend her but herself, and in the very arms that had received her at her birth, that sweet young woman laid her head down and gave up her breath. The squire recovered in a fashion. He was never strong. He had never the heart to smile again. He fasted and prayed more than ever, and people did say that he tried to cut off the entail, and leave all the property away to found a monastery abroad, of which he prayed that some day little Squire Patrick might be the reverend father. But he could not do this, for the strictness of the entail and the laws against the papists. So he could only appoint gentlemen of his own faith as guardians to his son, with many charges about the lad's soul, and a few about the land, and the way it was to be held while he was a minor. Of course Bridget was not forgotten. He sent for her as he lay on his deathbed, and asked her if she would rather have a sum down, or have the small annuity settled upon her. She said at once she would have a sum down, for she thought of her daughter, and how she could bequeath the money to her, whereas an annuity would have died with her. So the squire left her her cottage for life, and a fair sum of money, and then he died, with as ready and willing a heart as, I suppose, ever any gentleman took out of this world with him. The young squire was carried off by his guardians, and Bridget was left alone. I have said that she had not heard from Mary for some time. In her last letter she had told of travelling about with her mistress, who was the English wife of some great foreign officer, and had spoken of her chances of making a good marriage, without naming the gentleman's name, keeping it rather back, as a pleasant surprise to her mother, his station and fortune being, as I have afterwards reason to know, far superior to anything she had a right to expect. Then came a long silence, and Madame was dead, and the squire was dead, and Bridget's heart was gnawed by anxiety, and she knew not whom to ask for news of her child. She could not write, and the squire had managed her communication with her daughter. She walked off to Hurst, and got a good priest there, one whom she had known at Antwerp, to write for her, but no answer came. It was like crying into the awful stillness of night. One day Bridget was missed by those neighbours who had been accustomed to mark her goings out and comings in. She had never been sociable with any of them, but the sight of her had become a part of their daily lives, and slow wonder arose in their minds, as morning after morning came, and her house door remained closed, her window dead from any glitter or light of fire within. At length some one tried the door. It was locked. 2 or 3 laid their heads together, before daring to look in through the blank unshuttered window. But at last they summoned up courage, and then saw that Bridget's absence from their little world was not the result of accident or death, but of premeditation. Such small articles of furniture as could be secured from the effects of time and damp by being packed up were stowed away in boxes. The picture of the Madonna was taken down and gone. In a word, Bridget had stolen away from her home, and left no trace whither she was departed. I knew afterwards that she and her little dog had wandered off on the long search for her lost daughter. She was too illiterate to have faith in letters, even had she had the means of writing and sending many. But she had faith in her own strong love, and believed that her passionate instinct would guide her to her child. Besides, foreign travel was no new thing to her, and she could speak enough of French to explain the object of her journey, and had, moreover, the advantage of being, from her faith, a welcome object of charitable hospitality at many a distant convent. But the country people round Starkey Manor House knew nothing of all this. They wondered what had become of her in a torpid, lazy fashion, and then left off thinking of her altogether. Several years passed. Both manor house and cottage were deserted. The young squire lived far away under the direction of his guardians. There were inroads of wool and corn into the sitting-rooms of the hall, and there was some low talk from time to time among the hinds and country people whether it would not be as well to break into old Bridget's cottage and save such of her goods as were left from the moth and rust which must be making sad havoc. But this idea was always quenched by the recollection of her strong character and passionate anger, and tales of her masterful spirit and vehement force of will were whispered about, till the very thought of offending her by touching any article of hers became invested with a kind of horror. It was believed that, dead or alive, she would not fail to avenge it. Suddenly she came home, with as little noise or note of preparation as she had departed. One day some one noticed a thin blue curl of smoke ascending from her chimney. Her door stood open to the noonday sun, and, ere many hours had elapsed, some one had seen an old, travelled and sorrow-stained woman dipping her picture in the well, and said that the dark, solemn eyes that looked up at him were more like Bridget Fitzgerald's than any one else's in this world, and yet, if it were she looked as if she had been scorched in the flames of hell, so brown and scared and fierce a creature did she seem. By and by many saw her, and those who met her eye once cared not to be caught looking at her again. She had got into the habit of perpetually talking to herself, nay, more, answering herself, and varying her tones according to the side she took at the moment. It was no wonder that those who dared to listen outside her door at night believed she held converse with some spirit. In short, she was unconsciously earning for herself the dreadful reputation of a witch. Her little dog, which had wandered half over the continent with her, was her only companion, a dumb remembrancer of happier days. Once he was ill, and she carried him more than 3 miles to ask about his management from one who had been groom to the last squire, and had then been noted for his skill in all diseases of animals. Whatever this man did, the dog recovered, and they who heard her thanks, intermingled with blessings, that were rather promises of good fortune than prayers, looked grave at his good luck when, next year, his ewes twinned, and his meadow grass was heavy and thick. Now it so happened that, about the year 1711, one of the guardians of the young squire, a certain Sir Philip Tempest, bethought him of the good shooting there must be on his ward's property, and, in consequence, he brought down 4 or 5 gentlemen of his friends to stay for a week or 2 at the hall. From all accounts they roistered and spent pretty freely. I never heard any of their names but one, and that was Squire Gisborne's. He was hardly a middle-aged man then. He had been much abroad, and there, I believe, he had known Sir Philip Tempest, and done him some service. He was a daring and dissolute fellow in those days, careless and fearless, and one who would rather be in a quarrel than out of it. He had his fits of ill temper besides, when he would spare neither man nor beast. Otherwise, those who knew him well used to say he had a good heart when he was neither drunk nor angry, nor in any way vexed. He had altered much when I came to know him. One day the gentlemen had all been out shooting, and with but little success, I believe. Anyhow, Mr. Gisborne had had none, and was in a black humour accordingly. He was coming home, having his gun loaded, sportsmanlike, when little Mignon crossed his path just as he turned out of the wood by Bridget's cottage. Partly for wantonness, partly to vent his spleen upon some living creature, Mr. Gisborne took his gun and fired. He had better have never fired gun again than aimed that unlucky shot. He hit Mignon, and at the creature's sudden cry Bridget came out, and saw at a glance what had been done. She took Mignon up in her arms, and looked hard at the wound. The poor dog looked at her with his glazing eyes, and tried to wag his tail and lick her hand, all covered with blood. Mr. Gisborne spoke in a kind of sullen penitence. You should have kept the dog out of my way, a little poaching varmint. At this very moment Mignon stretched out his legs and stiffened in her arms. Her lost Mary's dog, who had wandered and sorrowed with her for years. She walked right into Mr. Gisborne's path, and fixed his unwilling, sullen look with her dark and terrible eye. Those never throve that did me harm, said she. I'm alone in the world and helpless. The more do the saints in heaven hear my prayers. Hear me, ye blessed ones, hear me, while I ask for sorrow on this bad, cruel man. He has killed the only creature that loved me, the dumb beast that I loved. Bring down heavy sorrow on his head for it, O ye saints. He thought that I was helpless, because he saw me lonely and poor, but are not the armies of heaven for the like of me? Come, come, said he, half remorseful, but not one whit afraid. Here's a crown to buy thee another dog. Take it, and leave off cursing. I care none for thy threats. Don't you, said she, coming a step closer, and changing her imprecatory cry for a whisper, which made the gamekeeper's lad, following Mr. Gisborne, creep all over. You shall live to see the creature you love best, and who alone loves you, ay, a human creature, but as innocent and fond as my poor dead darling. You shall see this creature, for whom death would be too happy, become a terror and a loathing to all for this blood's sake. Hear me, O holy saints, who never fail them that have no other help. She threw up her right hand, filled with poor Mignon's life-drops. They spurted, one or two of them, on his shooting-dress, an ominous sight to the follower. But the master only laughed a little, forced, scornful laugh, and went on to the hall. Before he got there, however, he took out a gold piece, and bade the boy carry it to the old woman on his return to the village. The lad was afeard, as he told me in after years. He came to the cottage, and hovered about, not daring to enter. He peeped through the window at last, and by the flickering wood flame he saw Bridget kneeling before the picture of Our Lady of the Holy Heart, with dead Mignon lying between her and the Madonna. She was praying wildly, as her outstretched arms betokened. The lad shrank away in redoubled terror, and contented himself with slipping the gold piece under the ill-fitting door. The next day it was thrown out upon the midden, and there it lay, no one daring to touch it. Meanwhile Mr. Gisborne, half curious, half uneasy, thought to lessen his uncomfortable feelings by asking Sir Philip who Bridget was. He could only describe her, he did not know her name. Sir Philip was equally at a loss, but an old servant of the Starkeys, who had resumed his livery at the hall on this occasion, a scoundrel whom Bridget had saved from dismissal more than once during her palmy days, said, "It will be the old witch that his worship means. She needs a ducking, if ever woman did, does that Bridget Fitzgerald." "Fitzgerald," said both the gentlemen at once. But Sir Philip was the first to continue. "I must have no talk of ducking her, Dickon. Why, She must be the very woman poor Starkey bade me have a care of. But when I came here last she was gone, no one knew where. I'll go and see her to-morrow. But mind you, sirrah, if any harm comes to her, or any more talk of her being a witch, I've a pack of hounds at home who can follow the scent of a lying knave as well as ever they follow a dog fox. So take care how you talk about ducking a faithful old servant of your dead master's." "Had she ever a daughter?" asked Mr. Gisborne after a while. "I don't know. Yes, I've a notion she had. A kind of waiting woman to Madame Starkey." "Please, your worship," said humble Dickon, "Mistress Bridget had a daughter, one Mistress Mary, who went abroad, and has never been heard of since, and folk do say that she has crazed her mother." Mr. Gisborne shaded his eyes with his hand. "I could wish she had not cursed me," he muttered. "She may have power, no one else could." After a while he said aloud, no one understanding rightly what he meant, "Tush, it's impossible," and called for claret, and he and the other gentlemen set to a drinking bout. Section 25 of Round the Sofa, by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Poor Clare, Part 2. I now come to the time in which I myself was mixed up with the people that I have been writing about. And to make you understand how I became connected with them, I must give you some little account of myself. My father was the younger son of a Devonshire gentleman of moderate property. My eldest uncle succeeded to the estate of his forefathers. My second became an eminent attorney in London, and my father took orders. Like most poor clergymen, he had a large family, and I have no doubt was glad enough when my London uncle, who was a bachelor, offered to take charge of me and bring me up to be his successor in business. In this way I came to live in London, in my uncle's house, not far from Gray's Inn, and to be treated and esteemed as his son, and to labour with him in his office. I was very fond of the old gentleman. He was the confidential agent of many country squires, and had attained to his present position as much by knowledge of human nature as by knowledge of law, though he was learned enough in the latter. He used to say his business was law, his pleasure heraldry. From his intimate acquaintance with family history, and all the tragic courses of life therein involved, to hear him talk at leisure times about any coat of arms that came across his path was as good as a play or a romance. Many cases of disputed property, dependent on a love of genealogy, were brought to him as to a great authority on such points. If the lawyer who came to consult him was young, he would take no fee, only give him a long lecture on the importance of attending to heraldry. If the lawyer was of mature age and good standing, he would mulct him pretty well, and abuse him to me afterwards as negligent of one great branch of the profession. His house was in a stately new street called Ormond Street, and in it he had a handsome library, but all the books treated of things that were past, none of them planned or looked forward into the future. I worked away, partly for the sake of my family at home, partly because my uncle had really taught me to enjoy the kind of practice in which he himself took such delight. I suspect I worked too hard. At any rate, in 1718 I was far from well, and my good uncle was disturbed by my ill looks. One day he rang the bell twice into the clerk's room at the dingy office in Gray's Inn Lane. It was the summons for me, and I went in to his private room just as a gentleman, whom I knew well enough by sight as an Irish lawyer of more reputation than he deserved, was leaving. My uncle was slowly rubbing his hands together and considering. I was there 2 or 3 minutes before he spoke. Then he told me that I must pack up my portmanteau that very afternoon, and start that night by post-horse for Westchester. I should get there, if all went well, at the end of 5 days' time, and must then wait for a packet to cross over to Dublin. From thence I must proceed to a certain town named Kildoon, and in that neighbourhood I was to remain, making certain inquiries as to the existence of any descendants of the younger branch of a family to whom some valuable estates had descended in the female line. The Irish lawyer whom I had seen was weary of the case, and would willingly have given up the property without further ado to a man who appeared to claim them. But on laying his tables and trees before my uncle, the latter had foreseen so many possible prior claimants that the lawyer had begged him to undertake the management of the whole business. In his youth my uncle would have liked nothing better than going over to Ireland himself, and ferreting out every scrap of paper or parchment, and every word of tradition respecting the family. As it was, old and gouty, he deputed me. Accordingly I went to Kildoon. I suspect I had something of my uncle's delight in following up a genealogical scent, for I very soon found out, when on the spot, that Mr. Rooney, the Irish lawyer, would have got both himself and the first claimant into a terrible scrape if he had pronounced his opinion that the estates ought to be given up to him. There were 3 poor Irish fellows, each nearer of kin to the last possessor, but a generation before there was a still nearer relation, who had never been accounted for, nor his existence ever discovered by the lawyers, I venture to think, till I routed him out from the memory of some of the old dependents of the family. What had become of him? I travelled backwards and forwards. I crossed over to France and came back again with a slight clue, which ended in my discovering that, wild and dissipated himself, he had left one child, a son, of yet worse character than his father, that this same Hugh Fitzgerald had married a very beautiful serving-woman of the Burns, a person below him in hereditary rank, but above him in character, that he had died soon after his marriage, leaving one child, whether a boy or girl I could not learn, and that the mother had returned to live in the family of the Burns. Now, the chief of this latter family was serving in the Duke of Berwick's regiment, and it was long before I could hear from him. It was more than a year before I got a short, haughty letter. I fancy he had a soldier's contempt for a civilian, an Irishman's hatred for an Englishman, and exiled Jacobite's jealousy of one who prospered and lived tranquilly under the government he looked upon as an usurpation. Bridget Fitzgerald, he said, had been faithful to the fortunes of his sister, had followed her abroad, and to England, when Mrs. Starkey had thought fit to return. Both her sister and her husband were dead. He knew nothing of Bridget Fitzgerald at the present time. Probably Sir Philip Tempest, his nephew's guardian, might be able to give me some information. I have not given the little contemptuous terms, the way in which faithful service was meant to imply more than it said. All that has nothing to do with my story. Sir Philip, when applied to, told me that he paid an annuity regularly to an old woman named Fitzgerald, living at Coldholm, the village near Starkey Manor House. Whether she had any descendants he could not say. One bleak March evening I came in sight of the place described at the beginning of my story. I could hardly understand the rude dialect in which the direction to old Bridget's house was given. "Yo see yon verliets," all ran together, gave me no idea that I was to guide myself by the distant lights that shone in the windows of the hall, occupied for the time by a farmer who held the post of steward, while the squire, now 4 or 25, was making the grand tour. However, at last I reached Bridget's cottage, a low, moss-grown place. The palings that had once surrounded it were broken and gone, and the underwood of the forest came up to the walls, and must have darkened the windows. It was about 7 o'clock, not late to my London notions, but after knocking for some time at the door and receiving no reply, I was driven to conjecture that the occupant of the house was gone to bed. So I betook myself to the nearest church I had seen 3 miles back on the road I had come, sure that close to that I should find an inn of some kind. And early the next morning I set off back to Coldholm, by a field path which my host assured me I should find a shorter cut than the road I had taken the night before. It was a cold, sharp morning. My feet left prints in the sprinkling of hoarfrost that covered the ground. Nevertheless, I saw an old woman whom I instinctively suspected to be the object of my search, in the sheltered covert on one side of my path. I lingered and watched her. She must have been considerably above the middle size in her prime, for when she raised herself from the stooping position in which I first saw her, there was something fine and commanding in the erectness of her figure. She drooped again in a minute or two, and seemed looking for something on the ground, as, with bent head, she turned off from the spot where I gazed upon her, and was lost to my sight. I fancy I missed my way, and made a round in spite of the landlord's directions, for by the time I had reached Bridget's cottage she was there, with no semblance of hurried walk or discomposure of any kind. The door was slightly ajar. I knocked, and the majestic figure stood before me, silently waiting the explanation of my errand. Her teeth were all gone, so the nose and chin were brought near together. The grey eyebrows were straight and almost hung over her deep cavernous eyes, and the thick white hair lay in silvery masses over the low, wide, wrinkled forehead. For a moment I stood uncertain how to shape my answer to the solemn questioning of her silence. "Your name is Bridget Fitzgerald, I believe?" She bowed her head in assent. "I have something to say to you. May I come in? I am unwilling to keep you standing." "You cannot tire me," she said, and at first she seemed inclined to deny me the shelter of her roof. But the next moment she had searched the very soul in me with her eyes. During that instant she led me in, and dropped the shadowing hood of her grey draping cloak, which had previously hid part of the character of her countenance. The cottage was rude and bare enough, but before that picture of the Virgin, of which I have made mention, there stood a little cup filled with fresh primroses. While she paid her reverence to the Madonna, I understood why she had been out seeking through the clumps of green in the sheltered copse. Then she turned round, and bade me be seated. The expression of her face, which all this time I was studying, was not bad, as the stories of my last night's landlord had led me to expect. It was a wild, stern, fierce, indomitable countenance, seamed and scarred by agonies of solitary weeping, but it was neither cunning nor malignant. "My name is Bridget Fitzgerald," said she, by way of opening our conversation. "And your husband was Hugh Fitzgerald of Knockmahon, near Kildoon, in Ireland?" A faint light came into the dark gloom of her eyes. He was. May I ask if you had any children by him? The light in her eyes grew quick and red. She tried to speak, I could see, but something rose in her throat and choked her, and until she could speak calmly she would fain not speak at all before a stranger. In a minute or so she said, I had a daughter, one Mary Fitzgerald. Then her strong nature mastered her strong will, and she cried out with a trembling, wailing cry, "O man, what of her? What of her?" She rose from her seat, and came and clutched at my arm and looked in my eyes. There she read, as I suppose, my utter ignorance of what had become of her child, for she went blindly back to her chair, and sat rocking herself and softly moaning as if I were not there. I not daring to speak to the lone and awful woman. After a little pause she knelt down before the picture of Our Lady of the Holy Heart, and spoke to her by all the fanciful and poetic names of the litany. O Rose of Sharon, O Tower of David, O Star of the Sea, have you no comfort for my sore heart? Am I for ever to hope? Grant me at least despair. And so on she went, heedless of my presence. Her prayers grew wilder and wilder, till they seemed to me to touch on the borders of madness and blasphemy. Almost involuntarily I spoke, as if to stop her. Have you any reason to think that your daughter is dead? She rose from her knees and came and stood before me. Mary Fitzgerald is dead, said she. I shall never see her again in the flesh. No tongue ever told me, but I know she is dead. I have yearned so to see her, and my heart's will is fearful and strong. It would have drawn her to me before now, if she had been a wanderer on the other side of the world. I wonder often it has not drawn her out of the grave to come and stand before me, and hear me tell her how I loved her. For, sir, we parted unfriends. I knew nothing but the dry particulars needed for my lawyer's quest, but I could not help feeling for the desolate woman, and she must have read the unusual sympathy with her wistful eyes. Yes, sir, we did. She never knew how I loved her, and we parted unfriends, and I fear me that I wished her voyage might not turn out well, only meaning, oh, Blessed Virgin, you know I only meant that she should come home to her mother's arms, as to the happiest place on earth. But my wishes are terrible, their power goes beyond my thought, and there is no hope for me, if my words brought Mary harm. But, I said, you do not know that she is dead. Even now you hoped she might be alive. Listen to me, and I told her the tale I have already told you, giving it all in the driest manner, for I wanted to recall the clear sense that I felt almost sure she had possessed in her younger days, and by keeping up her attention to details, restrain the vague wildness of her grief. She listened with deep attention, putting from time to time such questions as convinced me I had to do with no uncommon intelligence, however dimmed and shorn by solitude and mysterious sorrow. Then she took up her tale, and in few brief words told me of her wanderings abroad in vain search after her daughter, sometimes in the wake of armies, sometimes in camp, sometimes in city. The lady whose waiting woman Mary had gone to be had died soon after the date of her last letter home. Her husband, the foreign officer, had been serving in Hungary, whither Bridget had followed him, but too late to find him. Vague rumours reached her that Mary had made a great marriage, and this sting of doubt was added, whether the mother might not be close to her child under her new name, and even hearing of her every day, and yet never recognizing the lost one under the appellation she then bore. At length the thought took possession of her that it was possible that all this time Mary might be at home at Coldholm, in the trough of Bolland, in Lancashire, in England, and home came Bridget in that vain hope to her desolate hearth and empty cottage. Here she had thought it safest to remain. If Mary was in life, it was here she would seek for her mother. I noted down 1 or 2 particulars out of Bridget's narrative that I thought might be of use to me, for I was stimulated to further search in a strange and extraordinary manner. It seemed as if it were impressed upon me that I must take up the quest where Bridget had laid it down, and this for no reason that had previously influenced me, such as my uncle's anxiety on the subject, my own reputation as a lawyer, and so on, but from some strange power which had taken possession of my will only that very morning, and which forced it in the direction it chose. "I will go," said I. "I will spare nothing in the search. Trust to me. I will learn all that can be learnt. You shall know all that money or pains or wit can discover. It is true she may be long dead, but she may have left a child." "A child?" she cried, as if for the first time this idea had struck her mind. "Hear him, blessed Virgin! He says she may have left a child, and you have never told me, though I have prayed so for a sign, waking or sleeping." "Nay," said I know nothing but what you tell me. You say you heard of her marriage." But she caught nothing of what I said. She was praying to the Virgin in a kind of ecstasy which seemed to render her unconscious of my very presence. From Coldholm I went to Sir Philip Tempest's. The wife of the foreign officer had been a cousin of his father's, and from him I thought I might gain some particulars as to the existence of the Count de la Tour d'Auvergne, and where I could find him, for I knew questions de vive voix aid the flagging recollection, and I was determined to lose no chance for want of trouble. But Sir Philip had gone abroad, and it would be some time before I could receive an answer, so I followed my uncle's advice, to whom I had mentioned how wearied I felt, both in body and mind, by my will-o'-the-wisp search. He immediately told me to go to Harrogate, there to await Sir Philip's reply. I should be near to one of the places connected with my search, Coldholm, not far from Sir Philip Tempest, in case he returned, and I wished to ask him any further questions. And, in conclusion, my uncle bade me try to forget all about my business for a time. This was far easier said than done. I have seen a child on a common, blown along by a high wind, without power of standing still and resisting the tempestuous force. I was somewhat in the same predicament as regarded my mental state. Something resistless seemed to urge my thoughts on, through every possible course by which there was a chance of attaining to my object. I did not see the sweeping moors when I walked out. When I held a book in my hand and read the words, their sense did not penetrate to my brain. If I slept, I went on with the same ideas, always flowing in the same direction. This could not last long without having a bad effect on the body. I had an illness, which, although I was racked with pain, was a positive relief to me, as it compelled me to live in the present suffering, and not in the visionary researches I had been continually making before. My kind uncle came to nurse me, and after the immediate danger was over, my life seemed to slip away in delicious languor for 2 or 3 months. I did not ask, so much did I dread falling into the old channel of thought, whether any reply had been received to my letter to Sir Philip. I turned my whole imagination right away from all that subject. My uncle remained with me until nigh summer, and then returned to his business in London, leaving me perfectly well, although not completely strong. I was to follow him in a fortnight, when, as he said, we would look over letters and talk about several things. I knew what this little speech alluded to, and shrank from the train of thought it suggested, which was so intimately connected with my first feelings of illness. However, I had a fortnight more to roam on those invigorating Yorkshire moors. In those days there was one large rambling inn at Harrogate, close to the medicinal spring, but it was already becoming too small for the accommodation of the influx of visitors, and many lodged round about in the farm-houses of the district. It was so early in the season that I had the inn pretty much to myself, and indeed felt rather like a visitor in a private house, so intimate had the landlord and landlady become with me during my long illness. She would chide me for being out so late on the moors, or for having been too long without food, quite in a motherly way, while he consulted me about vintages and wines, and taught me many a Yorkshire wrinkle about horses. In my walks I met other strangers from time to time. Even before my uncle had left me, I had noticed, with half-torpid curiosity, a young lady of very striking appearance, who went about always accompanied by an elderly companion, hardly a gentlewoman, but with something in her look that prepossessed me in her favour. The younger lady always put her veil down when any one approached, so it had been only once or twice, when I had come upon her at a sudden turn in the path, that I had even had a glimpse of her face. I am not sure if it was beautiful, though in after life I grew to think it so. But it was at this time overshadowed by a sadness that never varied, a pale, quiet, resigned look of intense suffering, that irresistibly attracted me, not with love, but with a sense of infinite compassion for one so young, yet so hopelessly unhappy. The companion wore something of the same look, quiet, melancholy, hopeless, yet resigned. I asked my landlord who they were. He said they were called Clark, and wished to be considered as mother and daughter, but that for his part he did not believe that to be their right name, or that there was any such relationship between them. They had been in the neighbourhood of Harrogate for some time, lodging in a remote farmhouse. The people there would tell nothing about them, saying that they paid handsomely and never did any harm. So why should they be speaking of any strange things that might happen? That, as the landlord shrewdly observed, showed there was something out of the common way. He had heard that the elderly woman was a cousin of the farmers where they lodged, and so the regard existing between relations might help to keep them quiet. What did he think, then, was the reason for their extreme seclusion? Asked I. Nay, he could not tell, not he. He had heard that the young lady, for all as quiet as she seemed, played strange pranks at times. He shook his head when I asked him for more particulars, and refused to give them, which made me doubt if he knew any, for he was in general a talkative and communicative man. In default of other interests, after my uncle left, I set myself to watch these two people. I hovered about their walks, drawn towards them with a strange fascination, which was not diminished by their evident annoyance at so frequently meeting me. One day I had the sudden good fortune to be at hand when they were alarmed by the attack of a bull, which in those unenclosed grazing districts was a particularly dangerous occurrence. I have other and more important things to relate than to tell of the accident which gave me an opportunity of rescuing them. It is enough to say that this event was the beginning of an acquaintance reluctantly acquiesced in by them, but eagerly prosecuted by me. I can hardly tell when intense curiosity became merged in love, but in less than 10 days after my uncle's departure I was passionately enamoured of Mistress Lucy, as her attendant called her, carefully, for this I noted well, avoiding any address which appeared as if there was an equality of station between them. I noticed also that Mrs. Clark, the elderly woman, after her first reluctance to allow me to pay them any attentions, had been overcome, was cheered by my evident attachment to the young girl. It seemed to lighten her heavy burden of care, and she evidently favoured my visits to the farmhouse where they lodged. It was not so with Lucy. A more attractive person I never saw, in spite of her depression of manner and shrinking avoidance of me. I felt sure at once that whatever was the source of her grief, it rose from no fault of her own. It was difficult to draw her into conversation, but when at times for a moment or two I beguiled her into talk, I could see a rare intelligence in her face, and a grave, trusting look in the soft grey eyes that were raised for a minute to mine. I made every excuse I possibly could for going there. I sought wild flowers for Lucy's sake. I planned walks for Lucy's sake. I watched the heavens by night, in hopes that some unusual beauty of sky would justify me in tempting Mrs. Clark and Lucy forth upon the moors, to gaze at the great purple dome above. It seemed to me that Lucy was aware of my love, but that, for some motive which I could not guess, she would fain have repelled me. But then again I saw, or fancied I saw, that her heart spoke in my favour, and that there was a struggle going on in her mind, which at times, I loved so dearly, I could have begged her to spare herself, even though the happiness of my whole life should have been the sacrifice, for her complexion grew paler, her aspect of sorrow more hopeless, her delicate frame yet slighter. During this period I had written, I should say, to my uncle to beg to be allowed to prolong my stay at Harrogate, not giving any reason. But such was his tenderness towards me, that in a few days I heard from him, giving me a willing permission, and only charging me to take care of myself, and not use too much exertion during the hot weather. One sultry evening I drew near the farm. The windows of their parlour were open, and I heard voices when I turned the corner of the house as I passed the first window. There were 2 windows in their little ground-floor room. I saw Lucy distinctly, but when I had knocked at their door, the house door stood always ajar, she was gone, and I only saw Mrs. Clark turning over the work things lying on the table in a nervous and purposeless manner. I felt by instinct that a conversation of some importance was coming on, in which I should be expected to say what was my object in paying these frequent visits. I was glad of the opportunity. My uncle had several times alluded to the pleasant possibility of my bringing home a young wife, to cheer and adorn the old house in Ormond Street. He was rich, and I was to succeed him, and had, as I knew, a fair reputation for so young a lawyer. So on my side I saw no obstacle. It was true that Lucy was shrouded in mystery. Her name, I was convinced it was not Clark, birth, parentage, and previous life were unknown to me. But I was sure of her goodness and sweet innocence, and although I knew that there must be something painful to be told to account for her mournful sadness, yet I was willing to bear my share of her grief, whatever it might be. Mrs. Clark began, as if it was a relief to her to plunge into the subject. We have thought, sir, at least I have thought, that you know very little of us, nor we of you, indeed. Not enough to warrant the intimate acquaintance we have fallen into. I beg your pardon, sir, she went on nervously. I am but a plain kind of woman, and I mean to use no rudeness. But I must say straight out that we, think it would be better for you not to come so often to see us. She is very unprotected, and— Why should I not come to see you, dear madam? Asked I eagerly, glad of the opportunity of explaining myself. I come, I own, because I have learnt to love Mistress Lucy, and wish to teach her to love me. Mistress Clark shook her head and sighed. Don't, sir. Neither love her, nor, for the sake of all you hold sacred, teach her to love you. If I am too late, and you love her already, forget her. Forget these last few weeks. Oh, I should never have allowed you to come, she went on passionately. But what am I to do? We are forsaken by all except the great God, and even He permits a strange and evil power to afflict us. What am I to do? Where is it to end? She wrung her hands in her distress. Then she turned to me. Go away, sir, go away, before you learn to care any more for her. I ask it for your own sake. I implore. You have been good and kind to us, and we shall always recollect you with gratitude. But go away now, and never come back to cross our fatal path. Indeed, madam, said I shall do no such thing. You urge it for my own sake? I have no fear so urged, nor wish except to hear more, all. I cannot have seen Mistress Lucy in all the intimacy of this last fortnight without acknowledging her goodness and innocence, and without seeing, pardon me, madam, that for some reason you are two very lonely women in some mysterious sorrow and distress. Now, though I am not powerful myself, yet I have friends who are so wise and kind that they may be said to possess power. Tell me some particulars. Why are you in grief? What is your secret? Why are you here? I declare solemnly that nothing you have said has daunted me in my wish to become Lucy's husband, nor will I shrink from any difficulty that, as such an aspirant, I may have to encounter. You say you are friendless. Why cast away an honest friend? I will tell you of people to whom you may write, and who will answer any questions as to my character and prospects. I do not shun inquiry. She shook her head again. You had better go away, sir. You know nothing about us. I know your names, said I, and I have heard you allude to the part of the country from which you came, which I happen to know as a wild and lonely place. There are so few people living in it, that if I chose to go there, I could easily ascertain all about you. But I would rather hear it from yourself. You see, I wanted to pique her into telling me something definite. You do not know our true names, sir, said she hastily. Well, I may have conjectured as much, but tell me then, I conjure you. Give me your reasons for distrusting my willingness to stand by what I have said, with regard to Mistress Lucy. Oh, what can I do, exclaimed she, if I am turning away a true friend, as he says? Stay, coming to a sudden decision, I will tell you something. I cannot tell you all. You would not believe it. But perhaps I can tell you enough to prevent your going on in your hopeless attachment. I am not Lucy's mother. So I conjectured, I said. Go on. I do not even know whether she is the legitimate or illegitimate child of her father. But he is cruelly turned against her, and her mother is long dead. And, for a terrible reason, she has no other creature to keep constant to her but me. She, only 2 years ago, such a darling and such a pride in her father's house. Why, sir, there is a mystery that might happen in connection with her any moment. And then you would go away like all the rest, and when you next heard her name you would loathe her. Others who have loved her longer have done so before now. My poor child, whom neither God nor man has mercy upon, or surely she would die. The good woman was stopped by her crying. I confess I was a little stunned by her last words, but only for a moment. At any rate, till I knew definitely what this mysterious stain upon one so simple and pure as Lucy seemed, I would not desert her, and so I said. And she made answer, If you are daring in your heart to think harm of my child, sir, after knowing her as you have done, you are no good man yourself. But I am so foolish and helpless in my great sorrow that I would fain hope to find a friend in you. I cannot help trusting that although you may no longer feel towards her as a lover, you will have pity upon us, and perhaps by your learning you can tell us where to go for aid. I implore you tell me what this mystery is, I cried, almost maddened by this suspense. I cannot, said she solemnly. I am under a deep vow of secrecy. If you are to be told, it must be by her. She left the room, and I remained to ponder over this strange interview. I mechanically turned over the few books, and with eyes that saw nothing at the time examined the tokens of Lucy's frequent presence in that room. When I got home at night, I remembered how all these trifles spoke of a pure and tender heart and innocent life. Mistress Clark returned. She had been crying sadly. Yes, said she, it is as I feared. She loves you so much that she is willing to run the fearful risk of telling you all herself. She acknowledges it is but a poor chance, but your sympathy will be a balm if you give it. To-morrow come here at 10 in the morning, and as you hope for pity in your hour of agony, repress all show of fear or repugnance you may feel towards one so grievously afflicted. I half smiled. Have no fear, I said. It seemed too absurd to imagine my feeling dislike to Lucy. Her father loved her well, said she gravely, yet he drove her out like some monstrous thing. Just at this moment came a peal of ringing laughter from the garden. It was Lucy's voice. It sounded as if she was standing just on one side of the open casement, and as though she was suddenly stirred to merriment, merriment verging on boisterousness by the doings or sayings of some other person. I can scarcely say why, but the sound jarred on me inexpressibly. She knew the subject of our conversation, and must have been at least aware of the state of agitation her friend was in, she herself usually so gentle and quiet. I half rose to go to the window, and satisfy my instinctive curiosity as to what had provoked this burst of ill-timed laughter. But Mrs. Clark threw her whole weight and power upon the hand with which she pressed and kept me down. For God's sake, she said, white and trembling all over, sit still, be quiet. Oh, be patient. To-morrow you will know all. Leave us, for we are all sorely afflicted. Do not seek to know more about us. Again that laugh, so musical in sound, yet so discordant to my heart. She held me tight, tighter. Without positive violence I could not have risen. I was sitting with my back to the window, but I felt a shadow pass between the sun's warmth and me, and a strange shudder ran through my frame. In a minute or two she released me. "Go," repeated she. "Be warned. I ask you once more. I do not think you can stand this knowledge that you seek. If I had had my own way, Lucy should never have yielded and promised to tell you all. Who knows what may come of it? I am firm in my wish to know all. I return at 10 to-morrow morning, and then expect to see Mistress Lucy herself." I turned away, having my own suspicions, I confess, as to Mistress Clark's sanity. Section 26 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Poor Clare, Part 3. Conjectures as to the meaning of her hints, and uncomfortable thoughts connected with that strange laughter, filled my mind. I could hardly sleep. I rose early, and long before the hour I had appointed, I was on the path over the common that led to the old farmhouse where they lodged. I suppose that Lucy had passed no better a night than I, for there she was also, slowly pacing with her even step, her eyes bent down, her whole look most saintly and pure. She started when I came close to her, and grew paler as I reminded her of my appointment, and spoke with something of the impatience of obstacles that, seeing her once more, had called up afresh in my mind. All strange and terrible hints and giddy merriment were forgotten. My heart gave forth words of fire, and my tongue uttered them. Her colour went and came as she listened, but, when I had ended my passionate speeches, she lifted her soft eyes to me and said, "But you know that you have something to learn about me yet. I only want to say this. I shall not think less of you, less well of you, I mean, if you too fall away from me when you know all." "Stop," said she, as if fearing another burst of mad words. "Listen to me. My father is a man of great wealth. I never knew my mother. She must have died when I was very young. When first I remember anything, I was living in a great lonely house with my dear and faithful Mistress Clark. My father even was not there. He is a soldier, and his duties lie abroad. But he came from time to time, and every time I think he loved me more and more. He brought me rarities from foreign lands, which prove to me now how much he must have thought of me during his absences. I can sit down and measure the depth of his love now by such standards as these. I never thought whether he loved me or not, then. It was so natural that it was like the air I breathed. Yet he was an angry man at times, even then, but never with me. He was very reckless, too, and once or twice I heard a whisper among the servants that a doom was over him, and that he knew it, and tried to drown his knowledge in wild activity, and even sometimes, sir, in wine. So I grew up in this grand mansion, in that lonely place. Everything around me seemed at my disposal, and I think every one loved me. I am sure loved them. Till about 2 years ago, I remember it well, my father had come to England, to us, and he seemed so proud and so pleased with me and all I had done. and one day his tongue seemed loosened with wine, and he told me much that I had not known till then, how dearly he had loved my mother, yet how his wilful usage had caused her death. And then he went on to say how he loved me better than any creature on earth, and how, some day, he hoped to take me to foreign places, for that he could hardly bear these long absences from his only child. Then he seemed to change suddenly, and said, in a strange wild way, that I was not to believe what he said, that there was many a thing he loved better, his horse, his dog, I know not what. And 'twas only the next morning that, when I came into his room to ask his blessing, as was my wont, he received me with fierce and angry words. Why had I, so he asked, been delighting myself in such wanton mischief, dancing over the tender plants in the flower-beds, all set with the famous Dutch bulbs he had brought from Holland? I had never been out of doors that morning, sir, and I could not conceive what he meant, and so I said. And then he swore at me for a liar, and said I was of no true blood, for he had seen me doing all that mischief himself, with his own eyes. What could I say? He would not listen to me, and even my tears seemed only to irritate him. That day was the beginning of my great sorrows. Not long after, he reproached me for my undue familiarity, all unbecoming a gentlewoman, with his grooms. I had been in the stable-yard laughing and talking, he said. Now, sir, I am something of a coward by nature, and I had always dreaded horses. Besides that, my father's servants, those whom he brought with him from foreign parts, were wild fellows, whom I had always avoided, and to whom I had never spoken, except as a lady must needs from time to time speak to her father's people. Yet my father called me by names of which I hardly know the meaning, but my heart told me they were such as shame any modest woman, and from that day he turned quite against me. Nay, sir, not many weeks after that, he came in with a riding-whip in his hand, and, accusing me harshly of evil doings, of which I knew no more than you, sir, he was about to strike me, and I, all in bewildering tears, was ready to take his stripes as great kindnesses compared to his harder words, when suddenly he stopped his arm midway, gasped and staggered, crying out, "The curse! The curse!" I looked up in terror. In the great mirror opposite I saw myself, and right behind another wicked, fearful self, so like me that my soul seemed to quiver within me, as though not knowing to which similitude of body it belonged. My father saw my double at the same moment, either in its dreadful reality, whatever that might be, or in that scarcely less terrible reflection in the mirror. But what came of it at that moment I cannot say, for I suddenly swooned away. And when I came to myself I was lying in my bed, and my faithful clerk sitting by me. I was in my bed for days, and even while I lay there my double was seen by all flitting about the house and gardens, always about some mischievous or detestable work. What wonder that every one shrank from me in dread, that my father drove me forth at length, when the disgrace of which I was the cause was past his patience to bear. Mistress Clark came with me, and here we try to live such a life of piety and prayer as may in time set me free from the curse. All the time she had been speaking, I had been weighing her story in my mind. I had hitherto put cases of witchcraft on one side as mere superstitions, and my uncle and I had had many an argument, he supporting himself by the opinion of his good friend Sir Matthew Hale. Yet this sounded like the tale of one bewitched, or was it merely the effect of a life of extreme seclusion telling on the nerves of a sensitive girl? My scepticism inclined me to the latter belief, and when she paused, I said, I fancy that some physician could have disabused your father of his belief in visions." Just at that instant, standing as I was opposite to her in the full and perfect morning light, I saw behind her another figure, a ghastly semblance, complete in likeness so far as form and feature and minutest touch of dress could go, but with a loathsome demon soul looking out of the grey eyes, that were in turns mocking and voluptuous. My heart stood still within me, every hair rose up erect, my flesh crept with horror. I could not see the grave and tender Lucy, my eyes were fascinated by the creature beyond. I know not why, but I put out my hand to clutch it. I grasped nothing but empty air, and my whole blood curdled to ice. For a moment I could not see. Then my sight came back, and I saw Lucy standing before me, alone, deathly pale, and I could have fancied almost shrunk in size. "It has been near me," she said, as if asking a question. The sound seemed taken out of her voice. It was husky as the notes of an old harpsichord when the strings have ceased to vibrate. She read her answer in my face, I suppose, for I could not speak. Her look was one of intense fear, but that died away into an aspect of most humble patience. At length she seemed to force herself to face behind and around her. She saw the purple moors, the blue distant hills quivering in the sunlight, but nothing else. "Will you take me home?" she said meekly. I took her by the hand and led her silently through the budding heather. We dared not speak, for we could not tell but that the dread creature was listening, although unseen, but that it might appear and push us asunder. I never loved her more fondly than now, when, and that was the unspeakable misery, the idea of her was becoming so inextricably blended with the shuddering thought of it. She seemed to understand what I must be feeling. She let go my hand, which she had kept clasped until then, when we reached the garden gate, and went forward to meet her anxious friend, who was standing by the window looking for her. I could not enter the house. I needed silence, society, leisure, change, I knew not what, to shake off the sensation of that creature's presence. Yet I lingered about the garden. I hardly know why. I partly suppose because I feared to encounter the resemblance again on the solitary common where it had vanished, and partly from a feeling of inexpressible compassion for Lucy. In a few minutes Mistress Clark came forth and joined me. We walked some paces in silence. "You know all now," said she solemnly. "I saw it," said I, below my breath. "And you shrink from us now," said she, with a hopelessness which stirred up all that was brave or good in me. "Not a whit," said I. "Human flesh shrinks from encounter with the powers of darkness, and for some reason unknown to me, the pure and holy Lucy is their victim. The sins of the fathers shall be visited upon the children," said she. "Who is her father?" asked I. "Knowing as much as I do, I may surely know more, know all. Tell me, I entreat you, madam, all that you can conjecture respecting this demonic persecution of one so good." "I will, but not now. I must go to Lucy now. Come this afternoon. I will see you alone, and, oh, sir, I will trust that you may yet find some way to help us in our sore trouble." I was miserably exhausted by the swooning affright which had taken possession of me. When I reached the inn, I staggered in like one overcome by wine. I went to my own private room. It was some time before I saw that the weekly post had come in, and brought me my letters. There was one from my uncle, one from my home in Devonshire, and one redirected over the first address, sealed with a great coat of arms. It was from Sir Philip Tempest. My letter of inquiry respecting Mary Fitzgerald had reached him at Liège, where it so happened that the Count de la Tour d'Auvergne was quartered at the very time. He remembered his wife's beautiful attendant. She had had high words with the deceased Countess respecting her intercourse with an English gentleman of good standing, who was also in the foreign service. The Countess augured evil of his intentions, while Mary, proud and vehement, asserted that he would soon marry her, and resented her mistress's warnings as an insult. The consequence was that she had left Madame de la Tour d'Auvergne's service, and, as the Count believed, had gone to live with the Englishman. Whether he had married her or not he could not say. But, added Sir Philip Tempest, you may easily hear what particulars you wish to know respecting Mary Fitzgerald from the Englishman himself, if, as I suspect, he is no other than my neighbour and former acquaintance, Mr. Gisborne of Skipford Hall, in the West Riding. I am led to the belief that he is no other by several small particulars, none of which are in themselves conclusive, but which taken together make a mass of presumptive evidence. As far as I could make out from the Count's foreign pronunciation, Gisborne was the name of the Englishman. I know that Gisborne of Skipford was abroad and in the foreign service at that time. He was a likely fellow enough for such an exploit, and, above all, certain expressions recur to my mind which he used in reference to old Bridget Fitzgerald of Cold Home, whom he once encountered while staying with me at Starkey Manor House. I remember that the meeting seemed to have produced some extraordinary effect upon his mind, as though he had suddenly discovered some connection which she might have had with his previous life. I beg you to let me know if I can be of any further service to you. Your uncle once rendered me a good turn, and I will gladly repay it, so far as in me lies, to his nephew. So I was now apparently close on the discovery which I had striven so many months to attain, but success had lost its zest. I put my letters down, and seemed to forget them all in thinking of the morning I had passed that very day. Nothing was real but the unreal presence, which had come like an evil blast across my bodily eyes, and burnt itself down upon my brain. Dinner came, and went away untouched. Early in the afternoon I walked to the farmhouse. I found Mistress Clark alone, and I was glad and relieved. She was evidently prepared to tell me all I might wish to hear. You asked me for Mistress Lucy's true name. It is Gisborne, she began. Not Gisborne of Skipford, I exclaimed, breathless with anticipation. The same, said she quietly, not regarding my manner. Her father is a man of note, although, being a Roman Catholic, he cannot take that rank in this country to which his station entitles him. The consequence is that he lives much abroad, has been a soldier, I am told. And Lucy's mother? I asked. She shook her head. I never knew her, said she. Lucy was about 3 years old when I was engaged to take charge of her. Her mother was dead. But you know her name. You can tell if it was Mary Fitzgerald. She looked astonished. That was her name. But, sir, how came you to be so well acquainted with it? It was a mystery to the whole household at Skipford Court. She was some beautiful young woman whom he lured away from her protectors while he was abroad. I have heard said he practised some terrible deceit upon her, and when she came to know it, she was neither to have nor to hold, but rushed off from his very arms, and threw herself into a rapid stream, and was drowned. It stung him deep with remorse, but I used to think the remembrance of the mother's cruel death made him love the child yet dearer. I told her, as briefly as might be, of my researches after the descendant and heir of the Fitzgeralds of Kildoon, and added, something of my old lawyer spirit returning into me for the moment, that I had no doubt but that we should prove Lucy to be by right possessed of large estates in Ireland. No flush came over her grey face, no light into her eyes. "And what is all the wealth in the world to that poor girl?" said she. "It will not free her from the ghastly bewitchment which persecutes her. As for money, what a pitiful thing it is! It cannot touch her." "No more can the evil creature harm her," I said. "Her holy nature dwells apart, and cannot be defiled or stained by all the devilish arts in the whole world." "True, but it is a cruel fate to know that all shrink from her sooner or later, as from one possessed, accursed." "How came it to pass?" I asked. "Nay, I know not. Old rumours there are, that were bruited through the household at Skipford." "Tell me," I demanded. "They came from servants, who would fain account for everything. They say that many years ago Mr. Gisborne killed a dog belonging to an old witch at Coldholm, that she cursed with a dreadful and mysterious curse the creature, whatever it might be that he should love best, and that it struck so deeply into his heart that for years he kept himself aloof from any temptation to love aught. But who could help loving Lucy?" "You never heard the witch's name?" I gasped. "Yes, they called her Bridget. They said he would never go near the spot again for terror of her. Yet he was a brave man." "Listen," said I, taking hold of her arm the better to arrest her full attention. "If what I suspect holds true, that man stole Bridget's only child, the very Mary Fitzgerald who was Lucy's mother. If so, Bridget cursed him in ignorance of the deeper wrong he had done her. To this hour she yearns after her lost child, and questions the saints whether she be living or not. The roots of that curse lie deeper than she knows. She unwittingly banned him for a deeper guilt than that of killing a dumb beast. The sins of the fathers are indeed visited upon the children." "But," said Mistress Clark eagerly, "she would never let evil rest on her own grandchild. Surely, sir, if what you say be true, there are hopes for Lucy. Let us go at once, and tell this fearful woman all that you suspect, and beseech her to take off the spell she has put upon her innocent grandchild." It seemed to me, indeed, that something like this was the best course we could pursue, but first it was necessary to ascertain more than what mere rumour or careless hearsay could tell. My thoughts turned to my uncle. He could advise me wisely. He ought to know all. I resolved to go to him without delay, but I did not choose to tell Mistress Clark of all the visionary plans that flitted through my mind. I simply declared my intention of proceeding straight to London on Lucy's affairs. I bade her believe that my interest on the young lady's behalf was greater than ever, and that my whole time should be given up to her cause. I saw that Mistress Clark distrusted me, because my mind was too full of thoughts for my words to flow freely. She sighed and shook her head, and said, "Well, it is all right," in such a tone that it was an implied reproach. But I was firm and constant in my heart, and I took confidence from that. I rode to London. I rode long days, drawn out into lovely summer nights. I could not rest. I reached London. I told my uncle all, though in the stir of the great city the horror had faded away, and I could hardly imagine that he would believe the account I gave him of the fearful double of Lucy which I had seen on the lonely moorside. But my uncle had lived many years, and learnt many things, and in the deep secrets of family history that had been confided to him. He had heard of cases of innocent people bewitched and taken possession of by evil spirits yet more fearful than Lucy's. For, as he said, to judge from all I told him, that resemblance had no power over her. She was too pure and good to be tainted by its evil, haunting presence. It had, in all probability, so my uncle conceived, tried to suggest wicked thoughts, and to tempt to wicked actions, but she, in her saintly maidenhood, had passed on undefiled by evil thought or deed. It could not touch her soul, but true, it set her apart from all sweet love or common human intercourse. My uncle threw himself with an energy more like 26 than 60 into the consideration of the whole case. He undertook the proving Lucy's descent, and volunteered to go and find out Mr. Gisborne, and obtain, firstly, the legal proofs of her descent from the Fitzgeralds of Kildoon, and, secondly, to try and hear all that he could respecting the workings of the curse, and whether any and what means had been taken to exorcise that terrible appearance. For he told me of instances where, by prayers and long fasting, the evil possessor had been driven forth with howling and many cries from the body which it had come to inhabit. He spoke of those strange New England cases which had happened not so long ago, of Mr. Defoe, who had written a book wherein he had named many modes of subduing apparitions, and sending them back whence they came, and, lastly, he spoke low of dreadful ways of compelling witches to undo their witchcraft. But I could not endure to hear of those tortures and burnings. I said that Bridget was rather a wild and savage woman than a malignant witch, and, above all, that Lucy was of her kith and kin, and that, in putting her to the trial, by water or by fire, we should be torturing, it might be to the death, the ancestress of her we sought to redeem. My uncle thought a while, and then said that in this last matter I was right, at any rate. At any rate, it should not be tried, with his consent, till all other modes of remedy had failed, and he assented to my proposal that I should go myself and see Bridget, and tell her all. In accordance with this, I went down once more to the wayside inn near Coldholm. It was late at night when I arrived there, and while I supped I inquired of the landlord more particulars as to Bridget's ways. Solitary and savage had been her life for many years. Wild and despotic were her words and manner to those few people who came across her path. The country folk did her imperious bidding because they feared to disobey. If they pleased her, they prospered. If, on the contrary, they neglected or traversed her behests, misfortune, small or great, fell on them and theirs. It was not detestation so much as an indefinable terror that she excited. In the morning I went to see her. She was standing on the green outside her cottage, and received me with the sullen grandeur of a throneless queen. I read in her face that she recognized me, and that I was not unwelcome. But she stood silent till I had opened my errand. "I have news of your daughter," said I, resolved to speak straight to all that I knew she felt of love, and not to spare her. "She is dead." The stern figure scarcely trembled, but her hand sought the support of the door-post. "I knew that she was dead," said she, deep and low, and then was silent for an instant. My tears that should have flowed for her were burnt up long years ago. "Young man, tell me about her." "Not yet," said I, having a strange power given me of confronting one whom, nevertheless, in my secret soul I dreaded. "You had once a little dog," I continued. The words called out in her more show of emotion than the intelligence of her daughter's death. She broke in upon my speech. I had. It was hers, the last thing I had of hers, and it was shot for wantonness. It died in my arms. The man who killed that dog rues it to this day. For that dumb beast's blood, his best beloved stands accursed. Her eyes distended as if she were in a trance, and saw the working of her curse. Again I spoke. "O woman," I said, "that best beloved, standing accursed before men, is your dead daughter's child." The life, the energy, the passion came back to the eyes with which she pierced through me, to see if I spoke truth. Then, without another question or word, she threw herself on the ground with fearful vehemence, and clutched at the innocent daisies with convulsed hands. "Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, have I cursed thee, and art thou accursed?" So she moaned, as she lay prostrate in her great agony. I stood aghast at my own work. She did not hear my broken sentences. She asked no more, but the dumb confirmation which my sad looks had given that one fact, that her curse rested on her own daughter's child. The fear grew on me lest she should die in her strife of body and soul. And then might not Lucy remain under the spell as long as she lived? Even at this moment I saw Lucy coming through the woodland path that led to Bridget's cottage. Mistress Clark was with her. I felt at my heart that it was she, by the balmy peace which the look of her sent over me as she slowly advanced, a glad surprise shining out of her soft quiet eyes. That was as her gaze met mine. As her looks fell on the woman lying stiff, convulsed on the earth, they became full of tender pity. She came forward to try and lift her up. Seating herself on the turf, she took Bridget's head into her lap, and with gentle touches she arranged the dishevelled grey hair streaming thick and wild from beneath her mutch. "God help her," murmured Lucy, "how she suffers." At her desire we sought for water, but when we returned, Bridget had recovered her wandering senses, and was kneeling with clasped hands before Lucy, gazing at that sweet sad face, as though her troubled nature drank in health and peace from every moment's contemplation. A faint tinge on Lucy's pale cheeks showed me she was aware of our return. Otherwise it appeared as if she was conscious of her influence for good over the passion and troubled woman kneeling before her, and would not willingly avert her grave and loving eyes from that wrinkled and careworn countenance. Suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, the creature appeared, there behind Lucy, fearfully the same as to outward semblance, but kneeling exactly as Bridget knelt, and clasping her hands in jesting mimicry as Bridget clasped hers in her ecstasy that was deepening into a prayer. Mistress Clark cried out. Bridget arose slowly, her gaze fixed on the creature beyond. Drawing her breath with a hissing sound, never moving her terrible eyes that were steady as stone, she made a dart at the phantom, and caught, as I had done, a mere handful of empty air. We saw no more of the creature. It vanished as suddenly as it came, but Bridget looked slowly on, as if watching some receding form. Lucy sat still, white, trembling, drooping. I think she would have swooned if I had not been there to uphold her. While I was attending to her, Bridget passed us, without a word to any one, and, entering her cottage, she barred herself in, and left us without. All our endeavours were now directed to get Lucy back to the house where she had tarried the night before. Mistress Clark told me that, not hearing from me, some letter must have miscarried, she had grown impatient and despairing, and had urged Lucy to the enterprise of coming to seek her grandmother, not telling her, indeed, of the dread reputation she possessed, or how we suspected her of having so fearfully blighted that innocent girl, but at the same time hoping much from the mysterious stirrings of blood which Mistress Clark trusted in for the removal of the curse. They had come by a different route from that which I had taken, to a village inn not far from Cold Home, only the night before. This was the first interview between ancestress and descendant. All through the sultry noon I wandered along the tangled wood paths of the old neglected forest, thinking where to turn for remedy in a matter so complicated and mysterious. Meeting a countryman, I asked my way to the nearest clergyman, and went hoping to obtain some counsel from him. But he proved to be a coarse and common-minded man, giving no time or attention to the intricacies of a case, but dashing out a strong opinion involving immediate action. For instance, as soon as I named Bridget Fitzgerald, he exclaimed, "The Cold Home witch! The Irish papist! I'd have had her ducked long since, but for that other papist, Sir Philip Tempest. He has had to threaten honest folk about here over and over again, or they'd have had her up before the justices for her black doings. And it's the law of the land that witches should be burnt, ay, and of Scriptures too, sir. Yet you see a papist, if he's a rich squire, can overrule both law and Scripture. I'd carry a faggot myself to rid the country of her." Such a one could give me no help. I rather drew back what I had already said, and tried to make the parson forget it, by treating him to several pots of beer in the village inn, to which we had adjourned for our conference at his suggestion. I left him as soon as I could, and returned to Cold Home, shaping my way past deserted Starkey Manor House, and coming upon it by the back. At that side were the oblong remains of the old moat, the waters of which lay placid and motionless under the crimson rays of the setting sun, with the forest trees lying straight along each side, and their deep green foliage mirrored to blackness in the burnished surface of the moat below, and the broken sundial at the end nearest the hall, and the heron standing on one leg at the water's edge, lazily looking down for fish. The lonely and desolate house scarce needed the broken windows, the weeds on the door-sill, the broken shutter softly flapping to and fro in the twilight breeze, to fill up the picture of desertion and decay. I lingered about the place until the growing darkness warned me on, and then I passed along the path, cut by the orders of the last lady of Starkey Manor House, that led me to Bridget's cottage. I resolved at once to see her, and, in spite of closed doors, it might be of resolved will, she should see me. So I knocked at her door, gently, loudly, fiercely. I shook it so vehemently that at length the old hinges gave way, and with a crash it fell inwards, leaving me suddenly face to face with Bridget. I, red, heated, agitated with my so long baffled efforts, she, stiff as any stone, standing right facing me, her eyes dilated with terror, her ashen lips trembling, but her body motionless. In her hands she held her crucifix, as if by that holy symbol she sought to oppose my entrance. At sight of me her whole frame relaxed, and she sank back upon a chair. Some mighty tension had given way. Still her eyes looked fearfully into the gloom of the outer air, made more opaque by the glimmer of the lamp inside, which she had placed before the picture of the Virgin. "Is she there?" asked Bridget hoarsely. "No. Who? I am alone. You remember me?" "Yes," replied she, still terror-stricken. "But she, that creature, has been looking in upon me through that window all day long. I closed it up with my shawl, and then I saw her feet below the door as long as it was light, and I knew she heard my very breathing, nay, worse, my very prayers. And I could not pray, for her listening choked the words ere they rose to my lips. Tell me, who is she? What means that double girl I saw this morning? One had a look of my dead Mary, but the other curdled my blood, and yet it was the same. She had taken hold of my arm, as if to secure herself some human companionship. She shook all over with the slight, never-ceasing tremor of intense terror. I told her my tale as I have told it you, sparing none of the details. How Mistress Clark had informed me that the resemblance had driven Lucy forth from her father's house. How I had disbelieved until, with mine own eyes, I had seen another Lucy standing behind my Lucy, the same in form and feature, but with the demon soul looking out of its eyes. I told her all, I say, believing that she, whose curse was working so upon the life of her innocent grandchild, was the only person who could find the remedy and the redemption. When I had done, she sat silent for many minutes. "You love Mary's child?" she asked. "I do, in spite of the fearful workings of the curse. I love her, yet I shrink from her ever since that day on the moorside. And men must shrink from one so accompanied. Friends and lovers must stand afar off. Oh, Bridget Fitzgerald, loosen the curse, set her free." "Where is she?" I eagerly caught at the idea that her presence was needed, in order that by some strange prayer or exorcism the spell might be reversed. "I will go and bring her to you," I exclaimed, but Bridget tightened her hold upon my arm. "Not so," said she, in a low, hoarse voice. "It would kill me to see her again as I saw her this morning, and I must live till I have worked my work. Leave me," said she suddenly, and again taking up the cross. "I defy the demon I have called up. Leave me to wrestle with it." She stood up, as if in an ecstasy of inspiration, from which all fear was banished. I lingered, why I can hardly tell, until once more she bade me begone. As I went along the forest way, I looked back and saw her planting the cross in the empty threshold where the door had been. The next morning Lucy and I went to seek her, to bid her join her prayers with ours. The cottage stood open and wide to our gaze. No human being was there. The cross remained on the threshold, but Bridget was gone. Section 27 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Poor Clare, Part 4. What was to be done next, was the question that I asked myself. As for Lucy, she would fain have submitted to the doom that lay upon her. Her gentleness and piety, under the pressure of so horrible a life, seemed over-passive to me. She never complained. Mrs. Clark complained more than ever. As for me, I was more in love with the real Lucy than ever, but I shrunk from the false similitude with an intensity proportioned to my love. I found out by instinct that Mrs. Clark had occasional temptations to leave Lucy. The good lady's nerves were shaken, and, from what she said, I could almost have concluded that the object of the double was to drive away from Lucy this last and almost earliest friend. At times I could scarcely bear to own it, but I myself felt inclined to turn recreant, and I would accuse Lucy of being too patient, too resigned. One after another she won the little children of Coldholm. Mrs. Clark and she had resolved to stay there, for was it not as good a place as any other to such as they? And did not all our faint hopes rest on Bridget, never seen or heard of now, but still we trusted to come back, or give some token? So, as I say, one after another, the little children came about my Lucy, won by her soft tones and her gentle smiles and kind actions. Alas! one after another they fell away, and shrunk from her path with blanching terror, and we too surely guessed the reason why. It was the last drop. I could bear it no longer. I resolved no more to linger around the spot, but to go back to my uncle, and among the learned divines of the city of London seek for some power whereby to annul the curse. My uncle, meanwhile, had obtained all the requisite testimonials relating to Lucy's descent and birth, from the Irish lawyers and from Mr. Gisborne. The latter gentleman had written from abroad. He was again serving in the Austrian army. A letter alternately passionately self-reproachful and stoically repellent. It was evident that when he thought of Mary, her short life, how he had wronged her, and of her violent death, he could hardly find words severe enough for his own conduct. And from this point of view, the curse that Bridget had laid upon him and his was regarded by him as a prophetic doom, to the utterance of which she was moved by a higher power, working for the fulfilment of a deeper vengeance than for the death of the poor dog. But then again, when he came to speak of his daughter, the repugnance which the conduct of the demoniac creature had produced in his mind was but ill disguised under a show of profound indifference as to Lucy's fate. One almost felt as if he would have been as content to put her out of existence as he would have been to destroy some disgusting reptile that had invaded his chamber or his couch. The great Fitzgerald property was Lucy's, and that was all, was nothing. My uncle and I sat in the gloom of a London November evening in our house in Ormond Street. I was out of health, and felt as if I were in an inextricable coil of misery. Lucy and I wrote to each other, but that was little, and we dared not see each other for dread of the fearful third, who had more than once taken her place at our meetings. My uncle had, on the day I speak of, bidden prayers to be put up on the ensuing Sabbath in many a church and meeting-house in London, for one grievously tormented by an evil spirit. He had faith in prayers, I had none. I was fast losing faith in all things. So we sat, he trying to interest me in the old talk of other days, I oppressed by one thought, when our old servant Anthony opened a door, and without speaking showed in a very gentlemanly and prepossessing man, who had something remarkable about his dress, betraying his profession to be that of the Roman Catholic priesthood. He glanced at my uncle first, then at me. It was to me he bowed. "I did not give my name," said he, "because you would hardly have recognized it, unless, sir, when in the north you heard of Father Bernard, the chaplain of Stonyhurst." I remembered afterwards that I had heard of him, but at the time I had utterly forgotten it, so I professed myself a complete stranger to him, while my ever-hospitable uncle, although hating a papist as much as it was in his nature to hate anything, placed a chair for the visitor, and bade Anthony bring glasses and a fresh jug of claret. Father Bernard received this courtesy with the graceful ease and pleasant acknowledgment which belongs to the man of the world. Then he turned to scan me with his keen glance. After some slight conversation, entered into on his part, I am certain with an intention of discovering on what terms of confidence I stood with my uncle, he paused and said gravely, I am sent here with a message to you, sir, from a woman to whom you have shown kindness, and who is one of my penitents in Antwerp, one Bridget Fitzgerald." "Bridget Fitzgerald!" exclaimed I, "in Antwerp! Tell me, sir, all that you can about her." "There is much to be said," he replied, "but may I inquire if this gentleman, if your uncle, is acquainted with the particulars of which you and I stand informed?" "All that I know he knows," said I eagerly, laying my hand on my uncle's arm, as he made a motion as if to quit the room. "Then I have to speak before two gentlemen who, however they may differ from me in faith, are yet fully impressed with the fact that there are evil powers going about continually to take cognizance of our evil thoughts, and, if their master gives them power, to bring them into overt action. Such is my theory of the nature of that sin of which I dare not disbelieve, as some sceptics would have us do, the sin of witchcraft. Of this deadly sin you and I are aware Bridget Fitzgerald has been guilty. Since you saw her last, many prayers have been offered in our churches, many masses sung, many penances undergone, in order that, if God and the holy saints so willed it, her sin might be blotted out. But it has not been so willed." "Explain to me," said I, "who you are, and how you come connected with Bridget. Why is she at Antwerp? I pray you, sir, tell me more. If I am impatient, excuse me. I am ill and feverish, and in consequence bewildered." There was something to me inexpressibly soothing in the tone of voice with which he began to narrate, as it were from the beginning, his acquaintance with Bridget. I had known Mr. and Mrs. Starkey during their residence abroad, and so it fell out naturally that, when I came as chaplain to the Sherbornes at Stonyhurst, our acquaintance was renewed, and thus I became the confessor of the whole family, isolated as they were from the officers of the church, Sherborne being their nearest neighbour who professed the true faith. Of course you are aware that facts revealed in confession are sealed as in the grave. But I learnt enough of Bridget's character to be convinced that I had to do with no common woman, one powerful for good as for evil. I believe that I was able to give her spiritual assistance from time to time, and that she looked upon me as a servant of that holy church which has such wonderful power of moving men's hearts and relieving them of the burden of their sins. I have known her cross the moors on the wildest night of storms to confess and be absolved, and then she would return calmed and subdued to her daily work about her mistress, no one witting where she had been during the hours that most passed in sleep upon their beds. After her daughter's departure, after Mary's mysterious disappearance, I had to impose many a long penance in order to wash away the sin of impatient repining that was fast leading her into the deeper guilt of blasphemy. She set out on that long journey of which you have possibly heard, that fruitless journey in search of Mary, and during her absence my superiors ordered my return to my former duties at Antwerp, and for many years I heard no more of Bridget. Not many months ago, as I was passing homeward in the evening along one of the streets near Saint-Jacques, leading into the Meerstraat, I saw a woman sitting crouched up under the shrine of the Holy Mother of Sorrows. Her hood was drawn over her head, so that the shadow caused by the light of the lamp above fell deep over her face. Her hands were clasped round her knees. It was evident that she was someone in hopeless trouble, and as such it was my duty to stop and speak. I naturally addressed her first in Flemish, believing her to be one of the lower class of inhabitants. She shook her head, but did not look up. Then I tried French, and she replied in that language, but speaking it so indifferently that I was sure she was either English or Irish, and consequently spoke to her in my own native tongue. She recognized my voice, and starting up, caught at my robes, dragging me before the blessed shrine, and throwing herself down, and forcing me, as much by her evident desire as by her action, to kneel beside her, she exclaimed, "O Holy Virgin, you will never hearken to me again, but hear him. For you know him of old, that he does your bidding, and strives to heal broken hearts. Hear him." She turned to me. "She will hear you, if you will only pray. She never hears me. She and all the saints in heaven cannot hear my prayers, for the evil one carries them off, as he carried that first away. Oh, Father Bernard, pray for me." I prayed for one in sore distress, of what nature I could not say, but the Holy Virgin would know. Bridget held me fast, grasping with eagerness at the sound of my words. When I had ended, I rose, and making the sign of the cross over her, I was going to bless her in the name of the Holy Church, when she shrank away like some terrified creature, and said, "I am guilty of deadly sin, and am not shriven." "Arise, my daughter," said I, "and come with me," and I led the way into one of the confessionals of Saint Jacques. She knelt. I listened. No words came. The evil powers had stricken her dumb, as I heard afterwards they had many a time before, when she approached confession. She was too poor to pay for the necessary forms of exorcism, and hitherto those priests to whom she had addressed herself were either so ignorant of the meaning of her broken French, or her Irish English, or else esteemed her to be one crazed, as, indeed, her wild and excited manner might easily have led any one to think, that they had neglected the sole means of loosening her tongue, so that she might confess her deadly sin, and after due penance obtain absolution. But I knew Bridget of old, and felt that she was a penitent sent to me. I went through those holy offices appointed by our Church for the relief of such a case. I was the more bound to do this, as I found that she had come to Antwerp for the sole purpose of discovering me, and making confession to me. Of the nature of that fearful confession I am forbidden to speak. Much of it you know, possibly all. It now remains for her to free herself from mortal guilt, and to set others free from the consequences thereof. No prayers, no masses will ever do it, although they may strengthen her with that strength by which alone acts of deepest love and purest self-devotion may be performed. Her words of passion and cries for revenge, her unholy prayers, could never reach the ears of the holy saints. Other powers intercepted them, and wrought so that the curses thrown up to heaven have fallen on her own flesh and blood, and so, through her very strength of love, have bruised and crushed her heart. Henceforward her former self must be buried, yea, buried quick, if need be, but never more to make sign or utter cry on earth. She has become a poor Clare, in order that, by perpetual penance and constant service of others, she may at length so act as to obtain final absolution and rest for her soul. Until then, the innocent must suffer. It is to plead for the innocent that I come to you, not in the name of the witch, Bridget Fitzgerald, but of the penitent and servant of all men, the poor Clare, Sister Magdalen. Sir, said I listen to your request with respect. Only I may tell you it is not needed to urge me to do all that I can on behalf of one, love for whom is part of my very life. If, for a time, I have absented myself from her, it is to think and work for her redemption. I, a member of the English Church, my uncle, a Puritan, pray morning and night for her by name. The congregations of London on the next Sabbath will pray for one unknown, that she may be set free from the powers of darkness. Moreover, I must tell you, sir, that those evil ones touch not the great calm of her soul. She lives her own pure and loving life, unharmed and untainted, though all men fall off from her. I would I could have her faith." My uncle now spoke. "Nephew," said he, "it seems to me that this gentleman, although professing what I consider an erroneous creed, has touched upon the right point in exhorting Bridget to acts of love and mercy, whereby to wipe out her sin of hate and vengeance. Let us strive after our fashion, by almsgiving and visiting of the needy and fatherless, to make our prayers acceptable. Meanwhile, I myself will go down into the north, and take charge of the maiden. I am too old to be daunted by man or demon. I will bring her to this house as to a home, and let the double come if it will. A company of godly divines shall give it the meeting, and we will try issue." The kindly, brave old man, but Father Bernard sat on musing. "All hate," said he, "cannot be quenched in her heart. All Christian forgiveness cannot have entered into her soul, or the demon would have lost its power. You said, I think, that her grandchild was still tormented?" "Still tormented," I replied sadly, thinking of Mistress Clark's last letter. He rose to go. We afterwards heard that the occasion of his coming to London was a secret political mission on behalf of the Jacobites. Nevertheless, he was a good and wise man. Months and months passed away without any change. Lucy entreated my uncle to leave her where she was, dreading, as I learnt, lest if she came, with her fearful companion, to dwell in the same house with me, that my love could not stand the repeated shocks to which I should be doomed. And this she thought from no distrust of the strength of my affection, but from a kind of pitying sympathy for the terror to the nerves, which she observed that the demoniac visitation caused in all. I was restless and miserable. I devoted myself to good works, but I performed them from no spirit of love, but solely from the hope of reward and payment, and so the reward was never granted. At length I asked my uncle's leave to travel, and I went forth, a wanderer, with no distincter end than that of many another wanderer, to get away from myself. A strange impulse led me to Antwerp, in spite of the wars and commotions then raging in the Low Countries, or rather, perhaps, the very craving to become interested in something external led me to the thick of the struggle then going on with the Austrians. The cities of Flanders were all full at that time of civil disturbances and rebellions, only kept down by force and the presence of an Austrian garrison in every place. I arrived in Antwerp and made inquiry for Father Bernard. He was away in the country for a day or two. Then I asked my way to the convent of poor Clare's, but being healthy and prosperous, I could only see the dim, pent-up grey walls shut closely in by narrow streets in the lowest part of the town. My landlord told me that had I been stricken by some loathsome disease, or in desperate case of any kind, the poor Clares would have taken me and tended me. He spoke of them as an order of mercy of the strictest kind, dressing scantily in the coarsest materials, going barefoot, living on what the inhabitants of Antwerp chose to bestow, and sharing even those fragments and crumbs with the poor and helpless that swarmed all around. Receiving no letters or communication with the outer world, utterly dead to everything but the alleviation of suffering. He smiled at my inquiring whether I could get speech of one of them, and told me that they were even forbidden to speak for the purposes of begging their daily food, while yet they lived and fed others upon what was given in charity. "But," exclaimed I, "supposing all men forgot them, would they quietly lie down and die without making sign of their extremity?" If such were their rule, the poor Clares would willingly do it, but their founder appointed a remedy for such extreme cases as you suggest. They have a bell. 'Tis but a small one, as I have heard, that has yet never been rung in the memory of man. When the poor Clares have been without food for 24 hours, they may ring this bell, and then trust to our good people of Antwerp for rushing to the rescue of the poor Clares, who have taken such blessed care of us in all our straits. It seemed to me that such rescue would be late in the day, but I did not say what I thought. I rather turned the conversation by asking my landlord if he knew or had ever heard anything of a certain Sister Magdalen. "Yes," said he, rather under his breath. "News will creep out, even from a convent of poor Clares. Sister Magdalen is either a great sinner or a great saint. She does more, as I have heard, than all the other nuns put together. Yet, when last month they would fain have made her Mother Superior, she begged rather that they would place her below all the rest, and make her the meanest servant of all." "You never saw her?" asked I. "Never," he replied. I was weary of waiting for Father Bernard, and yet I lingered in Antwerp. The political state of things became worse than ever, increased to its height by the scarcity of food consequent on many deficient harvests. I saw groups of fierce, squalid men at every corner of the street, glaring out with wolfish eyes at my sleek skin and handsome clothes. At last Father Bernard returned. We had a long conversation, in which he told me that, curiously enough, Mr. Gisborne, Lucy's father, was serving in one of the Austrian regiments then in garrison at Antwerp. I asked Father Bernard if he would make us acquainted, which he consented to do. But a day or two afterwards he told me that, on hearing my name, Mr. Gisborne had declined responding to any advances on my part, saying he had abjured his country and hated his countrymen. Probably he recollected my name in connection with that of his daughter Lucy. Anyhow, it was clear enough that I had no chance of making his acquaintance. Father Bernard confirmed me in my suspicions of the hidden fermentation for some coming evil working among the blouses of Antwerp, and he would fain have had me depart from out the city. But I rather craved the excitement of danger, and stubbornly refused to leave. One day, when I was walking with him in the Place Berthe, he bowed to an Austrian officer who was crossing towards the cathedral. "That is Mr. Gisborne," said he, as soon as the gentleman was past. I turned to look at the tall, slight figure of the officer. He carried himself in a stately manner, although he was past middle age, and from his years might have had some excuse for a slight stoop. As I looked at the man, he turned round. His eyes met mine, and I saw his face. Deeply lined, sallow, and scathed was that countenance, scarred by passion as well as by the fortunes of war. 'Twas but a moment our eyes met. We each turned round, and went on our separate way. But his whole appearance was not one to be easily forgotten. The thorough appointment of the dress, and evident thought bestowed on it, made but an incongruous whole with the dark, gloomy expression of his countenance. Because he was Lucy's father, I sought instinctively to meet him everywhere. At last he must have become aware of my pertinacity, for he gave me a haughty scowl whenever I passed him. In one of these encounters, however, I chanced to be of some service to him. He was turning the corner of a street, and came suddenly on one of the groups of discontented Flemings of whom I have spoken. Some words were exchanged, when my gentleman out with his sword, and with a slight but skilful cut drew blood from one of those who had insulted him, as he fancied, though I was too far off to hear the words. They would all have fallen upon him had I not rushed forward and raised the cry, then well known in Antwerp, of rally to the Austrian soldiers who were perpetually patrolling the streets, and who came in numbers to the rescue. I think that neither Mr. Gisborne nor the mutinous group of plebeians owed me much gratitude for my interference. He had planted himself against a wall, in a skilful attitude of fence, ready with his bright glancing rapier to do battle with all the heavy, fierce, unarmed men, some 6 or 7 in number. But when his own soldiers came up, he sheathed his sword, and, giving some careless word of command, sent them away again, and continued his saunter all alone down the street, the workmen snarling in his rear, and more than half inclined to fall on me for my cry of rescue. I cared not if they did, my life seemed so dreary a burden just then, and perhaps it was this daring loitering among them that prevented their attacking me. Instead, they suffered me to fall into conversation with them, and I heard some of their grievances. Sore and heavy to be borne were they, and no wonder the sufferers were savage and desperate. The man whom Gisborne had wounded across his face would fain have got out of me the name of his aggressor, but I refused to tell it. Another of the group heard his inquiry and made answer, "I know the man. He is one Gisborne, aide-de-camp to the General Commandant. I know him well." He began to tell some story in connection with Gisborne in a low and muttering voice, and while he was relating a tale which I saw excited their evil blood, and which they evidently wished me not to hear, I sauntered away and back to my lodgings. That night Antwerp was in open revolt. The inhabitants rose in rebellion against their Austrian masters. The Austrians, holding the gates of the city, remained at first pretty quiet in the citadel, only from time to time the boom of a great cannon swept sullenly over the town. But if they expected the disturbance to die away and spend itself in a few hours' fury, they were mistaken. In a day or two the rioters held possession of the principal municipal buildings. Then the Austrians poured forth in bright flaming array, calm and smiling as they marched to the posts assigned, as if the fierce mob were no more to them than the swarms of buzzing summer flies. Their practised manoeuvres, their well-aimed shot told with terrible effect, but in the place of one slain rioter 3 sprang up of his blood to avenge his loss. But a deadly foe, a ghastly ally of the Austrians, was at work. Food, scarce and dear for months, was now hardly to be obtained at any price. Desperate efforts were being made to bring provisions into the city, for the rioters had friends without. Close to the city port, nearest to the Scheldt, a great struggle took place. I was there, helping the rioters whose cause I had adopted. We had a savage encounter with the Austrians. Numbers fell on both sides. I saw them lie bleeding for a moment, then a volley of smoke obscured them, and when it cleared away, they were dead, trampled upon or smothered, pressed down and hidden by the freshly wounded, whom those last guns had brought low. And then a grey-robed and grey-veiled figure came right across the flashing guns, and stooped over someone whose life-blood was ebbing away. Sometimes it was to give him drink from some cans which they carried slung at their sides. Sometimes I saw the cross held above a dying man, and rapid prayers were being uttered, unheard by men in that hellish din and clangour, but listened to by one above. I saw all this as in a dream. The reality of that stern time was battle and carnage, but I knew that these grey figures, their bare feet all wet with blood, and their faces hidden by their veils, were the poor Clares, sent forth now because dire agony was abroad and imminent danger at hand. Therefore they left their cloistered shelter, and came into that thick and evil melee. Close to me, driven past me by the struggle of many fighters, came the Antwerp burgess with the scarce-healed scar upon his face, and in an instant more he was thrown by the press upon the Austrian officer Gisborne, and ere either had recovered the shock, the burgess had recognized his opponent. "Ha! The Englishman Gisborne!" he cried, and threw himself upon him with redoubled fury. He had struck him hard, the Englishman was down, when out of the smoke came a dark grey figure, and threw herself right under the uplifted flashing sword. The burgess's arm stood arrested. Neither Austrians nor Anversois willingly harmed the poor Clares. "Leave him to me," said a low, stern voice. "He is mine enemy, mine for many years." Those words were the last I heard. I myself was struck down by a bullet. I remember nothing more for days. When I came to myself, I was at the extremity of weakness, and was craving for food to recruit my strength. My landlord sat watching me. He, too, looked pinched and shrunken. He had heard of my wounded state, and sought me out. Yes, the struggle still continued, but the famine was sore, and some, he had heard, had died for lack of food. The tears stood in his eyes as he spoke, but soon he shook off his weakness, and his natural cheerfulness returned. Father Bernard would come back that afternoon, he had promised, but Father Bernard never came, although I was up and dressed and looking eagerly for him. My landlord brought me a meal which he had cooked himself. Of what it was composed he would not say, but it was most excellent, and with every mouthful I seemed to gain strength. The good man sat looking at my evident enjoyment with a happy smile of sympathy, but, as my appetite became satisfied, I began to detect a certain wistfulness in his eyes, as if craving for the food I had so nearly devoured. For, indeed, at that time I was hardly aware of the extent of the famine. Suddenly there was a sound of many rushing feet past our window. My landlord opened one of the sides of it, the better to learn what was going on. Then we heard a faint, cracked, tinkling bell, coming shrill upon the air, clear and distinct from all other sounds. "Holy Mother!" exclaimed the landlord, "the poor Clares!" He snatched up the fragments of my meal, and crammed them into my hands, bidding me follow. Downstairs he ran, clutching at more food, as the woman of his house eagerly held it out to him, and in a moment we were in the street, moving along with the great current, all tending towards the convent of the poor Clares. And still, as if piercing our ears with its inarticulate cry, came the shrill tinkle of the bell. In that strange crowd were old men trembling and sobbing as they carried their little pittance of food, women with the tears running down their cheeks, who had snatched up what provisions they had in the vessels in which they stood, so that the burden of these was in many cases much greater than that which they contained. Children, with flushed faces, grasping tight the morsel of bitten cake or bread, in their eagerness to carry it safe to the help of the poor Clares. Strong men, yea, both Anversois and Austrians, pressing onward with set teeth and no word spoken, and over all and through all came that sharp tinkle, that cry for help in extremity. We met the first torrent of people returning with blanched and piteous faces. They were issuing out of the convent to make way for the offerings of others. "Haste, haste," said they, "a poor Clare is dying. A poor Clare is dead for hunger. God forgive us and our city." We pressed on. The stream bore us along where it would. We were carried through refectories bare and crumbless, into the cells over whose doors the conventual name of the occupant was written. Thus it was that I, with others, was forced into Sister Magdalene's cell. On her couch lay Gisborne, pale unto death, but not dead. By his side was a cup of water, and a small morsel of mouldy bread, which he had pushed out of his reach, and could not move to obtain. Over against his bed were these words, copied in the English version: Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him; if he thirst, give him drink. Some of us gave him of our food, and left him eating greedily, like some famished wild animal. For now it was no longer the sharp tinkle, but that one solemn toll, which in all Christian countries tells of the passing of the spirit out of earthly life into eternity. And again a murmur gathered, and grew, as of many people speaking with awed breath. A poor Clare is dying, a poor Clare is dead. Borne along once more by the motion of the crowd, we were carried into the chapel belonging to the poor Clares. On a bier before the high altar lay a woman, lay Sister Magdalene, lay Bridget Fitzgerald. By her side stood Father Bernard, in his robes of office, and holding the crucifix on high, while he pronounced the solemn absolution of the Church, as to one who had newly confessed herself of deadly sin. I pushed on with passionate force till I stood close to the dying woman, as she received extreme unction amid the breathless and awed hush of the multitude around. Her eyes were glazing, her limbs were stiffening, but when the rite was over and finished, she raised her gaunt figure slowly up, and her eyes brightened to a strange intensity of joy, as, with the gesture of her finger and the trance-like gleam of her eye, she seemed like one who watched the disappearance of some loathed and fearful creature. "She is freed from the curse," said she, as she fell back dead. Now, of all our party who at first listened to my Lady Ludlow, Mr. Preston was the only one who had not told us something, either of information, tradition, history, or legend. We naturally turned to him, but we did not like asking him directly for his contribution, for he was a grave, reserved, and silent man. He understood us, however, and, rousing himself, as it were, he said, "I know you wish me to tell you, in my turn, of something which I have learnt or heard during my life. I could tell you something of my own life, and of a life dearer still to my memory, but I have shrunk from narrating anything so purely personal. Yet, shrink as I will, no other but those sad recollections will present themselves to my mind. I call them sad when I think of the end of it all. However, I am not going to moralize. If my dear brother's life and death does not speak for itself, no words of mine will teach you what may be learnt from it. Section 28 of Round the Sofa by Elizabeth Gaskell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Half-Brothers. My mother was twice married. She never spoke of her first husband, and it is only from other people that I have learnt what little I know about him. I believe she was scarcely 17 when she was married to him, and he was barely 21. He rented a small farm up in Cumberland, somewhere towards the sea-coast, but he was perhaps too young and inexperienced to have the charge of land and cattle. Anyhow, his affairs did not prosper, and he fell into ill health and died of consumption before they had been 3 years man and wife, leaving my mother a young widow of 20, with a little child only just able to walk, and the farm on her hands for 4 years more by the lease, with half the stock on it dead, or sold off one by one to pay the more pressing debts, and with no money to purchase more, or even to buy the provisions needed for the small consumption of every day. There was another child coming too, and sad and sorry I believe she was to think of it. A dreary winter she must have had in her lonesome dwelling, with never another near it for miles around. Her sister came to bear her company, and they two planned and plotted how to make every penny they could raise go as far as possible. I can't tell you how it happened that my little sister, whom I never saw, came to sicken and die. But, as if my poor mother's cup was not full enough, only a fortnight before Gregory was born, the little girl took ill of scarlet fever, and in a week she lay dead. My mother was, I believe, just stunned with this last blow. My aunt has told me that she did not cry. Aunt Fanny would have been thankful if she had, but she sat holding the poor wee lassie's hand, and looking in her pretty, pale, dead face, without so much as shedding a tear. And it was all the same, when they had to take her away to be buried. She just kissed the child, and sat her down in the window-seat to watch the little black train of people, neighbours, my aunt, and one far-off cousin, who were all the friends they could muster, go winding away among the snow, which had fallen thinly over the country the night before. When my aunt came back from the funeral, she found my mother in the same place, and as dry-eyed as ever. So she continued, until after Gregory was born, and, somehow, his coming seemed to loosen the tears, and she cried day and night, till my aunt and the other watcher looked at each other with dismay, and would fain have stopped her if they had but known how. But she bade them let her alone, and not be over-anxious, for every drop she shed eased her brain, which had been in a terrible state before for want of the power to cry. She seemed after that to think of nothing but her new little baby. She hardly appeared to remember either her husband or her little daughter that lay dead in Bringham churchyard. At least so Aunt Fanny said. But she was a great talker, and my mother was very silent by nature, and I think Aunt Fanny may have been mistaken in believing that my mother never thought of her husband and child, just because she never spoke about them. Aunt Fanny was older than my mother, and had a way of treating her like a child, but for all that she was a kind, warm-hearted creature, who thought more of her sister's welfare than she did of her own, and it was on her bit of money that they principally lived, and on what the two could earn by working for the great Glasgow sewing merchants. But by and by my mother's eyesight began to fail. It was not that she was exactly blind, for she could see well enough to guide herself about the house, and to do a good deal of domestic work, but she could no longer do fine sewing and earn money. It must have been with the heavy crying she had had in her day, for she was but a young creature at this time, and as pretty a young woman, I have heard people say, as any on the countryside. She took it sadly to heart that she could no longer gain anything towards the keep of herself and her child. My Aunt Fanny would fain have persuaded her that she had enough to do in managing their cottage and minding Gregory, but my mother knew that they were pinched, and that Aunt Fanny herself had not as much to eat, even of the commonest kind of food, as she could have done with. And as for Gregory, he was not a strong lad, and needed not more food, for he always had enough, whoever went short, but better nourishment, and more flesh meat. One day, it was Aunt Fanny who told me all this about my poor mother long after her death, as the sisters were sitting together, Aunt Fanny working, and my mother hushing Gregory to sleep, William Preston, who was afterwards my father, came in. He was reckoned an old bachelor. I suppose he was long past 40, and he was one of the wealthiest farmers thereabouts, and had known my grandfather well, and my mother and my aunt in their more prosperous days. He sat down and began to twirl his hat by way of being agreeable. My Aunt Fanny talked, and he listened and looked at my mother, but he said very little, either on that visit or on many another that he paid, before he spoke out what had been the real purpose of his calling so often all along, and from the very first time he came to their house. One Sunday, however, my Aunt Fanny stayed away from church, and took care of the child, and my mother went alone. When she came back, she ran straight upstairs, without going into the kitchen to look at Gregory, or to speak any word to her sister, and Aunt Fanny heard her cry as if her heart was breaking, so she went up and scolded her right well through the bolted door, till at last she got her to open it. And then she threw herself on my aunt's neck, and told her that William Preston had asked her to marry him, and had promised to take good charge of her boy, and to let him want for nothing, neither in the way of keep nor of education, and that she had consented. Aunt Fanny was a good deal shocked at this, for, as I have said, she had often thought that my mother had forgotten her first husband very quickly, and now here was proof positive of it, if she could so soon think of marrying again. Besides, as Aunt Fanny used to say, she herself would have been a far more suitable match for a man of William Preston's age than Helen, who, though she was a widow, had not seen her 24th summer. However, as Aunt Fanny said, they had not asked her advice, and there was much to be said on the other side of the question. Helen's eyesight would never be good for much again, and as William Preston's wife she would never need to do anything, if she chose to sit with her hands before her, and a boy was a great charge to a widowed mother, and now there would be a decent steady man to see after him. So by and by Aunt Fanny seemed to take a brighter view of the marriage than did my mother herself, who hardly ever looked up, and never smiled after the day when she promised William Preston to be his wife. But much as she had loved Gregory before, she seemed to love him more now. She was continually talking to him when they were alone, though he was far too young to understand her moaning words, or give her any comfort, except by his caresses. At last William Preston and she were wed, and she went to be mistress of a well-stocked house not above half an hour's walk from where Aunt Fanny lived. I believe she did all that she could to please my father, and a more dutiful wife, I have heard him himself say, could never have been. But she did not love him, and he soon found it out. She loved Gregory, and she did not love him. Perhaps love would have come in time, if he had been patient enough to wait. But it just turned him sour to see how her eye brightened and her colour came at the sight of that little child, while for him who had given her so much she had only gentle words as cold as ice. He got to taunt her with the difference in her manner, as if that would bring love, and he took a positive dislike to Gregory. He was so jealous of the ready love that always gushed out like a spring of fresh water when he came near. He wanted her to love him more, and perhaps that was all well and good, but he wanted her to love her child less, and that was an evil wish. One day he gave way to his temper, and cursed and swore at Gregory, who had got into some mischief, as children will. My mother made some excuse for him. My father said it was hard enough to have to keep another man's child, without having it perpetually held up in its naughtiness by his wife, who ought to be always in the same mind that he was, and so from little they got to more, and the end of it was that my mother took to her bed before her time, and I was born that very day. My father was glad and proud and sorry all in a breath. Glad and proud that a son was born to him, and sorry for his poor wife's state, and to think how his angry words had brought it on. But he was a man who liked better to be angry than sorry, so he soon found out that it was all Gregory's fault, and owed him an additional grudge for having hastened my birth. He had another grudge against him before long. My mother began to sink the day after I was born. My father sent to Carlisle for doctors, and would have coined his heart's blood into gold to save her, if that could have been. But it could not. My Aunt Fanny used to say sometimes that she thought that Helen did not wish to live, and so just let herself die away without trying to take hold on life. But when I questioned her, she owned that my mother did all the doctors bade her do, with the same sort of uncomplaining patience with which she had acted through life. One of her last requests was to have Gregory laid in her bed by my side, and then she made him take hold of my little hand. Her husband came in while she was looking at us so, and when he bent tenderly over her to ask how she felt now, and seemed to gaze on us two little half-brothers with a grave sort of kindliness, she looked up into his face and smiled, almost her first smile at him, and such a sweet smile, as more besides Aunt Fanny have said. In an hour she was dead. Aunt Fanny came to live with us. It was the best thing that could be done. My father would have been glad to return to his old mode of bachelor life, but what could he do with two little children? He needed a woman to take care of him, and who so fitting as his wife's elder sister? So she had the charge of me from my birth, and for a time I was weakly, as was but natural, and she was always beside me night and day, watching over me, and my father nearly as anxious as she. For his land had come down from father to son for more than 300 years, and he would have cared for me merely as his flesh and blood that was to inherit the land after him, but he needed something to love for all that. To most people he was a stern, hard man, and he took to me as I fancy he had taken to no human being before, as he might have taken to my mother, if she had had no former life for him to be jealous of. I loved him back again right heartily. I loved all around me, I believe, for everybody was kind to me. After a time I overcame my original weakliness of constitution, and was just a bonny, strong-looking lad whom every passer-by noticed when my father took me with him to the nearest town. At home I was the darling of my aunt, the tenderly beloved of my father, the pet and plaything of the old domestic, the young master of the farm labourers, before whom I played many a lordly antic, assuming a sort of authority which sat oddly enough, I doubt not, on such a baby as I was. Gregory was 3 years older than I. Aunt Fanny was always kind to him in deed and in action, but she did not often think about him. She had fallen so completely into the habit of being engrossed by me, from the fact of my having come into her charge as a delicate baby. My father never got over his grudging dislike of his stepson, who had so innocently wrestled with him for the possession of my mother's heart. Ay, mistrust me, too, that my father always considered him as the cause of my mother's death and my early delicacy, and utterly unreasonable as this may seem, I believe my father rather cherished his feeling of alienation to my brother as a duty, than strove to repress it. Yet not for the world would my father have grudged him anything that money could purchase. That was, as it were, in the bond when he had wedded my mother. Gregory was lumpish and loutish, awkward and ungainly, marring whatever he meddled in, and many a hard word and sharp scolding did he get from the people about the farm, who hardly waited till my father's back was turned before they rated the stepson. I am ashamed. My heart is sore to think how I fell into the fashion of the family, and slighted my poor orphan step-brother. I don't think I ever scouted him, or was wilfully ill-natured to him, but the habit of being considered in all things, and being treated as something uncommon and superior, made me insolent in my prosperity, and I exacted more than Gregory was always willing to grant, and then, irritated, I sometimes repeated the disparaging words I had heard others use with regard to him, without fully understanding their meaning. Whether he did or not, I cannot tell. I am afraid he did. He used to turn silent and quiet. Sullen and sulky, my father thought it. Stupid, Aunt Fanny used to call it. But every one said he was stupid and dull, and this stupidity and dullness grew upon him. He would sit without speaking a word, sometimes for hours. Then my father would bid him rise and do some piece of work, maybe, about the farm, and he would take 3 or 4 tellings before he would go. When we were sent to school, it was all the same. He could never be made to remember his lessons. The schoolmaster grew weary of scolding and flogging, and at last advised my father just to take him away, and set him to some farm work that might not be above his comprehension. I think he was more gloomy and stupid than ever after this. Yet he was not a cross lad. He was patient and good-natured, and would try to do a kind turn for any one, even if they had been scolding or cuffing him not a minute before. But very often his attempts at kindness ended in some mischief to the very people he was trying to serve, owing to his awkward, ungainly ways. I suppose I was a clever lad. At any rate, I always got plenty of praise, and was, as we call it, the cock of the school. The schoolmaster said I could learn anything I chose, but my father, who had no great learning himself, saw little use in much for me, and took me away betimes, and kept me with him about the farm. Gregory was made into a kind of shepherd, receiving his training under old Adam, who was nearly past his work. I think old Adam was almost the first person who had a good opinion of Gregory. He stood to it that my brother had good parts, though he did not rightly know how to bring them out, and, for knowing the bearings of the fells, he said he had never seen a lad like him. My father would try to bring Adam round to speak of Gregory's faults and shortcomings, but, instead of that, he would praise him twice as much as soon as he found out what my father's object was. One winter time, when I was about 16, and Gregory 19, I was sent by my father on an errand to a place about 7 miles distant by the road, but only about 4 by the fells. He bade me return by the road, whichever way I took in going, for the evenings closed in early, and were often thick and misty. Besides which, old Adam, now paralytic and bedridden, foretold a downfall of snow before long. I soon got to my journey's end, and soon had done my business, earlier by an hour, I thought, than my father had expected, so I took the decision of the way by which I should return into my own hands, and set off back again over the fells, just as the first shades of evening began to fall. It looked dark and gloomy enough, but everything was so still that I thought I should have plenty of time to get home before the snow came down. Off I set at a pretty quick pace, but night came on quicker. The right path was clear enough in the daytime, although at several points 2 or 3 exactly similar diverged from the same place. But when there was a good light, the traveller was guided by the sight of distant objects, a piece of rock, a fall in the ground, which were quite invisible to me now. I plucked up a brave heart, however, and took what seemed to me the right road. It was wrong, however, and led me whither I knew not, but to some wild boggy moor, where the solitude seemed painful, intense, as if never footfall of man had come thither to break the silence. I tried to shout, with the dimmest possible hope of being heard, rather to reassure myself by the sound of my own voice. But my voice came husky and short, and yet it dismayed me. It seemed so weird and strange in that noiseless expanse of black darkness. Suddenly the air was filled thick with dusky flakes. My face and hands were wet with snow. It cut me off from the slightest knowledge of where I was, for I lost every idea of the direction from which I had come, so that I could not even retrace my steps. It hemmed me in, thicker, thicker, with a darkness that might be felt. The boggy soil on which I stood quaked under me if I remained long in one place, and yet I dared not move far. All my youthful hardiness seemed to leave me at once. I was on the point of crying, and only very shame seemed to keep it down. To save myself from shedding tears, I shouted. Terrible, wild shouts for bare life they were. I turned sick as I paused to listen. No answering sound came but the unfeeling echoes. Only the noiseless, pitiless snow kept falling, thicker, thicker, faster, faster. I was growing numb and sleepy. I tried to move about, but I dared not go far, for fear of the precipices which I knew abounded in certain places on the fells. Now and then I stood still and shouted again, but my voice was getting choked with tears as I thought of the desolate, helpless death I was to die, and how little they at home, sitting around the warm, red, bright fire, wondered what was become of me, and how my poor father would grieve for me. It would surely kill him. It would break his heart, poor old man. Aunt Fanny, too. Was this to be the end of all her cares for me? I began to review my life in a strange kind of vivid dream, in which the various scenes of my few boyish years passed before me like visions. In a pang of agony, caused by such remembrance of my short life, I gathered up my strength, and called out once more, a long, despairing, wailing cry, to which I had no hope of obtaining any answer, save from the echoes around, dulled as the sound might be by the thickened air. To my surprise I heard a cry, almost as long, as wild as mine, so wild that it seemed unearthly, and I almost thought it must be the voice of some of the mocking spirits of the fells, about whom I had heard so many tales. My heart suddenly began to beat fast and loud. I could not reply for a minute or two. I nearly fancied I had lost the power of utterance. Just at this moment a dog barked. Was it Lassie's bark, my brother's collie? An ugly enough brute, with a white, ill-looking face, that my father always kicked whenever he saw it, partly for its own demerits, partly because it belonged to my brother. On such occasions Gregory would whistle Lassie away, and go off and sit with her in some outhouse. My father had once or twice been ashamed of himself, when the poor collie had yowled out with the suddenness of the pain, and had relieved himself of his self-reproach by blaming my brother, who, he said, had no notion of training a dog, and was enough to ruin any collie in Christendom with his stupid way of allowing them to lie by the kitchen fire. To all which Gregory would answer nothing, nor even seem to hear, but go on looking absent and moody. Yes, there again, it was Lassie's bark. Now or never, I lifted up my voice and shouted, "Lassie, Lassie, for God's sake, Lassie!" Another moment, and the great white-faced Lassie was curving and gambolling with delight around my feet and legs, looking, however, up in my face with her intelligent, apprehensive eyes, as if fearing lest I might greet her with a blow, as I had done oftentimes before. But I cried with gladness as I stooped down and patted her. My mind was sharing in my body's weakness, and I could not reason, but I knew that help was at hand. A grey figure came more and more distinctly out of the thick, close-pressing darkness. It was Gregory, wrapped in his Maud. "Oh, Gregory," said I, and fell upon his neck, unable to speak another word. He never spoke much, and made me no answer for some little time. Then he told me we must move. We must walk for the dear life. We must find our road home, if possible, but we must move, or we should be frozen to death. "Don't you know the way home?" asked I. "I thought I did when I set out, but I am doubtful now. The snow blinds me, and I am feared that in moving about just now I have lost the right gait homewards." He had his shepherd's staff with him, and by dint of plunging it before us at every step we took, clinging close to each other, we went on safely enough, as far as not falling down any of the steep rocks, but it was slow, dreary work. My brother, I saw, was more guided by Lassie and the way she took than anything else, trusting to her instinct. It was too dark to see far before us, but he called her back continually, and noted from what quarter she returned, and shaped our slow steps accordingly. But the tedious motion scarcely kept my very blood from freezing. Every bone, every fibre in my body seemed first to ache, and then to swell, and then to turn numb with the intense cold. My brother bore it better than I, from having been more out upon the hills. He did not speak except to call Lassie. I strove to be brave and not complain, but now I felt the deadly, fatal sleep stealing over me. "I can go no farther," I said, in a drowsy tone. I remember I suddenly became dogged and resolved. Sleep I would, were it only for 5 minutes. If death were to be the consequence, sleep I would. Gregory stood still. I suppose he recognized the peculiar phase of suffering to which I had been brought by the cold. "It is of no use," said he, as if to himself. "We are no nearer home than we were when we started, as far as I can tell. Our only chance is in Lassie. Here, roll thee in my Maud, lad, and lay thee down on this sheltered side of this bit of rock. Creep close under it, lad, and I'll lie by thee, and strive to keep the warmth in us. Stay, hast gotten aught about thee they'll know at home?" I felt him unkind thus to keep me from slumber, but on his repeating the question, I pulled out my pocket-handkerchief, of some showy pattern which Aunt Fanny had hemmed for me. Gregory took it and tied it around Lassie's neck. "Hie thee, Lassie, hie thee home!" And the white-faced, ill-favoured brute was off like a shot in the darkness. Now I might lie down, now I might sleep. In my drowsy stupor I felt that I was being tenderly covered up by my brother, but what with I neither knew nor cared. I was too dull, too selfish, too numb to think and reason, or I might have known that in that bleak bare place there was naught to wrap me in save what was taken off another. I was glad enough when he ceased his cares and lay down by me. I took his hand. "Thou canst not remember, lad, how we lay together thus by our dying mother. She put thy small wee hand in mine. I reckon she sees us now, and belike we shall soon be with her. Anyhow, God's will be done." "Dear Gregory," I muttered, and crept nearer to him for warmth. He was talking still and again about our mother when I fell asleep. In an instant, or so it seemed, there were many voices about me, many faces hovering round me. The sweet luxury of warmth was stealing into every part of me. I was in my own little bed at home. I am thankful to say my first word was Gregory. A look passed from one to another. My father's stern old face strove in vain to keep its sternness. His mouth quivered, his eyes filled slowly with unwonted tears. I would have given him half my land. I would have blessed him as my son. O God, I would have knelt at his feet and asked him to forgive my hardness of heart. I heard no more. A whirl came through my brain, catching me back to death. I came slowly to my consciousness weeks afterwards. My father's hair was white when I recovered, and his hands shook as he looked into my face. We spoke no more of Gregory. We could not speak of him, but he was strangely in our thoughts. Lassie came and went with never a word of blame. Nay, my father would try to stroke her, but she shrank away, and he, as if reproved by the poor dumb beast, would sigh, and be silent and abstracted for a time. Aunt Fanny, always a talker, told me all. How on that fatal night my father, irritated by my prolonged absence, and probably more anxious than he cared to show, had been fierce and imperious even beyond his wont to Gregory, had upbraided him with his father's poverty, his own stupidity, which made his services good for nothing, for so, in spite of the old shepherd, my father always chose to consider them. At last Gregory had risen up, and whistled Lassie out with him. Poor Lassie, crouching underneath his chair for fear of a kick or a blow. Some time before there had been some talk between my father and my aunt respecting my return, and when Aunt Fanny told me all this, she said she fancied that Gregory might have noticed the coming storm, and gone out silently to meet me. 3 hours afterwards, when all were running about in wild alarm, not knowing whither to go in search of me, not even missing Gregory, or heeding his absence, poor fellow, poor fellow, Lassie came home with my handkerchief tied round her neck. They knew and understood, and the whole strength of the farm was turned out to follow her with wraps and blankets and brandy, and everything that could be thought of. I lay in chilly sleep, but still alive, beneath the rock that Lassie guided them to. I was covered over with my brother's plaid, and his thick shepherd's coat was carefully wrapped round my feet. He was in his shirt-sleeves, his arm thrown over me. A quiet smile, he had hardly ever smiled in life, upon his still, cold face. My father's last words were, God forgive me my hardness of heart towards the fatherless child. And what marked the depth of his feeling of repentance, perhaps more than all, considering the passionate love he bore my mother, was this. We found a paper of directions after his death, in which he desired that he might lie at the foot of the grave, in which, by his desire, poor Gregory had been laid with our mother. End of The Half-Brothers.